Right, so when we left off, we're about a third of our way towards proper land mammals. We already have wee animals, amphibians, and fish floating about. We also have a breathable atmosphere and drinkable water. So the only thing left to really worry about is maintaining food for my hunger bar, and that's always been trivial to do. I really think this game could have done well to not have that be a consideration after a while. If they get rid of your need for air, it'd be nice to get rid of my need for water and such as well. I can go over and drink, sure, but it still goes down and it's still not a thing to keep track of. But what are we working on? I often lose track because there are 100 different things we want to do. We can scale things up, we can get more things sent off on our interplanetary trading, but by and large, we have almost everything unlocked. I believe this is the end game right here, the extraction platform, a lot like getting the rocket ship built in Subnautica to continue to make the Subnautica comparisons. And we are well on our way to getting there. We could just sit back, relax, and just have some banter until we reach that. But where's the fun in that? I actually want to build that up. Alex Spurdo coming in to say good morning, and so is Wire Ghost. Good morning to you too, and it is indeed morning for me. Oftentimes I have people come in and say good morning, Jake, and it's 5 PM for me. But no, not today. Right, are you still making automagical energy cells? You should be, but it's not doing its wee curvy round thing. We have all the ingredients that we need coming in for those, it's just a question of do we want even more? And the answer is often yes. For example, the pulsar quartz should be going but is not, and that leaves me to wonder why not. And I don't actually get any feedback on why not. If I were to reselect it, it still shows everything there. But we know you don't have... Oh, well, now you have everything. Are you going to do it again? No. So we're short on one of these things. I don't know what, but whatever it is, I should go and make sure that we get more of it. Could be the gas. But I have these gas extractors working full pelt. Are these the tier 2 ones? I don't think they are. No, because the tier 2 ones let you choose the kind of gas that's coming out. Anyway, I can do a quick check. Especially if I... Now hang on, can I actually pin pulsar on my... Ah, I can't right-click and pin pulsars on my blueprint thing. Sorry, it's easy to check. I want to keep that going because that is the ticket to money, and money feels good. So... Methane. I keep methane downstairs. Always takes a bit to get back into where I was in this game because there's a lot of moving pieces. And your brain gets really in tuned with it all, in the middle of it all. And then once I pull out and have a bit of real life to consider, it gets a bit harder to think about the game, but we do get back. Is it uranium then? Because there's one of these things missing for you. That means it must really be methane. Which stands to reason it doesn't get produced quite at the same level as the other parts. Yeah, there we go. Didn't think methane would be the missing link, but there it is. And that's all the more reason to increase production. I want those tier 2 gas extractors. I could make 2 or 3 of them, set them to methane, and call it a day. So for making you, I should always pin these things. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Super alloy, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Circuit boards. Growing need for circuit boards. Thankfully we're on top of that. And then the inanimate carbon rod. No, the iridium rod. There we go. Let's solve our need for methane. Also, do these gas extractors do something else for me? I think they bring out the pressure. Yeah, there we go. Not a whole lot of it, but still good to have, and thank goodness for the log net. Oh, it feels so good to get bots. Copy pasting would be nice here. Copy paste the type of item and the extraction, or rather adding to the log net. And let's see, they work every 80 seconds. So about every 27 seconds we'll get another one of these. Is that fast enough for my liking? They produce at about the same speed as the tier 3 ore extractors, and I have 3 of those for the other gubbins, so it should mean that they're all running in relative unison. Doesn't mean that this is going to work full pelt, but then the production could be scaled as far as I would like. I don't know. Have we unlocked tier 2 lockers? No, the tier 2 lockers are very expensive. I would like them, granted, but look at that, I've only got 2,000 Terra tokens. There's no point having these buffers anymore. I couldn't figure out how to get buffers. If anybody knows how to use lockers as buffers, I'd love to know, but the crux of the matter is, you cannot supply and demand from a locker. So if I wanted this to be my buffer of food, I would ideally have them demand food at a priority, and then supply at a higher priority. But if I tell this to demand food, if I tell it to demand anything, no. If I tell it to demand food, where are you at, food? What a list. There we go, it just changes from supply to demand. So, what a shame. But again, if somebody knows how to make supply and demand, or rather buffers in general, work, I'm all ears. Out of here. All of you out of here. Right, but how much did it cost for those tier 2 lockers? That's a question. Well, we won't know until the rocket comes back now, will we? In fact, can I change it from auto-launching whilst it's already launched? No, that could be a problem. Might mean you have to come back here just to turn it off when the rocket is coming back. It could be hard to keep track of. Right, no need to worry about all that though, although the question is, where are we going from here? This thing is ticking up fine, but there's got to be another way to boost up production that is far beyond me. I think it's the more butterflies, funnily enough. We got the butterfly farm, but I was quite certain there was another load of butterflies right around the corner. Yeah, tier 2 butterfly farm. Probably gives a vast amount of insects. Animals, though. Animals is way too slowly growing, which probably means I need a lot more fish added into the world. Butterflies and fish, not unreasonable. Although wasn't I planning on the bees? Did I ever make more bees? I don't think I did. That's right. I want more bees. That's the crux of the matter right there. There's this horrible aspect in the game where you can get the larvae produced, but you can't feed them into the botnet until you unlock the larvae in some kind of crafting bit. That was unfortunate. Hopefully we will get them though. Right, genetic stuff, get in here. Including these frog eggs. If I end up with some use for frog eggs. I should really sort out some kind of dumping thing so I can just dump my goods and have the bots figure them out. Actually, maybe that's exactly what all these chests should be. Right, if they're all just told to dump everything into the log net, that makes life easier for me to just dump them here, especially if their priority is higher. Right, whenever possible, take from my crummy container systems here. Yeah, it's been a long time coming. And see, it already took one of them, although it probably took it into my shredder machine. Okay, right, let's figure out our need for the bees. I want the bees. Bee larvae, tree bark. Bee larvae is going to be the main issue there. And I doubt I'm just sitting on some larvae. No, far from it. If I want to make bee larvae, it's uncommon, mutagen, and fertilizer. Uncommon, mutagen, and fertilizer. And, oh boy, I really need an auto-crafter up here. Auto-crafter. 2 osmium and 1 super alloy. Nice and simple. Once upon a time, that was something that I'd consider expensive. But this is not that time anymore. Super alloy, osmium. For some reason it feels like, I'm making too many pulsars, so it drinks up the osmium. And that might make it tough to make a buffer. Although I could make an external locker with higher priority outside of your range. How about for now we turn you off so I can actually get my goods? I see there is a mod for buffer chests. Interesting. Yeah, I'm going to complete this game vanilla, but once I'm done with that, and if I ever come back to play this game again, better believe... Oh, I've already got my bee larva. How convenient. Yeah, better believe I'm looking for those mods, especially craft from lockers. Having to go around and grab the ingredients for fertilizer gets old real fast. Jake, I leave your Steam tab open unmuted so it functions like a glorified alarm clock. At least all I can do is say good morning. Really? You want to treat me as an alarm clock? I am quite often late for my streams. I'm not proud of that. But if I am tired and want to sleep, I usually sleep. That doesn't excuse anything really, but it is true. I often tell myself I didn't get into this lark to run myself ragged. Right. Bees. Tree bark, tier 2. Fertilizer, yes, yes. And yes, yes. And 2 bio nuggets, of which I have 1 right here, but could I just make 2 straight up? It's weird, this thing has its own timer, and it's running independent. So if I fired it up, it just immediately made me that bio nugget. Alright, my bee home. I'm under the impression that this new beehive, not only... what was huge? Not only do you make honey, apparently you also develop more bee larvae. On top of that, let's see, production time is a bit faster, which is good. Energy consumption is higher, which is pretty much a non-issue, but there we go. Plants and insects, much, much higher on you. Bees are so cool. I lived with a guy who was very like-minded, and he often said that he wanted to raise bees. And he never did, because it's more work than it sounds, and it already sounds like a lot of work. But I worked with a guy who did. And he would bring honey into work, and he'd say, "You can help yourself to my honey, I'm happy to share it, but I have one rule. Do not double dip." So don't put the spoon in, taste it, and then put the same spoon back in, because that'll cause bacterial issues with the honey. Good words to live by. How far into the game would you say? I was thinking 80%. I get the feeling that once I just get the ball rolling a bit more with regards to the mammals, oh god. I want to turn off the auto launch for a wee bit so I can check my cost in those tier 2 lockers. I don't know, I think I might even be 95% of the way through, because I'm convinced that the end game is building that extraction platform, and whilst we're only 1/6 of the way towards that in terms of the terraformation index, that thing grows and grows, so in terms of game progress it's probably much closer. Right, I want me that tier 2 storage locker, but it costs 5,000 and I don't have 5,000, so it's going to be another launch of this thing before I can get that. Very curious to see just how much this tier 2 storage locker holds. I believe that's the biggest storage locker, but when we got the biggest backpack it vastly increased the storage space. I think it gave us 50% extra. Let's see. This is our inventory with no backpack, and there's the highest tier of backpack. Quite the difference. Those fusion cells are still paltry in value. They're the most valuable thing I can send, and they're still only 80 Terra tokens. I guess that's where you make it up with mass production. And I'm all about mass production. Do you know if there's a plot like endgame, like in Subnautica? Yeah, I had it spoiled for me. Actually, did Subnautica have different endings? I'm trying to remember. I know you had to turn off the interplanetary pew-pew machine. Although, if you did that before the cutscene where it actually shoots something down, does it still shoot something down? Maybe it's not possible to disable that. Anyway, the bees are all well and good. I want the butterflies, and whoever told me to craft a teleporter over in the other area was dead right. There were really good butterflies over there, and I think those would give vast amounts of biomass. So I'm going to go over there and do exactly that. Yeah, the problem with doing all that space trading with the goods is those goods are used for a lot of other things. Maybe that's a very good incentive to do cooking as the thing you export. I wonder what the most expensive thing I can send away is. It's probably cookies, right? Mass produce flour and chocolate, and then send off lots and lots of cookies. Almost 1/10 as dense, which isn't good, but it doesn't use ingredients that are needed for anything far more useful. An interesting thought. Right, give me that teleporter. Forgive me for scorning you, person that told me to bring a teleporter. I thought it was for plot-related reasons, but no, it was for getting those butterflies. Which I also have scorned plenty, but now I see the whole game is about the butterfly economy. 6 months already, says Pokalan. Time is flying way too fast, and I gotta get used to it. There we go. I want to make sure I have the energy as well, and I do, somewhat comfortably. And it's easy to remember where to go for the butterfly place. It was just this direction. Didn't need to put down a waypoint thing. I don't really need the lab waterfall waypoint either. I can't believe I've been at this lark for over 10 years, and I'll likely be at this lark for many more bundles of 10 years. Video games are essentially my calling in life, so to be able to do that for a living is pretty great. And I suppose I've been doing it for a living for 15 years, because prior to streaming... Well, no, that doesn't work, because there's overlap between them, but if we just count sheer man hours put into it as a job, then yeah, let's say 15 years of working with video games. I've now been away from Paradox for longer than I was part of Paradox. So that's great. If anybody ever lambasts anything I did at that company, I can say, well, they've had more than enough time to fix my problems. The stain stays with you forever. So the main stain, in my opinion, is those dreams. Sure, we've all had those dreams where we're back in school or we're at work, but I don't get those dreams about Paradox very often at all. I get plenty of dreams that I'm back in my security job. Oh god, I'm on the site and I've forgotten the control codes, and I need to phone in to Central, but I don't know any of the protocols. Oh god, what do I do? How do the keys work around here? Where's the camera system? Oh dearie me. And I'm naked as well. How can this be? Plenty of that for school and university too. But Paradox, not so much. I have dreams about a clerical error, says Alex Spurdo. I need to go into the army again. Yeah, that would probably leave some mental marks. Oh, hang on. I hope I can put teleporters down here. Yeah, good. It doesn't let you fly here, so for all I knew, it wasn't going to let me teleport either. No, sadly Paradox did not have any policies allowing or enforcing you to be nude at work. Well, that's not entirely true. Well, it is, but let's imagine that it's not entirely true. We had an on-site sauna at work. After all, how were we ever going to attract Finnish talent if we didn't have a sauna there? I made rather liberal use of that sauna. So it wasn't too unusual to see your colleagues naked, because nude sauning is absolutely in the culture there in Scandinavia, and all the better for it. Okay, so this is another part of the game which I'm not the world's biggest fan of. The spawning of butterflies, or rather their larvae. They just spawn around you when you're standing still or in an area. but when and where seems very random. Sauna is pretty great. I have one every day and I count my blessings. I'm not that huge on sauna. I have maybe a few a year and that's plenty for me. What I like is the cold submersion. Getting into a lot of cold water. Not just showering cold, that's not so fun. But dipping into cold water, that's where the fun is. Okay, so I see the game does not want to give me larvae today. Did we find them outside of this room? We found some in there, and we also found some out here. But I imagine they can just spawn anywhere. Are you some larvae? Are you a larvae? Hey, you're a golden butterfly larva. Any more for any more? We did set up a couple of outdoor larva thingamajiggers, but I don't know if we'll get them all into the log net. And also, they probably won't be this amazing quality. Common larva. What do you take me for? These blue ones are really good though. Yeah, maybe this is a much better place. Larva galore out here. Don't worry, I'm taking you to butterfly heaven. And I don't mean I'm going to kill you. I mean I'm taking you to the closest thing to heaven on earth you could enjoy. This place looks suspiciously much like someone's been here before you. Nah, this is a natural formation. If we were doing the long dark outer loper, we would totally be allowed to go inside there. That's why I find it very important to define your runs from the onset. So that you clearly have rules to abide by, like when I was doing that outer loper. The line that will always stick with me is I was going into the ruined lighthouse in Bleak Inlet and somebody says, so is this lighthouse a natural formation? It was very funny. Well, I found it very funny. Yeah, okay, this seems to be the go-to for the larvae. There's so many of them here. Although I don't necessarily want them all. I will be taking them all. Maybe even migrating my teleporter over here. Seems like a good idea. And I'm going to need to do some run defining real soon, because the next long play is definitely going to be Battle Brothers. I thought I'd played enough in my own time that I'd extinguish my own desire to play, but no. I more or less finished a run, and I just wanted to do another run. But rather than selfishly play games in my own time, I'll get around and stream it. And I believe I will start that next week. Ideally, I'd start it tomorrow. Hell, I'd even start it today. However, I want to do some setup for it. I want to invite some people to... Oh wait, you're the wrong way around. I want to invite some people to make their own custom brothers for us to start with. Now, they'll probably die pretty fast, but I always like custom starts like that, like with RimWorld. Have people send in their colonist/battle brother. So they can die very quickly in Peasant Militia, because I do plan on doing Peasant Militia. Once you go 16 bros in the army, it's hard to go back. I mean, who would ever want to fight with just 12? Knowing your plan, I'd measure the average survival time for each builder to be half a day. What do you mean, knowing my plan? I streamed Battle Brothers... Was it earlier this week, or was it last week? But I wasn't playing the battles, that was the auto mod doing it. And I will not be using the AI mod. I wanted to do that for a run, but I don't think that's going to be happening. It's just not very good it's not very good. Butterfly heaven. Now let's Gingham. Oh, that's right, we have the power. If I have garbage, I can just throw my garbage in here, and then the bots will take care of it. Maybe not the rocket engine. Actually, maybe the rocket engine. Because what I can do is I can have my miscellaneous thing demand rocket engines. And okay, well, how about we move away from miscellaneous locker being the rocket engine place? Yeah, how about here? How about here? I want you to demand rocket engines. now they can stop being misc. Hey, am I gonna get anything out of this blueprint chip yet? Nope, it just says... That for now throws me off. Will there ever be a blueprint in that? I'm not so sure. But yes, there you go, rocket engines. Enjoy your new home. As for me, I'm hungry, hombre. What do we eat these days? I think it's squashes. While we're at it, I still need to be making manola, so how about you stop doing that for now and just get back to making not quite cookies, maybe someday, but high quality food seems fine enough. Just costs me things that I make rather quickly as is. Actually, the honey production might well speed up quite a bit, especially if I had more beehives, which seems trivial to do, meaning I should probably finally try making a higher tier food producer and seeing how quickly I can make beans for high quality food. Because if you make high quality food and cookies, that's a good amount to export if you want to bulk export at low amounts, and saying that puts me in mind of selling bricks and wheat in patrician, which is a dangerous thing to be reminiscing about. Do not reminisce about patrician. It's too addictive for me. It should not be done. Can we still not get the better larvae here? We can get common, uncommon, but the other one's not so much. The bee larvae though. And then other larvae. Alright, shove those all over. Do I want to make more butterfly homes though? I absolutely do, but I think the beehives are the bigger ones. Alright, you. I need bioplastic nuggets for these things. I want more bees. And now I have the gubbins to make 3 more bees. Can you actually demand bees? You do demand bees, so whether or not they're getting made, I do not know. That'll do, donkey, that'll do. Is that tier 2 fertilizer? I think it is. It's hard to tell up in the top left, but it looks kind of greenish, so I'll believe that it is. But we have a problem. You can't make that. Why? Why do you forsake me? Probably because you lack fertilizer. For all you know, for now, it could be from early access. Yeah, and they're still adding things to the game. Somebody was posting up that they're planning on adding a buggy into the game. Something to live out of if it produces oxygen. Oh yeah, Nyx. I was thinking about making a... yeah, what was I thinking? Hard to imagine me thinking. What was I thinking? I was thinking we could have a bingo sheet for Battle Brothers, but I can't remember whatsoever how the bingo stuff worked, and if I recall well, you were hosting a bingo sheet on Nyx is Fabulous. Or am I imagining that? Enough. Just give me those. Grab the tree bark and away we go. I made the generator. Acro enhanced it for murder bingo so it kept track of people dead between streams. Ah. Excellent. Yes, the generator. That's the thing. That was a stage that I'd completely forgotten about, but yes, that's the information I need. Thank you kindly. Oh, that's right, I haven't actually told you to get into the lognet. That's a vital component of all of this. But there we go, actual bee larvae. That speeds this stuff up considerably. Clicking on all of them individually to add them to the lognet, that's less than pleasant. But with more of those, it just means more beehives that all snowballs into each other. The main thing that I'm really lackadaisical about are the animals. I guess I'm not enthused about adding animals to this planet, but it should be done. The problem is the only real animal thing I have right now are frogs in the ecosystem? No, not even. I think it's just the fish farm. And it doesn't feel like it gives that many animals. Don't I get an animal rocket? Yes, there we go. And we'll get the animal rocket soon. That should boost up animal production considerably. And then, what's the next big step up for animals? Ooh, tier 4 jetpack. Maybe I meant to use the genetic synthesizer to introduce actual animals, but no, I think the actual animals come at this point. Mammals. I guess that makes sense. I should probably build this genetic thing and check it out regardless, though. Where are you? Here you are. Genetic synthesizer. We have all the goods needed for that. And I'd love to just build it from inventory, but no, we have to go around all of our different bits and bobs. Inventory is empty, so grab me that. And that is Magnetor Quartz, Soul Blazer Quartz, not Solar Quartz, Pizar Quartz. If you hadn't found the Rainbow Cave, then these would be mystifying to get your hands on. Super duper alloys. I think that's a circuit board. And a tier 4 mutagen that I can make. I'm wondering if I'm going to need my genetic stuff for it. Let me grab a bunch of these. Maybe you shouldn't be genetic stuff, I don't know. I have no idea what's needed for this, so why don't I just keep it down here. Tier 4 mutagen. That was 3 plus 1 as I recall. And I have a 3 and I have a 1, that's good enough. Such an advanced recipe. Okay. Let's get genetically synthesizing, however this works. There we go. Right, talk to me. Okay. Insert traits to synthesize a creature. Bioluminescence, large. Oh, all the other ones are just size. Right. Color, and species are all mandatory. Everything else is optional. But how do I get these genetic traits? Do I have a genetic trait creator thinger? I do have something that sounds like that, but so far it's only been for trees. No, it's not my silk generator, it's this thing. The DNA... manipulator. Yeah, but this thing has only been used for trees. That begs the question, how do I get my hands on DNA bits and bobs? And the answer is I don't know. Is the Rainbow Cave the only source? It's the only source of many of those quartz things that I've found so far, but for all I know there are more out in the world. I have not been rigorous on my exploration. How mystifying. Animal feeders, animal food, extraction platform. Is there something I'm missing to get my hands on some DNA? How about the portal generator? Puts me into distant wrecks with unique items. It could be that I have to go to distant areas and find DNA. That doesn't sound unreasonable. Plus, I haven't played around with this thing yet. The main problem is right there. It needs 2 energy multiplier fuses to build. I have 1 and I'm currently using it. Actually, I might have 2 and I'm currently using them. Let me check. I have 1 and I'm using it. I see. I know how I can get more, but it's quite expensive. But it might finally be time to go industrial on making cookies. Need to get industrial on something. I hope those unique items aren't just golden effigies. Bleeding golden effigies. Right, what does it cost to make the space trading rocket? I have all these things. Am I willing to mass produce to get money to get that going? Well, part of my issue here is that the outdoor farm does... Oh wait, it does feed into the log net, I think. I think if I make a chest for cocoa, will that cocoa be gathered? Maybe. Maybe I could have all of my cooking stuff done out here. If it works that way. If that goes into the log net. Guess I'll give it a go. Gotta be some iron around here. Oh, what does it matter? The iron gets shoved back in here anyway. Just go to your iron locker. Grab yourself a wee bunch. That means I can very happily have a little outdoor grandma's cookies industry. We're out here, and I move my cooking out to here. Cooking, cooking, cooking. Come on, eyes, help me out. They don't want to help me out. Where in the world is the cooking station? Ah, here we go. Under furniture for some reason. But it has to be put indoors. That's a shame. Come on, drink that disgusting water. Oh, I can't drink from my own built ones. Did you mute yourself? Yes, I did. And I hit the unmute button, but I suddenly realized shift unmute button does not unmute myself. I was just on the hunt for where my cooking station was and where to put it down. Right, auto crafting. Oh, it wasn't Z-Lite, it's super duper Jub. If I want to get going with big cookies, maybe I don't want the storage locker just yet, but instead I should get a lot of wheat and cocoa seeds. Yeah, the sooner I get that mass-produced, the better. Please do not auto-launch just yet. I don't know why it said disabled enabled button. Why not make it a single check mark? Right. I need these to be equal. And what do I already have? Well, I don't need them to be equal, but I intend for them to be equal. Get my cookie clicker industry going. It was a miscellaneous item, so I currently have 2 cocoa seeds and 1 wheat seed. 2 cocoa, 1 wheat. 2 cocoa, 1 wheat. Now it's 2 and 2. 3 and 3. 4 and 4. 5 and 5. 6 and 6. 7 and 7. 8 and 8. 9 and 9. 10 and 10. 11, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13, 14, 14, 15, 15, 16, 16. I don't think that added up right. It's 14 and 14. Oh, but I can't buy anymore. Oh, because there's no more space, is there? Yeah, okay. Okay, well that works for me. Guess I'm not getting that next level of storage capacity, but I'm fine with that. The sooner I get this, the better, so just get on out there. I wonder if it would auto-launch with the seeds. If it came back full of seeds and it was told to auto-launch, would it just immediately go back? I wonder about that. So, about that auto-crafter. Actually, I'm going to need a bunch of auto-crafters, aren't I? Because we make the flour out of all the wheat. And we make the chocolate out of all the cocoa, and then we make the cookies out of those. So, probably going to be fine enough just having 3 auto-crafters. 1 chocolate, 1 flour, 1 cookie. Pretty low on the super alloy rods though, and I wonder why. Did my production of those stop for some reason? It might have gotten clogged up over here, or it might just be going too slow. It's also not unreasonable to switch out my drills over here with specialized drills so that I definitely always make the goods needed for the super alloy. Although, they appear to be running empty, but the problem could be that it's just going straight over to it might be getting shredded rather than turned into super alloy. So for example, you pump out the cobalt, it gets taken away and destroyed. Oops. Yeah, because it all gets put into the supply, into the log net. Whereas I could have all these individual things disconnected from the log net. I wonder about that. Well, I think rather they get taken into here first for trashing, and then that still gets taken away for being made into super duper alloy. Speed up, guys, I need more of my super rods. So much production to boost up. Speaking of addictive games, what's your stance on mods for games? Factorial released its Space Age update this year. The author of the Space Exploration mod got hired to work on the update. Yeah, that's Erandal, is it not? Might be good preparation? No. I just want to enjoy the full experience of Space Age when it comes out. I don't want to sully it by playing the mod beforehand. I'm not saying that's a bad experience. I'm saying it would probably be a bad experience for me. I want the full experience. It's the same reason that I don't play early access. Factorio is such a good game that I don't want to mod it. Which might sound counterintuitive, but it's still how I feel. Right, I'm getting distracted here. I grabbed three of those things because I want to make auto crafters. Prepare ourselves for this. So crafting 1, a 2, and a 3. I always forget if it's shift or control to multi-build, even though it's telling me at the bottom there, rare larva. So you're going to be set to make me wheat. Flour, rather. Hey, you pull directly from the farms, so the farms don't have to plug into the log net. And they probably don't. Well, actually, do you? No, I'm not so sure. I guess I'll find out when I set you to make chocolate. Well, would you look at that? Pulls directly from the farm. And then you are going to make me cookies. Cookie. And those are going to get shoved into the log net. And now I need a lot more farms. A hell of a lot more farms. Might not have the ideal space here around you for doing it. Maybe I should have a larger, flatter area for it. But this will do for now. I think we can tuck those farms together quite well. However, in preparation for that, maybe. Oh god, they need a lot of bee larvae. Everything else is fine, but bee larvae... Get shoved into the log net, but not taken away. Maybe I don't want you in the log net, because I'm able to get better larvae anyway. I made another one, but now I can't remember where. Yeah. If you're expecting a tight design of vanilla, stay away from space exploration. Signed, someone who restarted Nitro's Pandon multiplayer. Personally, I'm afraid of Factorio because someone described it as virtual crack. I know exactly how my brain works with such games. Oh yeah, if you haven't played Factorio and you know you have those kinds of problems, maybe stay away from it. But it is just the best. Closest thing to a perfect game I can think of, which I would previously attribute to FTL. FTL is tight, though. FTL has no fat. And the worst thing I think I could say about Factorio is the music isn't very good. It's fitting, it's dank and industrial, but I don't like it. It gets on my nerves. So I have to put in some other music into the mix to make it more tolerable for me. But that is a pretty minor complaint. I struggle to think of anything I could reasonably criticize about Factorio. I don't even feel very good about my music complaint because that's highly subjective. Right, that comes down, we build these. I need to get on those bee larvae. Are my bee hives producing fine enough? I might actually scale up the bee... Hold on. You'll get clogged on honey if I don't make enough honey into high-grade food. I am making high-grade food, and that is going into the log net, but that only works when there's a oh god, let me think. This is a problem with lack of buffers, isn't it? It absolutely is. Okay, right, one problem at a time. Things backing up isn't going to ruin everything. Look at all these bee larvae I have, after all. What a wonderful time to be alive. Let me get going on the bees first. I know we can do those. Buy plastic nuggies, please. How many of these things do I think I'll make? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them. That's 7 nuggets and 7 tier 2 fertilizer. The only thing I can complain about Factorio is late game bugs are no longer a threat. Yeah, behemoths come far too late to be a threat. 2, 4, 6, 7. Thank you kindly. Give me those. Now make me 7 fertilizer, which I'll turn into fertilizer 2. Meanwhile, I'll grab that tree bark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All of my complaints are getting fixed by 2.0. Do elaborate, Nix. What are your current outstanding issues with Factorio? Other than your crippling addiction to it. Also, how are you still playing Magic Research? It's not a long game to beat, so... Oh, maybe you're doing all the multi-world stuff I mentally switched off when that became an option. What is it, like you can reset your progress and go to another world for the hell of it? It's like, no, I've already been through the game, thank you. Did anyone mention that a new game, Knock on the Coffin Lid, And advertised as a new very good Slay the Spire like to you. I have not heard of the game whatsoever. You're the first, high five. So the pressure's on you for it to be good. But that is my standard for card games, or deck builders. Is your game as good as or better than Slay the Spire? If the answer is no, then the conversation ends. Because I've already got a really good deck builder that I still want to keep playing more of. It's called Slay the Spire. So I need a damn good reason to try something else. There we go, get the bees going. Oh no! Get the energy going. Good thing I keep making those pulsars. Right, that means I need more of you. And hopefully I'm drowning in pulsar. Alright, I moved the pulsar, they're now here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I do the same with super alloy, but by 4s. Those are rods. Thankfully, it doesn't need rods. That would be a different story. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. I cannot augment these guys with extra energy, can I? Well, I can, because the energy booster is smart. It targets the biggest producers, or perhaps the ones it gives the biggest bonus to. And one of these will actually get that bonus. How convenient. We check what you are covering. It is some of, but not all of, my energy producers. Beautiful. I wonder if you ever get a better energy booster, or is that your end game right there? We have too many bees. Build more fusion reactors to power the bees. Yes, bees, well known for their need of human input. They're like bananas, they wouldn't survive without us. Alright, there we go. My lord, this is one of the things that turned me off from playing this game to the same degree that I would play, say, Factorio or Patrician or Rise of Industry. Going into each of these, clicking here, clicking out. Makes it really unpleasant to mask something. Anyway, there we go. That should be even more bees for the bee economy, which are needed for making all of my farms. Also, I made this farm and I didn't actually give it any goods. Here, take the cocoa. Is this a pulsar meteorite? Purpley like. Not that that's a big deal, we create our own pulsars now. With all those insects from the the bees that we have, putting out another insect spreader is not the world's worst idea. And I'm waiting to get my seeds for more farm stuff, so that's also okay. Also waiting to get myself that next load of butterfly spreading. We've got a new kind of fish, frog eggs, but that does not entice me so. That entices me so. The animal spreader rocket. I need that, and I want the other spreader rocket. I also would like a bigger exoskeleton. Ooh, I've got an extra spot here because it's something I removed. That means I can put my pinner, my blueprint pinner Mark II. Yes. I wonder why I never upgraded you to begin with. Probably the lack of methane, and I never thought about it again after getting access to methane. Alright, so it was methane, it was zeolite, I think it was magnesium, and I've forgotten the other thing. Or things. Cobalt and osmium. Cobalt and osmium. Gib. It is very strange that it gates quality of life stuff behind this. I figure I should just get it, but maybe I'm entitled. Kizar and Blazar. Blazar and Kizar. Really glad I filled my pockets when I was in that rainbow den. Right now I should be able to have a lot of these. Wow, 5. What a number. Don't put on things that we don't need there, I suppose. Right, I want outdoor farms, and I want those rockets. Focus those rockets. Also, I'm thirsty. Also, I'm really thirsty. Give me some of that. Can't you build a better exoskeleton? I don't think so. Might be worth a quick check, though. Feels like I should be able to get another tier of it. Tier 4... Whoa, I've missed you this whole time. I can make a tier 4 exoskeleton. Again, I probably threw this out of my head because it required quartz that I didn't have, or maybe the circuit boards. Anyway, Blazer. Well spotted, although I do think it's redundant. Circuits and rod. That's iridium. There's my uranium. Good to see the uranium piling up, although it's not as useful as it once was now that we have pulsar. Right. There we go. Things I can drown myself in all these chips, although we don't need any. Maybe they plan to add more of these down the line? It'd be nice if I could wear multiple backpacks, but no. I suppose wearing a backpack on the front is not particularly comfortable, is it? Been a long time since I've done that. Long time since I've worn a backpack, come to think of it. Right, my brain is telling me, actually my brain is telling me to unpin the exoskeleton, and sadly I have to go back here to do that. Let's check those rockets, because those multipliers are pretty good. Also, my seeds! Now I can tell you to auto-launch when full, and you still grab high-quality food and fusion cells. And I am almost broke. I want the additional insect spreaders, which need beer larvae, which I now do. And the animal spreader, oh, it needs a butt-ton of genetic traits, which I don't have, and I don't know how to get. But I suspect we get it through the portal device, which I should be making soon enough. But yes, spreading some additional insects is probably good now that I've boosted up the production over here. Many kilos of butterflies by the second. And what about the bees? Insects, 890. Insects, 1130, but that's with a massive boost. Are you all boosting hard? Some could be boosting harder, but that's not a big deal. We already have more more larvae-related things. And that's probably what I need, the genetic extractor, so I can make some kind of genetic things for that. Could be exactly what I need. I will look into that in a moment. Right, maybe this is a problem. I've not actually been telling you to take good larvae. Just take the best ones, which would be these two. And then I'm sure I'll put you to good use. As for me, I need to make a whole bunch of outdoor farms. Outdoor farms need a lot of fertilizer. And that's a pain in the bum, because you first have to make the fertilizer, and then you have to make the fertilizer, and then I gotta make the first fertilizer again. But I should have all the algae, squashes, algae, sulfur, eggplants. Oh, I might actually lack that algae. I know my bots extract it, but I might not create it at the rate that I need. I can make some and then make some more later. Yeah, the hunger for algae is huge here, huh? Yes, I'll have to make do with 3 for now. 3 doesn't feel good. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. How often were you retiring in Magic Research if you beat it so have no idea. How many times did I retire total? 7 or 8 maybe? What I like about Magic Research is it's not really an idling game, there's always stuff to do. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll have a drink as well for the hell of it. And my bees. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that does not leave me space for my super alloy because I got too many seeds. Seeds, I guess these can be counted as miscellaneous seeds. If I'm making 4 of them, 1, 2, 3 of them could be wheat and 1 can be cocoa. And I need my super duper alloys. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now it links. That's fun, it links and yet it creates a... It's not completely sheer and flat. It runs against the earth. That does look good. I like it. I like a lot of things about this game. Right, go my cocoa. And then let's get the wheat going as well. I wonder if eventually you get better farms. Ones that grow things faster. Let's see, growth. Doesn't mention growth speed as far as I can tell. But I just put you down, you're already at 5%. Oh well, a watched cocoa plant never grows, or something like that. Get the wheat, get the cookies put into the log net, good. Gosh, you'd end up making large Age of Empire 2 style farms of this, wouldn't you? Processing in the middle, all done in a windmill of peace pattern on the outside. High quality food being made a little too slowly for my tastes. Right, those rockets though. Mutagens are needed. Bees are needed. 1 rocket. 2 rockets. 2 should be sufficient for now. And is that mutagen tier 2? It doesn't really matter what mutagen it is, we don't have it. It's the purple, and that's tier 2, which needs tier 1. Tier 1, please. And what is your problem? Probably a lack of bacterial samples. Here's my question, can you use your own bacteria samples? Ah, that's cool. Alright, that is actually very nice. Makes me wish you had a bigger holding area. But yes, it counts itself as an inventory that it can use. Alright, very good. Gib. And then 2... Oh, what even is that? Is that an osmium rod? I think it's an osmium rod. And they're no longer counted as miscellaneous. Hang on. My air filter is in there. Well, that's cute, it can stay there. I see you are well aware of optimal farm placement. I used to play Age of Empires 2. I didn't particularly enjoy it, but I didn't have that many games. Okay, well, relatively speaking, yeah, I didn't have 1,300 games back then. So I played the games I had, whether I liked them or not. Some of them I really did not like. Good, it was osmium rod. And a rocket engine. But hang on, I'm planning on launching 2 here, not 1. I looked with a guy who wasn't big on playing games, but he was a big fan of Age of Empires 2. It was the only game he could brutally destroy me at, and it was brutal. Kinda humbling for me as well. Really drove home that I am not great at RTS. That'll bring the insects a-flooding. Now I forget, is that multiplicative or additive with my existing modifiers? Well, it's still saying insects plus 1.13, which is what it said before. And these are still saying 890 like they did before. I did launch the insect rocket, right? Maybe the modifiers don't get added onto there? I'm pretty sure they did. I'm pretty sure we checked this previously. Insect spreader rocket, insects plus 4500%. But these have not increased. I do not comprehend. Probably added to the total rather than separate entities, possibly. Do I not get a biomass breakdown screen? Yes, and I never made it. I think I was planning on putting it here, but oh no, this thing is in the way. I don't think I need anything else that you make, so you are now surplus to requirements. And you'll be recycled into a new screen. Bond with the screen, not with the parent. Shallow ceilings. Oh well, the insects are blasting off like Team Rockets, that's a good sign, but the animals are not, and that is a bad sign. Even so, I probably want to get going on making even more butterflies. The butterfly and bee economy reigns supreme. And that is by making a tier 2 butterfly farm, which is more fertilizer. Finally though, we've come a long way, but we've finally found a use for fabric. Amazing. That tier 2 fertilizer is less amazing though. Maybe I get lucky and find that these existing butterfly farms already use tier 2... They do! Excellent. Very excellent. I didn't want to make more tier 2 fertilizer, so I'm going to take all of this away and use it to make new ones. I'm assuming the new ones are ever so much better. Let's see, you make 900 grams of insects. Whereas this thing will make 475, okay, a massive boost is what they're giving me. It's the same stuff, but it adds 2 bits of fabric. Easy money. Same stuff, but 2 bits of fabric. I really do need faster plant growth, or food growth rather. Something to work on. Don't eat the honey. Yum, yum. Oh god, the beans are all gone. What a tragedy. Right, show me the fabric. How many is that? That's 6. 6 times 2. Give me 12 bits of fabric, and make sure we have the best darn larvae one can get. So 1,000 is okay, but imagine what we could do with all of this 1,500% larvae. That'll do me just fine. Grab the fabric and get going. Not sure I've synthesized even a shred of fabric this whole run. This is all fabric that I have vindicated. Where do I keep it anyway? Zeolite, osmium, iridium, uranium, fabric. 1, 2, just give me 12. It might be 2 or 3 larvae per spot. That would be amazing. But let's find out. 1, 2. Whoa, these things are big. 2, 3. You really do get a lot of height if you fly backwards. Infinite height? Probably enough to break my leg so I fall down, so let's be wary of that. we go. Paradise for my butterflies. Really 6. Yeah, I missed one over here. The Larvae, just give me the best ones. 2 and 2 and 2. Yeah, I could have gotten myself over some of those obstacles earlier if I'd thought to fly backwards over them. How dare I think about thrusting forward. There we go, that is 10 times the output of the previous butterfly. Also, holy performance! I can feel the frames there. Version 1.0 Satisfactory is announced. It's September the 10th this year. Whoa, gutsy. They're trying to get out before Space Age then? Okay, Satisfactory, Space Age, Frostpunk 2. Looking like quite the late 2024. There we go. Animals in kilotons. Why it is still measuring in grams per second, I'll never know. Telling me 4 million grams is not useful. That is what they elect to do. It's all going together and giving that biomass, and that terraformation grows and grows. What am I doing now, though? My ambition is still to get more of this farming done, but gosh darn it, it needs so much fertilizer. At least it only needs fertilizer once. It's a good thing that things you build don't tend to need upkeep in this. Yeah, but the algae piles up nice and quickly. Maybe I should just leave you on fertilizer production. Actually, I did want to increase my my production of these food growers, but here's a question. Are farms better than food growers? The farms do seem to grow pretty pretty fast. 54%, well, I don't know. They're a separate entity, which tells me... well, I don't know what it tells me. Insert a vegetable seed to grow multiple vegetables. Okay, that probably makes it much better, because you're not getting one, you're getting many. Not ready yet. Cocoa, etc., etc. There's the chocolate, there goes the wheat flour, don't know where we get the packaging from. Yeah, so this is most certainly better. I should be having more and more outdoor farms, so I should be having more and more fertilizer. The fertilizer economy has now become relevant. And that needs more algae, so the algae economy needs to keep up. Alright, I guess let's automate fertilizer in general, shall we? I need squashes, fertilizer, methane. Well, we took care of the methane aeons ago. Sulfur, I have already automated. Have I? I think my one outdoor extractor makes sulfur. Yeah, because it doesn't need to be put anywhere in particular. Okay, there we go. It's a good sign, I think. Let's automate all the stages needed for this then. I need to set up a farm outside for eggplants. Maybe even 2 farms for eggplants. And same for squashes. Well, 1 for squash, 2 for eggplants. It's a 2-to-1 ratio. Maybe even 4-to-1 because we need fertilizer and fertilizer too. Maybe. I'll make 1 and 1 and see if that holds up. And I also need chests for them. Well, let's start at the base. We need algae. Quite a lot of algae. What's my best algae generator? Tier 2 algae generator, of course. Guess I'll make however many of these I have fertilizer for. 1, 2, 3, 4. That needs a lot of bioplastic nuggets. One, 2, 3, 4. So let's make 5 of them. Give me my nuggets. But they need 2 nuggets, don't they? Yes. Meanwhile, I also need some water bottles. Why can't I unpin from this menu? Why? It's okay, I have a solution. Two, 3, 4, 5. Good. Stop doing that. I don't think I need the other parts for this. No, that's good. Alright, get back to making me fertilizer then, please. I'll have some dedicated fertilizer stock. I can also get rid of all these food growers. That's going to spare some space. That's pretty good. Alright, splendid. Also, I don't need 2 of these nuggets. Take them back. Return to sender. I need magnesium and super alloy. Yeah. And plenty of super duper alloy. I mostly exported bacteria samples, just water and algae, so super easy. Bacteria samples can be exported. Now we have come to understand that it actually does not matter that these overlap. I thought it did. It really looked like that circle indicated areas that you'd need them to not be overlapping. Oh god, they're not going to auto go into the log net, are they? I gotta click on each and every one? No. The bots just know to pick up algae. Well, that's handy. There's all this life, but I'm not really using fish life. Who cares about fish? I didn't care enough for my fish. Maybe I cared too much. One of them just refused to die. That was Silktail. Yeah, really, can we export bacteria samples? Would you look at that? That's a lot less effort than making high quality food. I'm not sure if it scales as well, though. Probably scales much better than cookies, actually. It's just water and algae. You can do that on mass production. That seems very easy to do. Lots and lots of algae generator. Water is very trivial to come by. But you know what? We can do that in addition to everything else. There's no reason that I have to do that over doing high quality food and such. Also achievement get for baking our very first cookie. Cookie. Yes, I could build several trade rockets. The reason I'm not doing it right now is because we don't produce enough to even fill up one of them. So please demand my cookies. Where are my cookies? Oh boy. You get the plant seeds and then no cookies. Here's the cookie. Yeah, wow, bacteria samples seem trivial to be launching off. Right, but gotta remember right now my goal is to automate fertilizer. Meaning I want another auto creator right here for fertilizer Mark II. So I already got the algae generators down. Will I want more algae generators? Actually, if I'm going to be exporting algae, I want a lot more algae generators. What do the bioplastic nuggets need again? Mushrooms, silicon, water. Well, I have to make silicon. How about we clean up all these things? They're not really necessary anymore. Not when we're getting farming. Glad I kept all these seeds now. Perhaps too many seeds. What are these things made of, anyway? Good, a little bit of iron is involved. Because I need another home for seeds. Caps lock. And we'll try not to accidentally decommission the room. I've done that before. Alright, so nice and clean. Right, I already have a home for algae, but now I need a home for what exactly? Probably a bunch of different things, so let's be ready for them. Fertilizer 1. Does fertilizer have a Z or an S in it? A Z. And is it called 1 or A? Fertilizer 1. Fertilizer 2. And then again, in making these, we're good in algae, we're good in sulfur. I'm kind of good at making plants. I'm good on squash, I'm good on methane, so we just get going with it. So lots of food production, lots and lots of algae production. Maybe I want more algae stockpiled here. I might get through it faster than I can manage. Maybe I also want some bio nuggets. Why did I want bio nuggets? For the algae generator, of course. Alright, and that means I want 2 more auto crafters then. Yeah, so fertilizer 1, fertilizer 2, and bio nuggets. Trouble is my inventory is now crowded. Just what I don't want. Nobody needs this much water in their life. Nobody needs this much aluminium in their life either. Time for a mall, almost. I don't quite think I want everything. Yeah, look at how far you go up if you just go backwards. It's maddening. How and why is it so fast? Right. Try not to lose your way, Jake. You need 2 auto crafters. All the while, those mammals are fast approaching. Auto crafter is 2 osmium and 1. Is it zeolite or super alloy rod? Super alloy rod. That could be a problem. My industrial output is not keeping up, I don't think. Look at that. That is sad. Almost out of my rods. Not out of osmium, though. Wait, that is strange. Why am I so low on rods? I shouldn't be. I mass-produce super alloy to the point where this thing is overflowing. Perhaps I should make my super alloy jubs over here as well. You're a disgrace. I already have a map on my M button, so I don't need a map monitor anymore. There we go. Go and do me that. You can still make additional rods over in the aluminium area, but right here I have a feeling I'm producing much more super alloy than I can put to use. Although maybe I should up my production of super alloy after I set up fertilizer, so I don't want to forget about that. Junk that I just got, goodbye. Don't want to watch a speedrun of this once I'm done. And I suspect I'll be done today. Feels like I'm close to being done. Keep you snug as a bug in the corner here. So you do the fertilizer A, export it. You do the fertilizer B, export it. And you will be joining them. You make the bio nuggets. Still a funny term, that, bio nuggets. Bio nuggets, have them on export. And it would help if I actually tell these things to import. Please get yourself all the fertilizer 1. Please get yourself all the fertilizer 2. Please get yourself all of the bio nuggies. Oh god, my eyes glaze over when I look at the screen. Bio nuggets, there you are. You're a wild card. And you're probably not working due to, what, lack of algae? No. What do we suspect your problem is? Squashes or eggplants or sulfur? It'll be one of them. It'll be eggplants, okay. But that is a cope-withable problem. I'll take these over to their new home. I don't think I need to automate explosive powder just yet. Also, maybe don't take the fertilizer. I'm going to need that for a couple of planty places. Fertilizer 2, please. And super alloy and bees. Bees. Super alloy. That could be a problem actually, given what I just did to my super alloys. Bottle times 2. Right, with a heavy heart I'll disable you for now. I will probably re-enable you eventually though, but I need that super alloy. And eggplants first. It's nice and clean up here, I really like it. Here's a question, how do my bots get these? Maybe the bots can just get them. Maybe it just works. One can certainly hope for such things. As long as I tell them to join the lognet. Have I told these ones to join the lognet? And not that I suppose it matters, the autocrafter just crafts from them, but I feel like it's prudent to make sure they're all members of the glorious lognet family. And there's got to be a better way to add things to lognet. So much menuing. God, I could go for a cookie. What are you things? You're my amphibian farm, so you have to make way. Can't have frogs eating all my produce, if that's even what frogs do. I wouldn't claim to know. Is something consuming them, or do they fall off the log net? Do you mean the eggplants? I stopped producing them, and the fertilizer needs eggplants. Also needs sulfur, but I have that automated. And it's keeping up nicely. Alright. I will also want squashes to follow suit, lest I run out of them. In fact, there are a lot of things that I want to farm. I'm going to probably find this farming area is very insufficient. But that's okay, there's very little stopping me from setting up additional farms. I just need the goods for them automated. While I'm thinking about that, bacterial sample automation. It's easy to do, but at the same time it might drink all of my algae at an alarming rate. Whereas it's more important to me currently to get the farming going rather than slightly more money, because we have other things that do make us money. Case in point. Don't want to eat my profits though. Oh, grow. It's taking you so long, eggplants. Well, they actually start at 0%, don't they? In the other kind of grower, they start at 30%, which was always a bit strange. Didn't want to mention it though, because it was advantageous. I got a genetic extractor, and I never built it, despite saying, hey, I should build this thing. So let's get on that, shall we? Genetic extractor needs all of these quartz, which again I'm glad we got. So that looks like a blazer quartz, a solar quartz, a pulsar quartz, a circuit board, a rod, not raw osmium, but osmium rod, and a tier 1 plus tier 3 mutagen. Is that a trade rocket taking off? No, but it's a very loud meteorite. Interesting. Get rid of my wildcard creator there, but what mutagen? Oh, it's tier 3 mutagen. I might have one of those. I do have one of those. Splendid. Dan, right in my forest. Pulsar quartz? Or another kind of quartz? Pulsar quartz. I'd say we can always find use for those, but I do wonder. But yes, notably loud meteorites I have found to be pulsar quartz. But the rock's getting in the way. That's a pain in the bum. Not really that relevant picking these up, I suppose. I have automated production of pulsar. This is just me being greedy. But, as I often say, greed, for lack of a better word, is good. That's a quote from a movie. I've been saying greed is good long before I knew that was a movie quote. But what's the movie? Isn't that one where they short sell all of those mortgages? Damn, these rocks getting in the way. I can see all those pulsar quartz, but I can't crouch down to get them. You built one of those things, right? Next to your other DNA stuff. I don't think so. I think what I built was the DNA manipulator. I did not actually build the extractor. Yeah, here's the one that I built that ended up not being very useful, and this is the one I'm building which will hopefully be useful. How do you work? Huh. You can extract traits from these items. I guess I will then. Is this just a massive gacha pool? Alright, how about I just grab a bunch of larvae, shove in the larvae, I get color, skin pattern, and more skin pattern. But they don't all die, although it might be a bit sad that some of them died. Bizarre. Oh, I got a species type there, that's gonna be good. Right, how about we get away from the larvae and try our luck with the nitro, no, the bark. What if I just shove in 5 bits of tree bark? What do you think about that? Tier 1 animal food. Well, I don't have animals to feed currently. No, it doesn't want tree bark, it wants not tree bark. That's rough. What else do you want? Essentially, if it lives, it can get material out of it. Good enough for me. I have been banking a whole load of seeds for no particular reason down here, so let's go and gacha our way through them. I'll even pull out my golden seeds. I don't think I see a lot of use right now. That's where someone screams at the screen, "Do not do the golden seeds, you won't get more of them!" They don't give you anything special? Well, too bad. In you go, golden seeds. Give me the good stuff. Ooh, see? Bioluminescence out of the golden seed. Green and purple quartz are somehow used in it. Ooh. Hey, it tells me what they each give. And here I thought it would be gacha. So the golden seeds give bioluminescence, but what does a number mean? Tell me. Maybe it's just a different type of it? Maybe. Right, give the goods, put back in the goods. I don't think it uses the Lerma seeds. Now that I see it, Lerma seeds aren't down here. Does it use that seed? No, it appears not to. Anyway, we've got loads and loads of genetic traits. Now I suppose I could synthesize some mammals or animals or something. Dropping back off my plant seeds, and now the Lerma seed can come under plant seed. But can doesn't mean it will. Get back in there. Get in my belly beans. Okay, beans are not ready to be in my belly. Right, how did this all work then? So I come over to you, and I give you whatever. These are mandatory. And this is just whatever. Make it a super bioluminescent... Wait, I can have a land creature that's bioluminescent? Cool. Very cool. I don't have any other creature stuff though, do I? No. So I've just got one. Insert it into an animal shelter and spawn an animal. 1000% animal multiplier. Okay, cool. Then genetic stuff just goes in here. And I'll throw that in once we have good use for it. And I'm sure someday we will. The movie is called Wall Street. The character saying it is Gordon Gekko. Yeah, I don't know films or characters or actors or anything like that, but it's a good line. Right, what gives me species? The larvae give the species. Specifically the bees, the silkworms, the rare larvae. Everything else is just whatever. So, bees, silkworms. I suppose bees I actually produce. Albeit not very quickly. So I'm just going to shove in bees. And extract their genes into weird animals. I'm going to use up all of my bees, right? Those guys are useful. But do give me those animal genes. We'll keep them for later. Maybe the kind of genes that you put in there determine the quality of the animal. When do I get my grubby mitts on the animal farm shelter thing? Animal shelter is soon-ish. Probably once we get this done for mammals, right? It's a shame that it is so close and yet so far away, so I still need to boost up my values here. What am I missing? What is not growing reasonably? Heat. Heat is not growing reasonably. I do believe I unlocked a new tier of heater. Yeah, the tier 5 heater. Uses a lot of expensive things, but look at that heat. 4530. It's quite a bit of heat. Microkelvins. 4530. The explosive powder and the super alloy rods make me wince a bit at doing that. Yeah, all that super alloy being required. Maybe I need to really pump up my extraction of super alloy to make the rods, which means I also need to pump up the aluminium. Can this do aluminium? The answer is no. That still needs to be done over in the aluminium place. Right, I think I need to get pretty industrial on my super alloy rod work. Do I have the bits for that, though? Also, with all the food stuff now being processed, do I have anything left over for me? The squashes and the eggplants both get used up, the mushrooms get used up, the beans get turned into high quality food. I guess squash is my best option for now. I still need to grow more. Man, always needing more. The ever-present stateness. Okay, let's say I, speaking of more, want to extract more. They are extractors, more of them. 1, 2, 3 more. Osmium rod, 1, 2, 3 more. Iridium rod, 1, 2, 3 more. Titanium, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's go and make a whole load more. Ah, good day, Baron. What were you streaming prior to this? Was it that pretty awful looking magician game? Okay, awful's not fair, but it was something. Hang on, don't I have a teleporter for super alloy? I do. What am I doing flying around? I still could not grasp my head around why we were there in that game. Yeah, grey matter. Bizarre. Where's my teleporter? Here you are. Take me over to the super alloy mine. And yeah, here's your problem. Too many toasters. They say, Luigi, all toasters toast toast. I can think of the much more inspired YouTube poop versions. Remember, we need to sort these. Make super alloy. Lognet super alloy. Make super alloy. Which we somehow dig out. You're making it, and you're doing it as well. Is that all set up properly? Yes. 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 Alright, 4 times the production of super alloy will surely deal with some issues. This is no longer needed. At least it gives me back some explosive powder. But I'm not satisfied with that because over here I don't produce aluminium guaranteed, and I want to. One of the problems might be bots. The bots have to keep going over there and back to bring back the super alloy. Might be a considerable waste of their time. That's solvable with more bots. I was thinking about moving the aluminium over there, because that's one move of a good, and then it gets transformed, and then another move, so that's 2 moves instead of 9 moves. Sounds complicated, and it needs an autocraft over there, and that's a bit of a pain to deal with. How about we just set up a dedicated aluminium extractor over there? Maybe even 2 of them. One of them should be, maybe 2 of them. No, the aluminium gets consumed at a far lower rate than the super alloy here. So 1 should be sufficient. Iridium rod, osmium rod, titanium, 1, 2, 3. Let's light her up. Can you mine for aluminium by the super alloys? I didn't notice that. It would be very convenient if I could. Then I could make the bars on site. Let us check. It's trivial to check. We cannot. Good morning, Jake, says the calmest gamer, and chat. I was just wondering, did you ever look into the Soviet worker republics and resources in the end? Is it still on your radar or completely gone? I streamed that game, and my... Oh, the phone here. What do we have? It's osmium. I don't need osmium, but it does remind me that the pulsar quartz is probably ready for the plucking. Yeah, so I streamed it for a bit, and I did the tutorial. The tutorial was a bit crappy, but I did conclude that it was the game for me, but I needed to spend some time learning how to play it, because it was not a forgiving game to learn. And I think I've now spent about 2.5 days trying to figure out how to play the game. I've not yet given up, because I do think it's got an amazing payoff. Can't see the pulsar quartz, not a big deal. I will eventually learn how to play that game. And once I do have it figured out with a level of competence, I will most likely be streaming it. But man, is it a demanding game. I played it for hours, and I built a road and a prison. And everything else wasn't getting built, because I don't think I understand how to properly make my building order places. My OBs, or I forgot what OB stands for. Right, you there. You mine specifically for aluminium and pump it out. That way I shouldn't ever really be short in aluminium. Oh, here comes death from the skies. Clever person would take cover. I've seen a few 150+ hour long plays on Workers and Resources, says Castan on YouTube. The game takes a lot of time, makes some crazy nice cities, but it sure looks amazing. Yeah, that's why I think the payoff is really good. I mean, I get a good amount of payoff from Caesar 3, but I've put in the hours to learn that game. And I don't think it's an easy game to learn. I suppose Baron picked the game up a few years ago, and as I recall, Baron had not played it before. So it's obviously not an impossible game to learn. Right, you know what, just hold on to these items so I don't need to think about them. But I don't know how you'd really learn that game so well. It seems a lot of esoteric stuff in it. Why are you not functioning? Algae, sulfur, and eggplant. Is it really the eggplant problem? No. Is it the algae problem? No. Is it the sulfur problem? Is it that you cannot reach the sulfur? We've had this issue before. The range on these things is quite miserly. Sulfur, you no longer are a sulfur place. Just be a wild card. This is now the home of sulfur. I want you to demand the sulfur, and that is it. Yeah, there we go. This would be solvable if I could just see items this has access to. Because yeah, the range, it can't even get from there to there from here. But there we go, now we have the flow. The problem is this flow is goodbye eggplants. Now you see them, now you do not see them. Telling me I really need to expand the farming operation. Right, well, if the farming operation needs expanded, we shall expand the farming operation. Nice thing is the farms also give me a wee bit of plants and insects. It's not a huge deal, but it's a deal. The perfect Hansa commune. What would perfect even be in Workers and Resources? The important thing about a perfect Hansa run, people are quick to suggest, ooh, do a perfect run of XYZ. Defining perfect can be more difficult than doing the actual run. I would like like these linked together a bit better. I wonder if I should get rid of you and then ensure that you're all actually connected. Give me all of that. You go away, you go away, you go away. Let's get some rigidity here. Ooh, do these not connect? I bet what you're meant to do is put these down first and then put the farms on them. If I had to guess, and I am guessing. If I... Maybe you're not ready yet. Are any of you guys ready? That's ready enough. Let's test this theory out. Does the farm fit smugly on here? The answer is not really. It wants to lock onto the other farm, but it doesn't want to go snugly onto this. Alright, so it's not a big deal. Frankly, I like it when the farms follow the contours of the earth a bit better anyway. Not a big deal, huh? I have an idea about that, but I will explore the idea once I have a few more farms. Continue making me cookies. Continue making me chocolate. Also take these. Continue making me wheat. Also take that. And it's not wheat, it's flour. Made from wheat. Still need more farms though. I hope those beehives have been making lots of bees for me. However, I do worry that they might be getting clogged with honey. Yeah, that's exactly what is happening. Why are they getting clogged with honey? Because I don't process the honey, because I don't have enough beans. But I need the bees in order to get the beans. So let's declutter the honey for now. Should make a honey storage, I think. And that is some good honey. How much for the honey? How much to watch you eat it? I'm imagining it as the game starts to chug a little bit. Don't worry about that. Alright, money overflow. Bottom line is I need a lot more farms. And the farms require bee larvae, and I don't have enough bee larvae. Do I have enough other larvae to make more bees here? Mutagen, fertilizer. I really don't want to do it that way. Just get me the bees. And get me the fertilizers. This is all well and good, but the fertilizer is getting turned into fertilizer 2 a little too gung-ho. I need that fertilizer. Could make some privately, but we don't have the eggplants for it. Gosh. Right. Clearly the problem is with the base ingredients. So I think I need to stop making cocoa and things and start making the base ingredients. Don't put the cart before the horse and all of that. Sorry, Cocoa and friends, your time will come. I need eggplants, and I need beans, and to a lesser extent I need squashes. More eggplants, more beans, more squash. Put the squash in for fertilizer 2. Get the beans in for my honey processing, and get more eggplants in for fertilizer tier 1. There we go. That should sort out some of my problems. Although, do I need to again tell you to enter the log net? A lot of clicking involved in this. It doesn't even show me if it's connected to the log net until I click on this. How long does this game spend in early access? Nobody picked up on that? Or maybe it's me not noticing that it does show log nets somehow. There's some kind of visual indicator. In Factorio, you know, just comparing this to the perfect game, there'd be a big chunky thing that I can just look at it and go, oh, it's connected to the lognet, very good. And if I needed to know more information, then I could check it out. Yeah, the problem does fix itself on Fertilizer 2 is full. The problem is that's waiting on squash and eggplants, which are coming along much too slowly. Or they were, it should be fixed now. I also need mushrooms produced. The bioplastic nuggets won't be produced without additional mushrooms, which won't be produced without additional farming. Although I did pick up enough just to barely make one more, right? Right, we need the fertilizer. Alright, never mind that. Is there anything else we need or want to proceed with before doing anything else? This problem will gradually fix itself. I'll end up flooded with the ingredients to make a lot more farms. Main thing is having the beans in will allow me to finally unclog the honey situation, which will allow space for the bee larva, which is absolutely what I need more of. But yes, it's a problem that is, albeit gradually, solving itself. Take the cocoa. Take those cookies. I'm going to hold on to these. Take that wheat. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're still waiting on processing more. We'll get on with it. Oh, of course it won't, because they're not growing at all anymore, are they? Oh hum. I'm not going to cry over a little bit on wheat, but I will cry over losing those seeds, so let's hold on to those in our poorly categorized miscellaneous locker. Still hold on to that pulsar with no good use for it. I should change that. And my bees! My larva for bees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Couldn't hurt to always add more power. There's no downside to running power. Unlocking yet more frog eggs as if I were to care about frog's eggs. Maybe I should, but I don't. And I believe I wanted to start up my super alloys. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pulsar. 1, 2, 3. And let's get making those super rods again. Which of course hit the log net. And there we go, this should start filling up because you're going to drink up my alloys. Which are hopefully being botted over, rapid-like. Yeah, look at all those bots heading over to grab that super alloy. Some fast, some slow. Probably need more bots, but that's okay. A little bit of automation is fine. Mars Convict Man eats 30 honeycombs in one sitting to make room for more honey. I could go for yet more honey. Yeah, they sell... Yeah, you got old coffin dodgers down at market selling their suspicious jars of honey, but I am... Oh god! I'm too thirsty to live! Good thing we're not playing hardcore mode. Passed me by a bit. I know it gives you that little beeping saying that oxygen and water levels are troublesome, but it passes me by so quickly and so easily, because there's always other stuff that's taking up one's mind. Yeah. Dying of thirst right next to all this drinkable water. Madness. It could end up being an issue. Hey, what am I meant to heal myself with? I process all of my food now. It'd be nice if the high quality stuff that we make stacks. How about I just eat you as is? Or I could have eaten honey, couldn't I? I certainly could have. Yeah, the oxygen voice sample, that sticks with you a lot more than beep beep. A little beep beep. Doesn't inspire a lot of drive to survive, does it? Okay, what have I been putting off the need to do? That heat is just going nowhere, and it needs to go somewhere. The problem are those alloy rods. Boy, do you need a lot of alloy rods. But I do have quite a bit of heat multipliers, so it should actually drum up a lot of advancement. This guy right here has got the triple heat booster, and you've got the double pressure booster. So what goes into you right now, anyway? I can get some of that explosive powder back. Get rid of these tier 4 heaters, and endeavor to build 8. Let's endeavor to build 8 of the maximum tier heaters. What is life without ambition? Just ask Cao Cao. Tier 5 heater. Iridium rods. Explosive things. Super alloy rods. Okay, those super alloy rods are going to prove a problem. Just when I thought I was upping production of them, the problem is probably lack of regular super duper alloys. Yeah, I mean, they're being produced, but not fast enough. Although, to be fair, I only just turned this thing on. Also, I have some alloys for you, so take those and make me another one. The explosive powder is perhaps more of an issue. And I should probably make an automated craft. Oh, it's going to use another one of my alloy rods. Okay, fair enough. But I do want explosive powder being made. 2 bits of osmium. Let's give it a go. Oh, another super duper crafter here. Please make me explosive pots. Export them. You should have no problem getting access to all those goods. No problem getting access to all those goods. I don't make enough sulfur, do I? Wait, what? How do you not have access to my iridium storage? That, I guess, is too far away for you. I think I'd look into a mod that improves the reach of these things, but it's probably more about designing your base such that maybe you have all the autocrafters in the center and loads of chests around them. Maybe so. Point is, you don't work here. I need to find where you do work. Really close over to this corner. Because somebody was telling me that they modded up the range of the autocrafter and it caused some severe performance issues. Well, the performance issues, I don't think it said severe, but there we go. And now, and now, and now... Hello, honey home. Agents are go. How about agents demands the explosive powder? Well, do I ever need so much that I want it piling up inside an entire locker? Maybe just what I get in here will be sufficient. Certainly will be for now. Only for now. Two will have to do for now. Two out of the 8 that I wanted. What misery. I do want to compare how they perform to the old one, though. Let's get rid of the very bizarre chip that gets rid of all the lower tier items. The lower tier thing might actually be useful. It's easier to tell where the heaters are because they're all lumped together and they're all visually quite red. Although, so is the food grower. So it's actually doing almost 10 times as much heat. 8 times the heat of the previous one. And it takes the multipliers. So that's bound to be good, right? Just one is better than the previous ones that I had, so imagine a whole bunch of them. Let's heat up this frozen flour. Holy hell, these things are huge! practically making the frostpunk generator here from scratch. Yeah, look at that. Even add some pressure. I wonder if that's made a visual dent into the production of this planet. God, this game needs some bar graphs. I need some Factorio-style production charts. That's the wrong thing to look at. Well, heat is actually moving now. It certainly wasn't moving before, but I still want to make more of those. And the problem is not iridium rodding, the problem is my super alloy rodding. And the problem with that, of course, is the super alloys. And the problem with that is probably just the production of the super alloys, but it might be the drones. Drones have a lot of back and forth work to do. If anything, placing your base next to somewhere that you can mine out super alloys is starting to feel like it would be a priority for setting up a new base. If I run this game again, I'd probably set my base up right here. You got water, you got the super alloys on tap, iridium, uranium. The only thing you're quite far away from is the aluminium, but that's not needed in bulk. Yeah, this seems like a great place to set up. I'm not a big fan of all the desert, but I certainly wouldn't want to set up in the smog of sulfur. The last autumn builders would cry if they saw that. Did Liverpool really need that chance? Yeah, getting there with our GTIs, though. I'd like to go to those far-off planets with the portal generator, but that energy multiplier fuse is demanding quite a bit of me. The amount of money that I need to get those energy boosters is unpleasant, but I don't think I need to do it ultimately. Right, I'm of two minds about enhancing my production of super alloy. I should probably check that it's a production issue and not a logistics issue. After all, I did quadruple the output here. They're all assigned drones, or they're almost all assigned drones. Conveyor belt would certainly help here. Even so, I think we can boost this production comfortably by 50%. And what is needed for these things, I always forget. Osmium bars. Donk donk. Iridium bars. Donk donk. Super alloy bars. Donk donk. That's right, we're using super alloy bars to boost the production of super alloy bars. Unnecessary evil. You see endgame, you just strip mine this and you're figuring out how to tessellate these such that you can get the absolute maximum amount of super alloy extraction. Desecrating this whole area. Worth reminding ourselves that we found a weird thing in here. We gotta run over and have a look at it since we haven't checked it out in quite some time. There was this big ball of energy. Hang on, am I carrying anything? Yeah, we're okay. I think going down into there kills me, but I'm not so sure. Whoever's going to live in this planet's not going to have any resources left. Well, it's going to be pre-mined out for them. Just what they want, right? Besides, maybe it can turn into one of those lovely retirement planets, or... There's a term for it. They're used in Stellaris, right? You can have planets that are just made for people to go and retire to. Pretty much the Portugal of planets. Doesn't do anything useful, but it's just a nice, warm, cozy place to be, so people go there to retire and die. A resort world, thank you. Generic Matt. They know they're Stellaris. I don't, it's not the game for me. I think it's a bit dry of a game. It was not a popular opinion at Paradox, but I did agree with the IGN 6 out of 10. That ruffled some feathers. Hang on, I thought for sure it was over here. Yeah, it's got the same orange glow down here. Maybe there's a passage through here that I missed. Happy Hippie Hippo is putting on a sad face saying they're Portuguese. Wow. Smiling through the tears if you're calling yourself Happy Hippo whilst being Portuguese. There's a way up here, I'm sure. Yeah, when your one contribution to the world is creating Brazil, you know you should just give up. All you are is the rectangle. You are Rectangle Brazil. What the heck is this thing? I have a feeling this thing is very important, but the game is keeping mum about it. The lore talks about all these crashed spaceships, so I'm willing to believe that this is a device that they made to bring down all the ships. But then that begs the question of what do I do with it? And the answer is I don't know. Who are Portuguese, says Rested Pandy. They're as close to Brazil physically and spiritually as a European can be. Oh, that's no laughing matter. Do Portuguese get together and go hoi 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 hoi? Or is that purely a colonial mannerism? Now that we've got a genuine Portuguese here, we can answer this question once and for all. Hasn't every core part of Stellaris been worked over several times at this point? Oh yeah, probably. It's had a lot of hands on it, hasn't it? You need a drink, Jake. Yeah, I could do with one. I got my bottle right next to me. This is not where I want to go. I should get pinned home to the very top. Now we need the food. Right, how's all this looking? Not ready yet, but the other ones appear to have been taken. So good. These are getting log netted away. Whoa! You just took that from me. I want this bean. No. I'm hungry. How much do cookies restore for me? Increase running speed for a small period. I haven't tried that, I suppose. Right, well, checking out that weird floating orb thing surely gave me time to get the super alloys that I super need. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Explosive powder and iridium rods. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Nice to see the iridium just gets flooded back in. We've been sitting on that for quite some time. And my explosive stuff up here. No squashes, 1 eggplant, 1 mushroom. And some beans. Good. I do need beans. I'm glad they back up a bit. 1, 2, 3. Let's get our frostpunk generators going. We've got a whole planet to warm up, not just a little colony. If they hadn't delayed it, I could be enjoying Frostpunk 2 already. But delays have become industry standard now. It's sad, but true. I don't really understand it. Especially out of Paradox. How did I not have the Iridium Rods? I thought I picked up 6 of them. Like, Paradox's one thing was get it out the door. In fact, there was even an internal... Was it even internal? I don't know. But one of the mottos that we had, and we would use it quite often for just affirming our stance on things, was F it, ship it. But they wouldn't say F. And those Swedes... They love to swear in English, but they never swear in Swedish. What's up with that? I guess Swedish doesn't really have any good swear words. Right, are you actually affecting that? I think I need to optimize the location of my optimizers and all this stuff in general. Because if you're not getting your multiplier, then what's even the point? Because currently you do 4.53, and you do 67. There's a huge difference to be had here. The thing is, I do want all of these. They're just so impossibly large. Right. I'm going to migrate you to somewhere a bit better. Where? Swedish swears are great. Nikki is still shaking after I dropped the H word at the meetup. What was it? Hurry up and order our pizzas? Nikki is a baffling man. It's hard to take Swedish swearing seriously, much like it's hard to take the Swedes seriously, because all their talking sounds like singing. But thankfully, I haven't had to listen to Swedish voices in a long time. Not many Swedes come down here to Hungary or Balaton. In fact, I struggle to think if I've heard any. You hear plenty of German here. It's a good bit better. Put the giant drills around that as well. I know, these are tier 4 drills. Do we not have tier 5 by now? Because we've got tier 5 heater. That's a tier 5 drill if ever I saw one. Unfortunately, it uses yet more of those bars that I'm struggling to get my hands on. But the pressure that it exerts is probably far greater. Let's see if we can work towards that. Because I can always liquidate down the alloy that I got into super duper alloy. Case in point. And if there's no space for the osmium, that can also be condensified down. Condensified. Oh, but there's still no space for them. Well, go into my I have too much space for this stuff locker. And I'm going to be making these tier 5 jobs. It's just 2 per, which is cheaper than that. And it needs those osmium rods, funnily enough. How many is going to make? 1, 2, 3. You don't have a 4th one in you, do you? Come on, after I brought you back all that super alloy? Evidently not. And what was it? 3 of those other rods. 1, 2, 3. And I don't even need to grab the ones from outside because they will be automatically brought over. Yeah, the dumping chests is a rather nice touch. I wonder how you can get this big-ass drill by smashing 3 metal sticks together. That's survival crafting genre for you. How's your Hungarian swearing coming along? I don't think I even know 10 words in Hungarian. I don't even think I know... Oh, right, yes. Yes is again. No is nem. I don't know what 1 is. It's probably et. But that's Swedish, isn't it? Harom, I think, is 3. Is ket 2? It's monstrous drills, holy moly. Are they even going to get affected by the booster, though? It would appear... Yes, they are. Yeah, this is a lot made from just smashing a few bits together. I would not be standing here on a dare, far from it. Get me out of there. Can't even get over to it to check its performance. I think that's the number down there. How am I meant to see this thing's performance? I don't know. Well, I know it's getting the boosts, so that'll do for me. If I could just look at its leg and get the numbers, but no. Yeah, performance, like Brawly's power level, is maximum. What happened to having the cute little drills just pointed towards the ground and all was well? I think those days are behind us. Yeah, yes sir, we placed a screen at the bottom of the mega drill. Feel free to inspect. Is the honey backing up still? The honey is still backing up. Why is this? Did I turn off my automated glorious food production? No, it's still being done. And I know we saw some beans earlier. Maybe the... I don't know what to make of it. If I was overproducing on food, then you'd be full of food. As for the beans... Ah, no, we are out of beans. In that case, I really do need more farming, more beans. God, who would have thought this would go so heavy on the farming simulation? It's Graveyard Keeper all over again. Right, well, if honey is the problem, I am more than willing to swallow so much honey for the good of my economy. Because I need the bees, but I should now have the fertilizer to get all of that moving along a bit more swimmingly. You are surplus to requirement. Get out of here. I'll be better off keeping the bee larva for something else. I could shove some honey in here. I am very hesitant to destroy my honey, so I'll just... Oh. Thought I'd put it into a miscellaneous cubby hole, but that's not happening. Okay, how about I just make one? Honey's not exactly a high-value item here, but I have a soft spot for honey, so I won't see it put to waste. But I need a lot more beans. Excuse me there. I need a lot more beans. Which means I need a lot more farms. Which means I need a lot more bees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do we have the fertilizer now? We do. Excellent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Bioplastic nugget need not apply. Oh, that's right. We've got a home for you now, don't we? Didn't I? I thought I made it. Here we go. Although we're not making bio nuggets because we're out of mushrooms. Boy, do I need a lot more seeds. Or I need a lot more farms for my seeds. But now I can do this thing that I want to do. Which is remembering to hold down control when putting down my buildings. Oh, but we need super alloys as well, I missed that. 5 super alloys, if you please. And then you tell me, you can't have that because you keep turning them into bars. And I say, I'll take them anyway. Okay, good, the aluminium holds up just splendidly. That right there is the crux of the matter. I would like to link these things together. No, those won't work together. Oh, I'll make them. We don't really have the space for all these items. In a world in which I do. Perfect. But I didn't want that center part being done. I want to make a perimeter of farms. And hopefully I can slam down... Yes, the autocrafter does need to be put on a platform. What a shame, but we can do that. Maybe. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Right, it works. Barely, but it works. And barely is just good enough. Come on, don't be like that. I think I need them to be tighter. This is going to become a problem if I end up growing these faster than I can process them. There we go. So once more, put them into the log, make cookies, you make chocolate, you make flour. Now there's no way this stuff is currently going to work particularly well since I don't actually make these goods, but there will be a day. And that day will surely be quite soon. Take the flour, take the wheat, take the chocolate, take the cocoa, and actually the flour shouldn't be in you. Wait, why am I not able to interact with this thing? Flour will work better if it's in here. Marginally. Alright, there we go. Now I still need more beans, more squash, more eggplants to make more fertilizer to make more of this, but we're going with it. Have you figured out what the birthday cake's for? I think it had a bonus and described the bonus. Oh no, it just says first birthday cake. Should I make one? Yeah, go on then. Doesn't have the honey, does it? Well, you know what, I can manually make one of these, it's no big deal. Or is it a big deal? Maybe it is, I need a lot more cocoa and things. Okay, perhaps later. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 farms to fill up with goodies. And what do I want? Eggplants, squash, and beans. Wait, I do want the mushrooms or the bio nuggets. There we go. I need the beans to keep up with the honey, of course. Beans, log net. Beans, log net. Mushrooms, log net. Squash, log net. Eggplant, log net. And eggplant, log net. Starting to feel like you could have just made one considerably larger farm, but maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Has that given me enough time to get my hands on more fertilizer for more farms? Because we do still want more fertilizer, more farms. Ah, now we're talking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is also an opportunity to check that my logistics are keeping up with the super alloy. Yes, they are. Which is kind of good news, but I still think I need more super alloy. Are the autocrafters supplying? The only one that needs to supply is the cookie. These ones don't need to give out to the lognet. But this one does give out to the lognet, as it should. Right, super duper alloy. Ah, we just made one, which means we're probably flat broke on the super duper alloy. Nothing stopping me making some more with all this stuff that I have. But I also don't really want to. Probably take longer than just waiting for these. Yeah, maybe a wee bit. No, that would put even more stress on my stressed out bots. The mind boggles at just how large this could overall get. Down, I want my 5 seeds. Do I still want more of these going? If they're not piling up, then I don't have enough of them. So, more mushrooms, more squash, more eggplants, and then maybe I could make a cursory amount of cocoa and flour just so that gets moving a bit. Good enough. It's nice that while working on this, that terraformation index continues to go up. This game does feel good in all the very right ways. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the end, this should have been only for cocoa and flour so that the autocrafters can reach them all. Look at the paltry range on this thing. Pathetic. But then you just want to set up multiples of these, wouldn't you? Half your farm would be half your planet would be agricultural if you wanted to max out that. Maybe algae really is the way forward because you can shove loads of algae in one place. I don't think I got around to automating the algae bacteria sample export, so I think that's the next thing that I will do after I put these down. But first I gotta put these down. Where did I put in all these farms? Here you go. Here's some cocoa. Join the lognet. Here is some wheat. Join the lognet. Here's some eggplants. Join the lognet. Here's some squash. You guessed it. Join that lognet. There we go. Much more food production. Let's actually work on the bacterial production. This is going to need a lot more water, probably, and I never got around to doing the surface water production thinger. So let's try the lake water collection. Collects and filters water from water surfaces. Bio, magnesium, aluminium, super alloy. Let's try 2 of these, shall we? Let's try 1 of these, shall we? Magnesium, aluminium? Yeah. Cool thing about this run, you end up building everything at least once. Not like Factorio, where you just ignore certain things. Alright, let's drink delicious fishy water, maybe? Do I not have a nearer water source? Yeah, this is closer. Delicious puddle water for the puddle water master. So it looks like you produce a fair bit. 100 seconds to produce. Is that really better than these, which I can place anywhere? Yes, it's considerably faster. What are you made of? Did you give me super alloy back? Because if you did, that's pretty hardcore. The difference is the bioplastic nugget, of course. Alright, alright. I don't see any reason to get rid of these things. They're not doing any harm, so you can stay around as long as you're connected to the log net. It'll probably give us all the water we need for the bacterial samples. Speaking of which, I need to make sure you're connected to the log net. Really put a door up here so I can fly up instead of having to come in like so, but the wall is also covered in lockers. Right. So. We get all this algae coming in. But algae is needed in high quantities for the bio stuffing. Well, either way, it's equal part algae and water, so one way or another something has to be transferred around, so I guess I'll just auto-make that over here. I'm not huge on explosive powder these days, so instead please make me bacteria samples. Throw them into the log net. I'll take these explosive powders. Throw them in here. And it should be very easy for you to make lots and lots of those, but it's going to make my bots work very hard. Doesn't matter though, the bots need to be punished, and if we need more bots, I can make more bots, using explosive powder, of course. You now also demand my bacteria sample, but your priority should be slightly lower now. I don't want you demanding these when I have actual production goals that I need to meet. Can't really afford anything of any value, can I? Almost get some multiplier fuses, but those aren't really worth my time. The main thing I'd want is the energy multiplier. Take me with you. Funny thing, Jake, you're always setting your farms up for hauling. You don't have to do that. The bots will get demanded items from them anyway, and the autocrafter will take them because they're in range. Aha. So it's kind of like algae. Is there any purpose whatsoever in putting this into the log net then? Strange that the bots will get these regardless, but oh well. Lovely to see the production going. And as long as I have the fertilizer, they will continue to keep going. Sounds like what I need is just even more super alloy and even more bots to haul the super alloy, so perhaps my next goal should be enhance my number of bots. If you look at that, they're all out there working, many of them just constantly taking super alloys back. I do feel for them. Maybe I really should cut down on their work by making the super alloy rods on site. It would be a lot easier for them, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's what I'll do. That is what I will do. So that means I'm going to get rid of you. I will build you over there, and I will also build a... Oh, you're just so full of honey. Wonderful. I'll need a storage locker for aluminium. Gotta cut down on those bots' work. But I still want more super alloy being ploughed out, so maybe we can make some more ore extractors. 1, 2... Let's get that shoe buckling, shall we? 1, 2... I had a brainwave, and I'm going to act on it. Probably shouldn't do that most times, but this time I will. Is that 3 and 3? And that is 3 and 3. So autocraft over there, storage facility, grab the aluminium, but there's one other thing I want to do. Might be heretical, but I'm going to go to my osmium mine, and I'm going to ransack you, the production multiplier fuse. Very powerful, very mine. And then we go back to not the obsidian mine, although this thing has barely been necessary, has it? Obsidian's not needed in vast amounts. Super alloy mine. have our super mining operation. Donk and donk. Get me super... no! Get me super alloys. Shove it into the log net. Get me pictures of Spider-Man. Put them into the Daily Bugle log net. And then slam down the Machina Optimizer. And make all of these things work harder. Have you ever thought about that? Just work harder. We're going to get tons of the stuff, which is all well and good, but I do also need it refined. And yeah, I keep forgetting this. The auto builder, for some reason, needs to be put on a platform. Never really understood why. Do we have any iron kicking about? Could have just teleported back home and got some iron, but I thought I could get some on site. I thought correctly. Oh, hello. Yeah, big hello. Rockets are still very desirable. Platform. Here we go. On the platform goes a storage locker. The storage locker demands aluminium at a fairly high priority. And we can have our auto crafter. This auto crafts my super alloy rods and shoves those into the log net. Thing of beauty. And you should have access to 8 8 ore miners. 2, 4, 6, 8. Also these common larvae for some reason. This game is in early access for how long? This kind of reminds me of Subnautica. Oh yeah, this game copied Subnautica's homework plentifully. Well now. Should be satisfied with that, and yet I'm not. I want more. I need more. I need more bots. What are needed for bots again? We don't settle for tier 1s anymore. Explosive powder, circuit boards, super alloys. Funny that. Hey, would you look at that? I got some super alloys. Let's try and make 10 of these guys. Can I dump these goods? I know the rod providers demand them, fertilizer demands. I don't think mutagen has demands. I don't really want those seeds, and I don't have demands for them. Seeds, 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna forget, so please remind me. What do I need for these rockets? These drones? Gonna need the rocket parts. And I'm not so hot at making those anymore. What's needed for you? I should have all these goods, no problem. Where's my on-demand auto-maker thing? I have you set on food constantly. Didn't I fill you up with all this honey? It's the beans, isn't it? Oh, maybe you didn't have space for that? If I take away all of this, are you going to start making it again? Ooh, that doesn't seem to make sense. Why does it not prioritize what was already inside it? Well, I shouldn't overthink it. Take that back. Give me another on-demand auto-crafter, please. On-demand auto-crafter is super alloy rod and 2 bits of osmium. At this point, I'm inspired to just make a whole new base. 1, I'm not going to do that this late into the run. And 2, well, it's not a reason not to, but it's a lot more appealing to pack up and move when you actually have bots and automation. Before that, oh, the pain. Oh, the very much pain. Right, rocket engines. How many of those can you make me? I want 10. Well, I want 9 out of you right now. Apparently you don't want to make any of them, probably because... Actually, I don't know why you wouldn't make them. Iridium rod, uranium, you should have everything needed for them. It's probably because the storage locker is a bit too far away. Could I expand a little touch? I think I could. It would give me a bit more space for auto building if I put it over here. I just need to expand this out by 2 little touches, and maybe I can do it by a bit more than 2 little touches. If I do the big area, it's triple iron. And probably triple titanium. I wasn't reading very closely, but I think it is. And then... No, it doesn't like going into the ground the way that it does. I could shove more of you here. Not sure if I want that. Relatively sure I don't want that. Let's just do Lebensraum and... You know what? One extra piece is plenty. No need to get greedy. Yeah, above is another idea. Making a tower might be a good idea. But no, I need auto-crafters that can access all of these. So, over here it goes. Auto-crafter or auto-crafters, one will do for now. Point is, make me rocket engines. That's what I'm talking about. You can have your goods back. The drip feeding of money, it's so sad. But with a lot of setup and a lot of rockets, I'm sure that's going to go to the moon. Agents. Mutagen is still an agent. I will need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I almost think I'd planned that. I hadn't, but looks like I did. We'll need some raw uranium, unprocessed. That's strange. Why is that so down? Is it because we used 2 in order to make the engine? Yes, it is because we used 2 to make the engine. Alright, that's quite enough out of you, thank you. We have 2 extra rocket engines. Well, this will not fly. If we can have more, we shall have more. What's your problem? It's probably now too far away from the sulfur. But the sulfur's right here. Ah. Sounds like I need to enhance the sulfur mining. Remember when that was a linchpin? I remember. Anyway, never mind that. Mind making the drone. Wait a second. It's not uranium that it's needed, it's circuit boards. I just thought it was uranium because it was green. Do I have the circuit boards? I still don't think I've actually made any circuit boards for myself. We've certainly had the circuit boards for myself. Auto-crafting saves time, they say. I'm not so sure anymore. It scales a lot better. That much is for sure. Do I dare to go and extract more sulfur? The answer is yes. So, I think I'll just triple my sulfur consumption, or sulfur production, and then call it a day. 2, 2, and 2, and 6. I didn't make a teleporter for the sulfur mines, did I? Absolutely not, because they're really close by. Really close by, it's over here. In my head, I still had them out in the old place. Maybe that's too close. Nah, it means that my beloved bots barely need to do any work. That said though, this is prime farming location. Could I not migrate it over a little bit, like even to here? No, I like the idea of the bots not having to work very hard to get this stuff. It's also quite trivial to change out for anything else. Right, get me that sulfur into the log net. Get me that sulfur into the log net, and that problem is solved. The whole game ends before automation gets to pay anything back. Yeah, that's probably my biggest problem with automation taking so long to arrive into the game. I feel like we're at the end game already. Look at that, the extraction platform unlocks at just 5 times our current terraformation index, which is admittedly growing very slowly, but I feel like animals are going to bump that up something massive. Currently there's not a lot for me to continue to add. Well, I'm sure there is, but nothing's coming to mind. Eat my beans while the going is good. You will continue to make me that. I did make a home for rocket engines here, didn't I? Oh, hang on, I've been making them. Uh-huh. Okay. Right. Well, with that being the case, what's left to do? Animal shelter unlocks before too long. My amount of animals is pathetic because I've not really been paying attention to the fish. They've been a bit of a scutter to make. But maybe I should be considering them. Animals fed with this. Don't know why we get that before we even have access to the animal stuff. I say I like the unlocks because it drives you to continue working on this, but the unlocks just seem so weird. So strangely spaced out as well. We get a lot of unlocks for things we can't even use because we haven't done another unlock. Still, getting the animal shelter will give us the animals, and then the animals will surely boost up the sheer girth of biomass. Insects have stopped budging. I think the animals are the ones that are letting the team down over here. As for this though, as usual, oxygen is king. If I just had more trees... Hang on. Since trees are doing all of the work, why don't I just have a lot more trees? Probably because a lot of them are eating a whole bunch of oxygen multipliers. It would be hard to follow up with that, but maybe there's still space for more of that. I'm going to double check my trees. How many rockets have you launched? Not enough. We could definitely be launching more. Where did I put my tree jubs? These are still the mysterious flower spreaders. And there's no reason to remove them from operation, but where are my trees? Maybe I can't see the tree planters for the trees. Ah, here we go. Hard to see, but I've got 1, 2... 1, 2, 3... Is that 4 of them or 5 of them? I really can't see them for all the trees. There we go. Can't tell if that's 4 or 5. Looks like 5. But we know we can have more than 5. We could have 8 and still benefit from the boosters. And yeah, this is probably why. Oxygen, plant, oxygen. If I built 3 more of those, that would boost up oxygen yet more. The trouble is they're using those awesome seeds, which are a massive booster. Can I make more? They got these tree seeds here, but I only have 1, and it's not a very good multiplier. It's far lower than the ones that I already have. But can I synthesize a new one? What that bacteria stuff is doing. It's overflowing, that's probably a good sign. And the fertilizer, similarly growing and flowing, also a good sign. But the trees, the trees, the trees, the trees. Ferox tree is the best I can do. Mutagen and tier 2 mutagen. I can do these things. Where's my on-demand crafter? You there. Enough of the explosive powder. How are you at making mutagen? Not good. Why? You're probably too far away from some of these things. That or my sulfur is still a problem. The sulfur is probably still a problem. It'll take a while for it to catch up with my demand needs. Oh hum. Maybe I don't need to care about the trees that much. so easily dissuaded. Alright, stick on the explosive powder for now. I don't think what I can meaningfully do to boost things up then. Is your current sulfur locked demanding sulfur? Current sulfur locker demanding sulfur. It absolutely is demanding sulfur. And I am producing sulfur, it's just sulfur gets used for the fertilizer. And not the nugget though. But yeah, it's swiftly getting eaten up in fertilizer, which also gets turned into fertilizer too. But it's okay, it is being produced. That is not the question. I wonder if any of these goods are going to be backing up. Everything's working though, that's got to be a good sign. And we are crawling our way closer to those mammals. Which is good, because I do not want to faff around with frogs and fish. Maybe more frog ponds, yeah. Maybe I can, since I already have the larvae set up and such, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. What makes the animals then? Is it the little ecosystems? No, those make the larvae. I think it is the frog ponds. I'll check and see. This is why I would love something in the game that says it's producing this much towards your animals. The same that we have with the energy breakdown, but for animals. Actually, is the only thing I have that produces animals the... No, I said it was big bio thing. Right. Got these fish eggs in here, and they're giving me a rather paltry amount of animals. 400 grams, and it's such an eyesore. I should probably be focusing more on putting fish in the water. This makes considerably more animals and has a much lower footprint, and it just needs those fish eggs. That's probably what I should be doing. I've been neglecting the animals a lot. What does it take for those things? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Clear out the list and check out my fish farm. Needs a bunch of things. I also need to make sure that I actually have the fish bits for it. Where do I keep my fish? Do I even have fish types? I got larvae here. I got honey here. I've got the plankton things. One of those is needed for the fish farm. Which one? That is. Alright, let's try and make 5 fish farms if we can. Requires bio nuggets though. Where the heck are my bio nuggets? Why are you not making me bio nuggets? Mushrooms, silicon, and water bottle. I bet you are slightly out of range of the silicon. Because you're over there and the silicon is over there. Oh no. Could be drowning in bio nuggets right now. Yeah, the range on this thing is paltry. There we go. Quit faffing around. I need those bio nuggets. That's what I'm talking about. We'll probably always make sure these things work at least once after setting them up. And of course, enter the log net. Right, those bio nuggets will be done. I also need silk. A lot of silk. Dilk. I think I keep my silk over here. There we go. But what about those fish eggs? Did I ever figure that out? How do I make fish eggs again? Are those made here in the incubator? They are made in the incubator. And it requires things that I have access to. Alright, I should have been on this ages ago. I need C-type, tier 2, and fertilizer. Tier 2 needs sulfur. Ain't that a problem? Yeah, because the sulfur keeps getting eaten up. By the fertilizer, of course. It's weird that the planet has more animals and insect biomass than plants, and is still producing oxygen by some miracle. Yeah, the numbers get mad. I wonder how hot you can make the planet. Can we make it as hot as the sun? I struggle to think of a reason that we could not. Alright, do I have a less aggressively resource-intensive fish that I can make? No, they're all quite demanding. Demanding on my sulfur. Tier 2 needs a tier 1 mutagen, honey and larva. Alright, I think I need to temporarily disable you, so you stop eating up my sulfur. Let the sulfur back up a bit. I'll need my bio nuggies. Quite a lot of them. I can at least go out and build these fish farms. Right over here, where I pull my water from. There you are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we actually need to populate them with fish, get those animal numbers up. Yeah, I'm always hesitant on anything that requires incubation, because it feels like so much work. You go, okay, I'm going to make something. And then it's like, oh, it needs this, and this needs this, and that needs this. It's a lot of work. If you just have the ingredients, just let me slam the button and take it all, please. Well, yeah, sulfur's going to take some time. Maybe I should grab it at the source. Give myself higher priority than the bots. I didn't have to leave some sulfur backed up anywhere, did I? No, I don't want to go and grab it from the ground like a plebe. So, I want to make these. The type C plankton, easy to get. I've already been stockpiling plenty of you. The fertilizer, we've also got stockpiled. I know I could recycle some fertilizer into sulfur. Don't particularly want to do that though. There's usually fish in the plankton gatherers. Really? I don't think I've seen that, and I've had these plankton gatherers for quite some time. Also, you can't open them. Unless there's another... Hold on, you said plankton gatherer, not algae. Ooh, would you look at that? They are baseline fish, though. I'm not so keen on base fish. I want super mega upgraded fish. What do fish get? The fish get turned into mutagen, actually, if I recall. And I might actually be recalling that well. That would save me a wee bit. Unfortunately, recycling cannot be automated. So we go in, we push the button, we go in, we push the button, we go in, we push the button. And rinse, and or repeat. And then we end up with all this stuff. Just give it all to me. And what did that get us? A lot more plankton, but it got us fertilizer and tier 3 mutagen. That's a pretty big deal. Sadly, tier 3 mutagen is not what we need for the kinds that we're trying to make here. Although if I was less fussy, I could make the Ulani fish eggs. How desperate am I for that tier 2 mutagen? Losing out on a 50% bonus? Maybe not on my watch. Ew. No use for all this plankton A. Bacteria samples, how quickly they fade away. Alright, I will be slightly less fussy then. I will just go for these ones since we have all the bits needed. C3 and fertilizer. C3 and fertilizer, and then we do the most enjoyable part, which is wait. Because this can't be automated for some reason. I suppose if I was thinking about this from the get-go, I would have made a far larger lab with many incubators, so I could just go blip, 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 and then by the time they're done, I go back to the first one. I assume you can't do demand on this because it would fill up with one of the goods rather than all three equally, although I don't know about that. Isn't mutagen 2 used in making tier 3? No. However, the other goods for mutagen 1 are... An unwatched incubator doesn't sequence, as the old adage goes. It can be automated. For one, it needs to be activated. Oh, it cannot be automated, yeah. Such is my fear. At least while you do this, the factory continues to produce. Although I wonder if that sulfur is ever going to back up for me. Certainly is getting used in something. But what? Oh, right, my explosive powder is still active. Bio nuggets are backing up, though. Mammals soon. A certain German, Spanish, Japanese guy is getting overly excited. Especially since we can sequence whatever we want. Maybe we want it to have hooves. Maybe we want it to have a horse-like body, but with a more human torso. I was trying to scour my head for more biological academic terms, but it wasn't coming. This is not my forte. Homo sapien, probably. Yes, that was the unspoken joke, Naffle, but now that you've said it, it's not funny in the slightest. Right. Gosh, sequencing is no fun. But still, getting some results is rather nice. I have long been ignoring the animal production. We could launch more rockets, more multipliers is certainly another way to bring things up faster. I don't think I ever launched an animal rocket. Did I ever get access to it? I'm not keen enough frog displayer. No, we don't have animal rockets. Still got insect spreader rockets. And there's also oxygen, since oxygen is one of my larger... Wait, do we have an oxygen grower? Global generation, seed spreader, plant rocket, plant multiplier. There it is, oxygen. Mutagen, tree, bacteria, rocket. I could launch a lot of these. Wouldn't be a big deal. Such a big sea for all the thousands of tons of fish to swim in. Yeah, the amount of fish is quickly going to dwarf the mass of the water. But what was it someone was saying? We have 128 kilotons of biomass. But the animals are almost outstripping the plants, so how do we get oxygen? If the animals do outstrip them if you count the insects. Maybe they're synthesizing their own oxygen somehow. These are alien life forms after all. Let's not judge how they operate. Judge not lest ye be judged. But that's okay if you don't mind being judged. I don't mind being judged. Jings, you couldn't do this business if you weren't into that. But that's okay. I always enter these streams and I say what I say, imagining that my mother might be listening. Which sometimes she is. She does tune into my streams every now and then. Generally only for games that interest her, and that's generally just Zelda. But she's there, watching, waiting. They don't, it's tons versus kilograms. Well, I'll be... kilotons, kilotons, tons. The insects versus the plants is still a scary ratio, but maybe we'll change that when we get some mammals going. Yeah, I would like to boost animals with a rocket, but we have not got that unlocked yet, do we? Do we? Wait, there it is. Why have I not noticed this? I even went up to see if there was an animal rocket and I didn't see one. Was I looking right at it? It's quite possible that happens a lot in my life. Looking at something, realizing I can't see it. There we go, and it was the genetic traits that were needed. Oh, I've wanted this for a long time. Baffling that you can't untick these just by clicking on them. You always have to fill them up and then delete them, or find the thing and delete it. Anyway, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do a few of those if I can. Just a couple will massively boost my animal production. Food levels low. Do we have the beans? Of course we have the beans. We have so many beans that I need more rockets to bring more of my food to outer space to get myself more credits. But later. I don't think credits are a big deal right now. Right, genetic sequencing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 rockets will do me just fine, but what about 3 rockets? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The size ones seem to be common, so I'll take those. And what are those? That looks like a rod. Probably an osmium rod. 1, 2, 3. Rocket engines. 1, 2, 3. And that looks like mutagen tier 2. Or is that tier 4? I think it's tier 4. Is absolutely tier 4, which needs mutagen tier 1, which, okay. Can we do all these things? Is such a thing possible? You there, bio nugget creator. Cease your bio nugget creation. Make me some mutagen, please. 1... I think I'll need 2 of these. That's a good sign. Make me tier 4, please. Whilst you're doing that, I have animals to continue to gestate. Well, it's not gestation here, is it? Gestation is a mammal thing. 1, 2, 3, good enough for me. Cease what you're doing, get back to making bio nuggies. Don't know why I have a blitz fertilizer, get out of here. Alright, we are good to go. Sulfur, hey, it's starting to pile up again, that's a good sign. A good sign to reactivate my fertilizing. And ditch the tier 3 mutagen. Why do I even have it? I don't know. Alright, this should really help the animals take off. The fishy ones, at least. Yeah, Earth is just really starved for cookies. It's the year 3000. Earth is probably such a mess. Alright, you know how this works. Poorly, because I forgot to bring myself 2 more genetic traits. But there goes the rocket. It's now teaching the animals how to reproduce better. 2 more genetic traits, please. Give me just colors. Hyper wealthy head in the jar for this planet, yeah. Don't blame him. Like I was saying, we're making a Portugal planet. That's because it needs 6, not 5. That's when my count was off. I have one of my species ones. Ah. I think somebody early on told me, wow, fish are fun. Very early into this run. And in a mocking way, so I was quite certain it meant that fish are very not fun. Oh boy, you're right. Now, how are you producing for me? It still only says 400 odd animals, so I'm guessing that... Oh, finally! The rare larva blueprint means I can actually bring rare larva into a locker. Amazing! Unfortunately, I've just got base larva as one thing, but still. Demand the rare larva, please. Lovely jubbly. Boldly go where no fish have gone before. Get a scaling of this lake here. It's not that small, right? They can swim through this part, get over to this far larger area. And then they can swim up here and along here. It's much larger. They're still going to take it over, but maybe some of them will evolve to make their way up here. And they get into this other area of water. The fish had to evolve to get onto land at some point. I'm simply encouraging their growth. It's nice not to have oxygen troubles anymore. Although we can still swim and then need oxygen. Or they'll evolve cannibalistic tendency. Yeah, so how does that actually evolve? I'm assuming that's an evolutionary trait at some point. Are there any... Maybe another question is, are there any animals... Are there any meat-eating animals, carnivores or omnivores, that do not ever resort to cannibalism? Like, they would sooner die than do cannibalism. I can't think of any, but this is, as I say often, not my forte. Feel oxygen taking the biscuit here. But there, the animals are looking a whole lot better. Can't wait for land mammals. I've seen bigger flats in London. Do certain people count? No, we're talking species. Even deer are known to eat chicks. Can we see some mammals? We're working on it. As soon as terraformation index reaches 1 point something, we'll get mammals. 1.25 and I can get the animal shelter going, and I assume that's when this reaches where it needs to be. Not bad growth. I think I've largely got everything I need. Maybe I should be working more on my cookie economy. That's going to require more space launches. Sadly, that needs a lot of space, and even sadder, all these trees are taking up space. I should have put the tree things further away. I want this space. And these trees are cramping my style and causing horrible things for the stream. And I keep getting lost as to where the tree spreader is. Here we go. It's weird that you want these close together in order to maximize this bonus, but you want them spaced out or else you just cause tree mayhem. I'm going to put these far away where they can't hurt me. And then just whip away the trees go as well. Goodbye, trees. You will slightly be missed, but only slightly. Space the rest of you. Right, where are we going to put trees? Somewhere that they cannot hurt me, because I might want this space. I do want this space. A lot of herbivores are opportunistically carnivorous. Free protein is free. Free is my favorite kind of free. So we've already got trees over here, so we're not going to... We are probably not going to want this land for building so much anyway, but hills are probably for the best. I don't want to build on hills in general. Unless I'm doing my next Caesar 3 map, Mixed Priorities. Alright, this should do me just fine. Where's that multiplier, first and foremost? Wimp. Take these. And I should go and grab the other multiplier while I'm at it. Weren't you finished with this game, Jake? Ha ha ha, says Crypt123. Ha ha ha. Anyway, I'm not done with this game, but I have a feeling that the ending is close at hand. Once we have land mammals, I think our terraformation index will skyrocket, and at 5.0, I'm pretty sure that's game, set, and match for the game, because we build the equivalent of the Subnautica rocket ship to get off this hellhole. Now we can return to London, which may or may not be where we're from. Well, no, that wouldn't be right. We're Canadian, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's a London in Canada. The colonies love to use the old world names. What do you think New York is based off of? Nothing that wrong with Old York. Yes, there is a fake London, says Sudazima. It's probably better than the real London. I've been to London 2 or 3 times. I don't plan on making it 3 or 4 times. Ah, crumbs, that other optimization machine doesn't show up unless I remove this chip, place you down, put the chip back in, and smack in that plant multiplier. Now, giant tree spreader. Take the trees. What? No, don't drop the tree on the ground. Perhaps you, since you're more segregated from the others, you should take the crappy tree. These awesome trees have been a big boon, that 1200% oxygen generator. Huge. It's a lot of parts per trillion oxygen. Anyway, get to it, now you're out of my way. There's not much to see in London, Ontario, unless you're a fan of trees and old brick buildings from the 1900s. Is that old? Silly Jake, that's not how seeds work. You don't just throw them on the ground. I've been wrong all this time. Okay, if I want to expand my interplanetary cookie business, I need to build more launch platforms. Fortunately, they're quite easy to build, and they don't need further upkeep. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. The other things needed. That's the wrong kind of launch platform. I need the trade launch platform. Trade rocket. Still easy, thankfully, because I've been very good at making these super alloy rods. And pretty good at making uranium rods, apparently. And okay at stockpiling rocket engines and not very much building them myself. But now we have the Factorio problem. I need green chips. So you stop doing that and start making green chips. I should have all the things you need for it. Oh yeah! Right, you get on that. As for my explosive powder, I don't need that on an industrial scale yet, but there may yet come a day. You're still an agent then. Poor Americans thinking 100 years is old. The colonies. A lot of overdue taxes from the colonies. The methane does get taken, but I have a funny feeling I still scrap a lot of my methane in here. I don't need to scrap anymore if I just set them up for dedicated production. It'll save my bots a bit of work. But I don't care that much about it. Mammals are the main focus very soon. I give him my chips. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and I want another 1, 2, 3. And then I might as well let you pile up since I'm clearly out of chips. Now, the space platform question. I obviously want it close to everything, since it needs a lot of bots working with it. But are you going to link up? The answer is yes! Splendid. Huge, big, chunky buildings, and I'm glad to see they actually do link. You, however... Oh, you will up. That's good. This is better than good. It's not half bad. There we go. And now we simply make sure that you all take... Well, you're already set there, but I want you to take my... Oh god, what was it? My bacteria samples, my fusion things... He's squinting now. There you are. Fusion cells, bacteria, my cookies, cocoa, chocolate. Where are the cookies? Cookies. Why can't I see the cookies? I don't doubt that they're there, but where are they? I'll take the high quality food while we're at it. You oversaturated the cookie market. No, no, everyone wants my cookies, but where the heck are they? I'm gonna see them and I'd be like, how did I look over that 4 times? Actually, I'm not seeing them at all. Where are the cookies? You demand cookies, right? Yeah. Help me out here, chat. Where are the cookies? Where are the video games? Alright, do you want cookies? Okay, well, I'll take the high quality food, take the fusion energy cell, take the bacteria samples, take the high quality food, fusion generator, bacteria samples. How baffling. Look at these cookies. Oh, it treats every single plant as a storage place. How bizarre. Oh well, the squashes are here to be enjoyed. I will enjoy my squashes. In fact, it looks like I'm backing up on a lot of these things, but that's all the more reason to expand the production, isn't it? Or is it? My focus is more on mammals in just a moment. Maybe I should start thinking about what I need to get those mammals going. Actually, that's hard to say. I have no idea. Because whilst it's the next unlock, I don't get to know what is needed for them. Making a value here. There's a tier 4 jetpack once I have a kiloton of animals. Working our way towards that. And that's the final unlock in the biomass. The list here makes me think there would be other things here on my planet crafting. Maybe they intended for more. It just seems weird to have this long list that could have so many tabs and only have 2 of them. Good to see the food economy is going strong. Those beans of mine will be put to use. I actually worry that I might end up backing up on bee larvae, which is a scary thought. But I'll end up without places for them to go. Little bees. Maybe we should put down more of my gardens while the going is good. Make more of the cookies. Alright, outdoor farm. Let's make 5 more of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Delicious water. Wow! I'm smoking my way through that water. Looks like I'm going to need more water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. More water generating. And I will do exactly that, but after I have my farms. Super alloy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's nice seeing the production just taken care of. I also need 5 seeds. Are there any of my base things here that I want more of? Maybe another batch of beans. Now I feel really bad about ditching seeds, because I think later on in the game you want umpteen seeds, and I don't know if there's a way to get more of them. Surely there is. I guess you do that teleporting into distant wrecks. That's probably a way for the game to tie up loose ends in that regard. What about the cocoa and wheat? Cocoa, cocoa, wheat, wheat. Slight problem. You can't reach them all, can you? Maybe if I try hard. 1, 2. Curse those stones. Hang on, hang on. It kind of liked it. There we go. 3, 4. Negative. Be nice if there was a way to just get rid of those rocks. Alright, you think you're all in range? I have my doubts. I have my severe doubts. Probably means that I should make all the cocoa stuff be closer. Alright, well that seems actually quite trivial to do. I just peel these out and put these in. Sure, I lose some progress, but that's not so much of a big deal right now. These further away ones, which we have now been taught that we don't need to shove into the log net. Just get whatever. What else did I even build? You? Hell yeah, it's you. Whoops, that's not how we plant seeds. Put it into this weird water spurter. You think that's the best way to water this area? I feel like we could do some kind of more hydroponic setup, but on the other hand, what's to say this isn't? I just imagine it would be submerged in super nutrient water. I feel like this is a great way to lose a lot of the moisture because it'll get carried off in the air. Wouldn't work on a windy day either. I'm just trying to imagine this setup in Scotland. It's just a way to piss off the neighbours. Hey, your water blow's gone sideways, Ken. Ah, you soaked me. Alright, Moira, I'll get it sorted. I wouldn't get it sorted. Yeah, I'm a washing. Friend of mine was doing his laundry, and the neighbour just started a bonfire. All his clothes stank of smoke afterwards. He was livid. But I was laughing. A lot. Is nitrogen the issue here? No, the bioplastic nuggets are the problem here. Okay, don't keep making that. Make explosives or something. I don't think my need for circuitry is going to be that high going forward. Does Scotland even need sprinklers? Doesn't it rain most of the year? Correct, it does rain most of the year in Scotland. Hasn't been much of a summer this year. I was back there in, when was it, May? It rained almost every day I was there. It was miserable. I mean, the trip in general was, it was something. Wet, for one. I think the yearly rainfall in Scotland isn't actually that much. Because we don't get torrential rain. But we just get constant drizzle. It's a miserable country in that regard, and many other regards. Scotland's a world leader in a lot of things. Drugs, obesity. Well, maybe that's not a world leader. Probably a Euro leader, though. May is not summer. No, it certainly isn't, but it hasn't improved much. Hey, we got Dark Young right there who can confirm. He says it's been getting warmer and warmer. Brits are never happy. We thrive on unhappiness. Yeah, you know that feeling. I could tweak some more things to bump up the terraforming, but it's so close to getting animals. I don't really want to do anything else. Tell you what I can do. I can take a water break. I have been needing one. I'll be right back. I'm pretty sure it's not Wednesday, Hentai-Dad. If it were Wednesday, I'd be playing Caesar 3, and I'm not playing Caesar 3. I was just about to say I'm quite sure it's Thursday, but now I'm not sure about that. I think it's Friday. Because I didn't play Caesar 3 yesterday either. Just basing all of my time around Caesar 3. Yeah, there we go. It is indeed Friday, Battle Unit. Better not be Wednesday. I don't want to work tomorrow, says Shamro. Well, there was that extra work day in Hungary. I didn't go out to see if that was really a thing. Were people working hard? Yeah, when was that? Yeah, that was last week, Saturday the 3rd. 4 and a bit hours till quitting time. Yeah, so in Hungary they've got this extra work day. Or at least my calendar says that there's an extra work day to make up for the days off that they get across the year. They've got to work an extra Saturday. Madness. I'm glad to see the animals boosting up. Perhaps what I could do is fire off another few rockets or so, but would anything make much of a difference at this rate? I would make 2... Wait, of course, I wanted more oxygen. If my oxygen is doing so much work, why don't we have the oxygen do a lot more work? Yes, just work harder. Well, get on out there. Give me the money. Oxygen spreading requires, a bunch of stuff. Man. There we go, just trying to sort this list out, because for some reason you can't click on this to sort it, you have to add and unadd other bits. Right, it's the mutagen bacteria sample tree bark. Very easy to make, actually. So we should endeavour to make it. I should launch as many as I have rockets for. Many more than I have rockets for. I want rockets, please. No, not more of those. Rockets, please. Whilst you're making rockets, I'll dump the agents into the agent's locker. And also while you're making that, I will consider the other things that I need. I need bacteria samples. Maybe you could stop adding those to the log net, just temporarily, so I can grab a bunch of them. Because I also need mutagen. Is that just tier 1 mutagen? It is just tier 1 mutagen. And that also needs bacteria samples and sulfur, but the sulfur should be backed up by now. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, there we go. Make a bunch more while you're at it. I'll also grab the super duper alloy. Well, I could make a bunch of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 4, 6, 8. Get rid of 2 of you. Down comes the super alloy meteorites. Exciting time to be alive. Of rare use for tree bark. We do not often see tree bark getting... Hang on a second. These are old crappy larvae. We've got much better larvae by now. There we go, have better butterflies. Not sure that insects can be even a splash in the pan, but there it is. Nitro. Give me the tree bark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tree bark. Thought I told you to stop giving this out. Why are you not able to make more bacterial samples for me? We have algae. Ah, it was water, and I was meant to make more water, and I didn't make more water. Okay, I might be able to solve this crisis with elegance. Give me back my bacterial samples. But perhaps more to the point, I need to make those water creators. Okay, water creation is... here. Ugh, it needs bioplastic nuggets. And I don't have a lot of those. I might have to make the atmospheric water collectors then. Fortunately, those are much easier to make, much easier to spam in general. Oh well, even so... I need... Let's see... I'll make the water collector first. That looks like magnesium. And aluminium. Take even more of the water that the poor fish are trying to get access to. Very surface water, that's grim for drinking. And then a whole bunch of atmospheric collectors. That needs iron. 1, 2, 3. Let's make 4 of them, I guess. 4 iron. No silicon! How can this be? That's because the silicon's getting eaten up by the bio nuggets, isn't it? Yeah, that's a problem. Okay, but it's a solvable problem. You there. Don't get sulfur, get silicon. You as well. This is a bigger problem. Low on silicon, what a thought. And I don't have any backed up over here. Terrifying thought. I don't think that newly enabled trade rocket is going to take off unless you unload and load one item. I guess not. August 20th is a national holiday, that's a day off. But you just work on a different day. How strange. Are you Hungarian then, metaphors bad? Do you understand the workings of this country? Because I don't, but I don't need to understand it to enjoy living here. It's not what I'm about. Okay, I should probably turn off my silicon consumer, or else there's never going to be silicon again. What's the problem with the silicon? Silicon problem is you. Yeah, sorry. The bioplastic nuggets are great and all, but I've got to work on this. Sadly, yes. Ah, don't be sad about it. The grass is always greener, right? If you're in a country, you're always going to think this other country is greater. And if you don't think that, then you're probably brainwashed. To me, I think Hungary is great. And I have plenty of people telling me that it's not great. Plenty of people that don't live here telling me that it's not great. So I wonder what planet they're on. Given that I have bioplastic nuggets and not sulfur, maybe I should just take that to make another one of the surface water grabbers. It's not till you've left Sweden then you realize how great it was. No. No. I don't think so. Sweden certainly has great parts, but not for me. If I ever find myself back in Sweden, it'll be too soon. I miss the whiskey bar in Sweden, and I miss my whiskey bar drinking friends. And that's about it. If I had a family, I'd probably care about the quality of life stuff, but I don't have, well, I don't have dependent family. I wasn't born in a test tube, for all I know. Come on, we need the bacteria samples. And the water need is dire. Come to think of it, I need water, but we'll give that a little bit. Not squeeze water out of my beans or something. Ew. Well, disabling the silicon is actually giving me this option. 3 silicon, 3 magnesium, 3 cobalt, 3 aluminium, and I already have the super alloy. At least this keeps us occupied whilst we wait for the mammals. You can certainly see why... Hang on, how did I miss one bit of aluminium in all of that? At least we see why the surface water collector is superior. It doesn't take up such a magnificent amount of space as the atmospheric water collector. And I see where the aluminium went. It went to the surface water collector. Didn't even realize it needed aluminium. Alright, there you go, and I assume this needs to be log netted. If it has an inventory, it needs to be log netted, I assume. Lognet, 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 lognet. Lognet is logistical network. That might seem obvious, but I didn't realize that's what it meant for an embarrassingly long amount of time. Okay. Maybe now. Unfortunately, all the bacterial samples that I made need to be turned into mutagen. That just needs methane and sulfur. I guess I'll just make that myself. Sulfur, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I keep my methane downstairs. Although it's probably backed up in here. Well, there's one of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's get mutagenic. Not with you, though. But with you. Brrr. Animal shelter is here. Alright, let's get this rocket launched and on we go. I feel like I have a little bit more tree bark than needed. Be gone, bark. No, it's not, because I'm trying to make 8, not 6. Let's settle for 6 now that I've gone and gotten 6. Which means I just need 4 more samples. Means I can save the rockets for later. Three, and 3, and 3, and 3. 3, 3, 3, 3. Good. Then I just need 4 more bacteria samples, and we're off to enormously increase our output of oxygen. So what's the parts per million oxygen in Earth? And at what point would it become a problem of too much oxygen? Because I can't help but feel that we could keep riding these numbers until it becomes a very, very big problem. Okay, algae is not the issue here. Water is. Come on, water producers. Work harder and smarter. We're at about 200,000 parts per million. That's quite a lot. Quickly quench my thirst, so I can do that just by slurping on the ground here. I need this water. Also, why can't I just grab a fish and eat it? Come on, I'm hungry. Want some sushi? Never eaten a butterfly, not to my knowledge at least. I thought their wings were coated in something that's got an irritant for humans. This is exactly what I feared. Bee larvae piling up. I want to try something with a bee larva. Something nasty. What if I shove you into the recyclotron? Mutagen. Mutagen type 1. Interesting, because I can feed the mutagen back in. And then I'll get the bacteria sample that I need. Also some sulfur. Also some methane. Wow, those bee larvae really have their uses, don't they? If only there was a way to automate the recycling, I could actually turn bee larvae into money by shipping off the bacteria samples, but that's a pipe dream. Yeah, ripped the bee out of the larva. It just was not ready. Ooh, that even gives me an uncommon larva, which could be useful for other things. Interesting. Oh, right. I probably shouldn't put it in here because it's not used for supply. This is used for supply. Right. Rockets to launch and then animals to rear. Give me that, and the rest of these go out. At some point, O2 concentration would cause massive fires. Oh, that's cool. Well, maybe not if you're in California, but if you're anywhere other than California, large fire is usually good news. Spread my seeds. Go, my pretties. No, get away. Here we go. The hatches are open. Oh boy, that Terra token gained pop-up must get really annoying if you're into the late game, constantly firing off rockets for money. At some point you'd probably stop just to stop hearing that that ping noise. Bad day for people that hate pollen. Oh, look at that oxygen go, remaining the massive contributor towards the terraformation. Oxygen is more than half of it. Right, let's figure out how to make animals, shall we? We have the DNA, kind of. I will have to manually make more, and that sounds very not fun, but for now, our animal sanctuary needs water. Oh, of course. Yeah, that water is going to be a problem if I don't get myself a lot more of it. Guess I'll re-enable the bio nuggets. It all feeds into it. Not the cookies, though. Maybe we should turn this off. Because at this rate, I am convinced I'll never stockpile water. Algae, less of a problem, but the water is. I could scale it up, but that needs bio nuggets. So let's just stop that for now. Get ourselves some water. Don't think I just scoop it out myself. Anyway, the rest of the goods should be no problem whatsoever. Let's clear our list here and get to work on animals. So 3.5 tons of animals a second. Also gives insects and plants and pressure and heat. Wait, pressure? Okay, if you say so. Needs Lurma seeds, which I've been packing up all game. In fact, I've got all of these goods in relatively high quantities, so let's start out by making 5 of them ambitiously. I like the water, but maybe I gotta wait on that. Circuit boards, 5 of you. I also need 5 genetic DNA things, but we will make those post-haste. 5 circuit boards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 rounds of dilk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 lerma seeds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. That's tier 2 fertilizer. Grab that after I grab this methane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tier 2 fertilizer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the water that I covet. Where's all my water? It's taking so long with the water. Is it being used up by something else? Is this a demand? No, but perhaps you should be a supply. The bots immediately want it. Strange, I would have expected at least a water bottle to be there. It's not being used by something else, is it? Can't imagine why it would. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I played this game and I finished it during the frog update. When I came back, I can't understand how I connected all the drones. LOL. Yeah, it'd be a difficult game to come back to, I imagine. Right, animal shelters. I should have them a little bit further away from the base because I don't think they need constant upkeep. Plus, this is a lovely large area for the animals to live in. 1, 2... 3, 4... Uh-oh. Energy hungrier than I thought. That means we need to up our production. Yeah, no kidding, right? 15 pulsar quartz and 12 alloy should take care of that. A large influx of bees should also take care of that. I don't think I'll ever not find Dr. Bee funny. They made a second part of it. It was less funny because it was just retreading old ground, but still a little funny. Okay, that and my super alloy. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That's 15, I only need 12. Also, let's jam in the first animal. The rest we'll figure out. I have 500 drones, yeah, I suspect when I come back and start playing this in my own time and smoothing out all the wrinkles, I will have many, many drones. The needs of the factory, etc., etc. There we go. Lovely wee bit of shelter for the animals. Doesn't seem very warm though, but well. I find that animals don't tend to like enclosed spaces, all in all. Where do I shove the animal? Ah, into here. Well, let's take it from the left to the right. Whoa, they can have many animal DNAs. I'm gonna need to make a lot of these, it seems. Hey! What the heck do we have here? Was that petting? Okay, can I ride the thing? Well, I can stand on it, not necessarily ride it. Wait, it has a hunger bar? Do I need to feed these things? Oh yeah, it did say animal feeder. Well, before all that, I need to make some more of these. In comes the rat pit. Has anybody figured out how to make animals completely self-reliant in RimWorld? As in, just cage them and they're able to make enough calories by eating each other? I'm not sure it is entirely possible, but I want it to be possible. Right, I should think about what I need to make an animal. DNA extraction. Of all things, you should probably come upstairs if I'm doing that. Wait, what? It's full, but it won't let me... There we go. Give me all these goods. You're coming with me. You are also coming with me. Wait, I think I got some stuff I didn't want. What's all this garbage? I'll tell you what it is. Not my problem. Be gone. Maybe not that tier 4 mutagen, or that Lerma seed. Or the other mutagen. But the rest of it goes into the supply pool. High priority. Fish eggs, frog eggs, yeah, sod all that. Bring it upstairs. Those were materials for the extractor. Oh, right, yeah, of course. And I will want those back. Genetic extractor needs the pulsar, solar, rod, circuit board, all the stuff that I just shoved out. Let's get it back then. Pulsar, solar... No, this is it. A magnetar and circuit. Magnetar and circuit. And you're coming upstairs with me. I guess next to this thing. They go hand in hand after all. And I'll need another locker, and this locker will be genetic stuff. And for now... Right, what is needed are 2 colors, and the rest is just whatever. So I should find what I can get for colors. Actually, I should find what I have lots of and see where we can go from there. I've got a lot of larvae. I've got a lot of oxygen for some reason, especially bee larvae. Also, I've got a lot of thirst. I'm not sure about that promised TTI skyrocket that promised after the mammals. TTI skyrocket promised... Oh, right, well, we haven't really got going with the animals yet. We put down 1, but TI is still growing rather nicely. But yes, I need to actually make the mammals. And, hey, there we go. Next stage is lab? No, next stage is, I assume, just done. Where's my brain at? My brain is at feed me, Seymour. These aren't log netting, are they? No, they just seem to be taking forever to grow my beans. I've been spoilt by having actual farms now. It's alright, man can live off of squash alone. Right, getting back to the matter at hand. I don't know if any of these contribute anything towards the animal, as in the quality of it, so let's just assume that all I need is species, color, color. And what do I have that gives me plenty of these? Well, bee larvae will give me all of the species that I could possibly need. Then I need color A and color B. What do I have tons of that will get me some of these? Could it be that the butterfly larvae is the way forward for that? Many of the butterflies are giving me the color types that I need. Alright, why don't I just grab all the butterflies that I have? Maybe I should also say that you should demand all of the butterflies, now that I know that I get a bunch of them. I'm sure we have some of those floating around. Shove those in for genetic desirability. Domp. Gib. At least this doesn't take too long. Imagine if it took as long as the incubator. These two are apparently not good enough, the Albin and the Fiorenta thing. Maybe we should just ditch them on the ground. They don't look very alive, do they? I mean, that one's twitching, I suppose. Got anything else I can extract here? Not the Florentine thing. I don't think Lerma gives me anything either. This could be a growing problem. That's also a problem. For some reason, the creature DNA goes in there. Animal multiplier 1000%. Isn't that quite a lot? I thought the other one I put in was just 100%. And now I regret putting my animals as far away as I did. Let's see. No, they're both 1000%. Plenty fine, though. Yeah, already 70 kilos of animals coming in from that. Okay, so now I suppose the next grind is just grabbing as much DNA as possible. So I need to find all the right things for the DNA and get as many of those as possible. As I said, the bee larvae is plenty for getting the species types. Having that. Here we go, genetic stuff. I'll put you in there for now. Shove in what I can. Hey, if we just have the 3 basic stuff, it's still a 1000% multiplier. That's nice. That's very nice. Sweet. It's just that easy. Maybe this is for people that care about rolling the perfect creature. I do not. Take my mutagens, get that Lerma seed out of my face. Lerma seed. I count it as a tree seed. I don't know what a Lerma is for what it's worth. And it's probably not worth much. So, the power of bees. Get me all the species types. Are they all the same species types? Surely not. It just says species. Why does it put that in? I have a lot of bee mammals going around here, but that's okay, we love bees. That should do us for mammals, for the mammal typing, but now we need the color. What is the easiest way to get colors? Not these plants, for sure. Ulani fish eggs? We know that fish eggs show up in the extractor thing. Maybe I could set this to demand fish eggs. Although, wouldn't I rather just have a locker for fish eggs in that case? Also, is it all fish eggs? All the fish eggs, apart from golden, are type B. The problem is, I'm very quickly going to fill up on the plankton. What is the plankton just refines back into plankton, so that's no big whoop. Alright then, what I should do is make sure that excessive plankton ends up in the burning. Gotta keep those drones busy, don't you know? Where's the plankton? Where's the plankton? Here, the plankton. Doop, doop, doop. So if I'm ever overloaded with plankton, we just burn it here. And the fish eggs... Actually, fish eggs should also be burned there, but only after I make myself my locker for fish eggs. It requires a bit of iron. Chief Irons. He showed up in my Battle Brothers, actually. Gave me a task and then screamed at me when I said I wanted more money. Seldom has there been a character so severely assassinated in a remake as Chief Irons. Now, he's not a nice guy, but he was a bit more nuanced in the original. There we go. Fish eggs. Fish eggs will demand all fish eggs apart from golden fish eggs. The cannot demand golden fish eggs, so I guess that makes my life a little easier. Doesn't show anything on the way there, but surely those bots are going over there to grab the fish eggs. Yep, grabbing those fish eggs. Grabbing pills. Need a lot more bots, it seems. Okay, ignoring the fish egg requirement for a little bit of time. How do we get the other color? The other color comes from more butterfly larvas. In fact, most of the butterfly larvae give me color type, but for some reason I don't get them. Why? I thought I had things that create larvas out here. Yeah, look at these. They're even in the log net. Why do they not get picked up? Maybe it's because my bots are too busy. Also, didn't I make another one of those? Or did I only make one? Not enough drones. Maybe you can prioritize them. Yeah, but the problem is more drones. Prioritizing doesn't change the amount of drones. Right, do these things actually give me the color that I need, though? Just jam them in. Those look like color types to me. Alright. So we've got the species, we've got the color type A, somewhat. And I need my fish eggs for color type B. And the fish eggs are not on the way. Does that mean I should be making more drones right now? More drones certainly seems like a stellar use of time. Also, more ways of getting those larvae. Maybe you should feed the animals. Did I unlock the animal feeder, though? I have not unlocked the animal feeder, so too bad. Hope the animals don't die on me. I've got plenty of rocky moss to eat. Alright, what'll I do? I will... Hey! I get it now. You are eating up those beans, aren't you? You are, aren't you? Those are meant to be my private beans. I guess all the farming now creates a lot of work for the drones to do, which they may or may not be able to do. I believe I can't drink this water. I'm meant to have a filtration device installed. Now you're on the final stretch of this long play. Where would you rate it among the rest? There's a lot of long plays. Rating all of those will be tough. It's quite good. It's not blowing my socks off, but it's compelling enough not only for me to keep playing, but also for me to keep playing and not mod away its annoying parts. And sure enough, the automation does solve many of my problems with the game. Even the horrific inventory problem is far less of a problem now that we have automated distribution. But the automation comes so late, so incredibly late to the game. It should have been there pretty much at the start, in my opinion. Lost my train of thought. I think when I need a lot more bots, we can surely do such a thing. Those circuit boards might prove to be an issue. But at least the rocket engines won't. Make me those circuit boards, please. Let's aim for adding in 10 more bots, shall we? 10 circuit boards, 10 explosive powder, which I should have, and 10 super alloys. Are you going to give up the ghost? Maybe, because you need bioplastic nuggets, and I don't know if I've been continually making those. Of course I have. Good. Very good. Certainly do feel the game start to chug. That does not bode well for truly mass production, does it? so late that unless you had the desire to play vanilla, most people would have modded it long ago. I was so close to. The main reason I didn't mod it was because somebody told me that modding it would ruin part of the progression, so I wanted to see for myself just how true that would be. There we go. Go, my drones, go. Yeah, I mean, look at how choppy this is starting to get for moving around. You can taste the frames. Anyway, I also want more larvae. And larvae come from ecosystems. Oh boy, they've got demands. Tier 2 mutagens. Common larva. It's other larva. Base larva. Bacteria. Maybe it's the rainfall. Certainly something is making the game more choppy. Or am I the only one feeling that? A couple bits of algae, a couple bits of tier 2 fertilizer. As long as the game doesn't start blasting a horn like Railway Empire. That was so strange. But I'm not the only one to have seen that. I did see bug reports and other videos showing the game doing its horn noise and crashing. But it's such a shame that that was just left in there. There was no acknowledgement from the developers about that issue in the game. And then... well, they made a second game, but when you get treated like that in the first game, you don't really want to pick up the sequel. I certainly didn't want to pick up the sequel. So I didn't pick up the sequel. Damn trees. I'm trying to terraform this planet. Go away. You'll slowly make me bits and bobs, won't you? Yeah. See, these are here, but will the bots get to work on them, I wonder? Or the bots too busy with my other industry? It's a bit of a shame that bots are the only solution. You can't do clever things with belts or, I don't know, training the animals to drag goods from one place to another. It's all bots all the way. And this is as good as the bots get. They're still very slow. Hang on, are they hanging around with nothing to do? What is this? Surely you have work to do. Maybe there's some things they don't get. Maybe they don't pick up the larva. That's surely not right. Production time of 2 minutes on these. Are your fish collectors supplying fish eggs? One would hope so. I only have a couple of them though, don't I? Probios fish eggs. More fish eggs. Can't tell if drones are on the way for them. Doesn't look like they are. Maybe I didn't set up my fish egg collector properly. Maybe you need more than one drone platform. They kind of indicate that. I think so, because when there's work for them to do, they all do get to work. I think. Why would you need more than one drone platform anyway? Yeah, they were all working earlier when I shoved them out. I think they do just not have work to do. Right, fish eggs. Thought I had a place for fish eggs. Here we go, fish eggs. And it demands fish eggs. And they're not taking the fish eggs. You give them a second platform and the next thing is the demand days off. Unacceptable. Yeah, why are they not picking up the fish eggs? There's some kind of problem with that? I don't see any reason we'd need another drone station. There's nothing indicating why I would need more. Yeah, these guys are standing around, but I assume that's just because they don't have work to do. If I gave them work to do, I'm sure they'd be getting on it. Sulfur, silicon, silicon. Wow, good to see the silicon's actually getting put to use. Well, I don't have an answer for that, but I do still need more animals. Not more bees, though. So nothing else that gives us color, though. There are these plants, but I already fed in all of my plants. And I can synthesize more plants, but the throughput on that is miserable. Plant seeds. I guess I'll just tear up all these plant seeds. In you go. Give me the goods. My guess is you couldn't provide fish eggs when they clicked to supply all. Now they don't supply that. Something this game would do. I'll double check it. Something certainly isn't adding up. First, let's see how many genetic things I could be making. Get in, get made, get out, get in. Why does it take this before anything else? Not that, not that. Take the species, take the color. Take the color, take the species. Actually not doing too bad on this. It's a lot better than I expected, actually. Maybe the plant influx was really what we needed. But now I'm at a bit of an impasse. Because I need more color A's. And color A are the larvae. And are larvae coming to me? No. Also, they don't like these larvae for some reason. What am I doing? Over here. See, there's a butterfly. There's a larva, rather. Here's a larva. Why don't they go and collect the larva? Even Liani. Do I specifically have Liani as a requested butterfly? I don't. Maybe that's the problem. I think I missed some of these. Maybe they'll be on their way now. But I'm sure I didn't miss them on the fish eggs. Yeah, no, there's Probios for sure. I'll check back on you in a... Oh! There we go. That helps out to touch. Let's go manually grab those fish eggs like a Neanderthal, though. Some players notice that drones need to dock the station before each delivery, thus it's possible to build more for increased effectiveness, says Mootmoot. Yes, I could try my hand at making another one, see if it improves. Yeah, we can see some of them going back before doing other jobs, but all the drones that we have piling up here aren't preventing that. So... maybe? All I got's a maybe. Right, never mind that. We're busy making our animals. Extract those genes, extract those color... B or A? Color B. For B. For type. Or... wait, that's more B. I don't need B, I need A. A for larva. Hey, there's a type 3. We can get some actual diversity on our animals. Unthinkable. Anyway, it matters little. Here you go. Give me that. Here you go. Okay, give me that. Right, let's just go and add in our animals while we're at it. I'm sorry, my bee friend. You're getting shoved into bee hell. Try manually setting the supply on fish egg provider. Yeah, it's possible. I can give it a go. Get in there. Oh, kind of similar though, all based on the bee genes that I gave them. My B tier animals. Oh look, they've had young already. You're hungry though, aren't you? Hunger 0. Sure, that means it's not hungry. Animal multiplier 500%. Does that mean it gives more the more it grows? Well, I'd love to feed you, but I need more terraforming index to feed you, so please continue to multiply whilst having no food to eat. And then I'll see to your needs. I think you already have a feeder. Do I? Any of these look like feeders? I'm not letting them eat from my outdoor farm. Oh, here we go, animal feeder. How did I miss you? Well, it matters not. Let's get it built. What was I looking at then? Ah, tier 2 animal food, not animal feeder. I wonder what they eat then. Right, water, circuit, bioplastic. Could I just make you? No, of course not, because it's an item. In that case, let's get it pinned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get these off my plate. I don't know how many I'll need. Let's just assume 1 will do. So water... What is that other thing? I think it's a circuit board. Bio nugget. Downstairs, I've got my honey. Oh, wow, I've worked my way through all the honey. All of the honey? Take it straight from the source. Hang on, bee larvae? Those are meant to be going into bee hell. What are the bots? What's taking the bots so long? So I need to manually add the bee? Maybe it didn't get added when I hit add all because it wasn't unlocked when I had it on add all? The bot's coming to collect them now? Don't know what's going on with that. The bots really are rising up against me, and I don't appreciate that. If they're hanging around doing nothing and I have jobs for them to do, they're actively rebelling. That's okay, I'll be off this planet soon enough. They're not coming for them. Double check that I am actually requesting them over at my incinerator. You there. I'm not, that's the problem. There we go, now the bees are going in for their final test of courage, and the honey can come back. Still planeting and crafting, how's it going? Appears to be going well. We'll have this rounded out today, no doubt. Yeah, the point was always to get rid of the excess of bees. But now I need the honey. Just 1 drop of honey. I actually have an easy way of getting that, and it can solve my hunger problem while we're at it. I'm sure you have what I need. There we go. Also need a circuit board and some silk. Silk has not proven to be very useful. I mean, sure it's an ingredient in things, but hardly something we're writing home about. Alright, we can take this awesome food and we can break it down into its constituent parts. Where did the bean go? I think the bean got... Yeah, stolen by you? That's good. You know, I'm going to eat that myself. Okay, no I'm not. It's going to be taken away from me too quickly. There we go. Let me eat that. Is the water backing up? Good. Alright. Nearby animals will be allowed to eat on my watch. Treat them better than my frostpunk people. Yeah, the bots are even stealing my food. There's no end to what they get up to. Right, is there a range on how far this thing goes? I'll have it nice and central though. Looks like it's covering everything. What is this though? Do I need to put food in you? Maybe. What do they eat? Maybe I need to craft some animal feed at some kind of animal feed crafting device? And that means I need to distribute food for them. Even worse. I don't think I want animals on my planet now. Right, if I were animal food... Ah, here we go. Tier 1 animal food. Ah, it uses the stuff I use for the stuff that I export. Oh well, needs must. Make animal food instead of my delicious, nutritious other stuff. That puts the beans and the other thing to use. And common larva, that's a different story. I have my base larva here, but that means it would clog up. So... I should have a separate thing for common larva with a higher priority. Wait, you're doing nothing, aren't you? And you're within perfect range. Okay. Common larva. Where's the honey stored, by the way? Where do you get your honey from? I think I keep my honey upstairs, right? Yeah, honey. Very good. Animal multiplier 200%, restores 40 health. Wait, my animals have health? I don't want them to die on me now. Let's have you request the common larva. Meaning I didn't need this iron I picked up, so I'll just throw it in the put me in places box. And then I need to set that animal feeder to grab the animal feed. Oh, I think it implies that you can eat it. Well, it's made of beans, bugs, and honey. Actually sounds pretty good. Right, please demand that tier 1 animal food. Regular priority. And let's go see if we can watch our animals eat. Also see if we can watch a drone come over here with that food. Going to there. I am here. I seem very hesitant to work. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now they understand who their master is. It's me. But, are they gonna come over here with my food yet? Well, it's not like you have to go far. It's a cross-planet journey. You're coming over here. Oh, no, you're just ignoring me altogether. Pretty sure I exported it. That auto builder was always on export all. Maybe export all only covers all the things that you currently have unlocked. It's a bit hard to tell because it wraps over the screen. You can't tell what we actually have set to export all. But let's remove all of these and hit it again and see. Oh, yeah, that is exactly it. Export all is not export all. It's export all of what you have currently unlocked. That's devilish. Alright, well there we go. After much waiting, We actually have food for our poor animals. Do they actually go over and eat it, I wonder? Well, it did add a bit of hunger for you. I can consume it. But do they consume it? Animals can eat food placed in the animal feeder. If animals are hungry, they won't give traits. They won't grow. They won't generate terraformation values. Animals can eat the same thing you can eat. Ah. I don't really have garbage to give them. Don't want to insult the devs, so this game seems like it's an early access and not really a finished product. I wouldn't go that far. It certainly has early access vibes. If I didn't know anything about this game, I would very confidently say that this game was in early access. I feel that there are hallmarks of an early access game. Anyway, surely you're not so much starving anymore. Poorly. Why did it say they won't give traits? What does that even mean? I don't know. I won't claim to know. Go, stop trying to hit me and hit me! Yeah! That's how you get the pulsars delivered. I feel like it's giving more pulsars than normal. I think you generally get 10 out of one rock, and we have gotten, well, 9. I thought they'd be more scattered around. I suppose I'm satisfied with that. Right, Ave, very possible to get walloped. And very possible to survive, as long as you eat enough beans. Pulsars can be immediately liquidated down into energy. Not that I think I need energy, but I did run low on it earlier on. Wouldn't want to run out now, would I? Right, forgive me for thinking that the animals here would increase my biomass by a large amount, but it's not really growing much. I suppose the thing is to make lots more animals, but the bio part, or the gene splicing part, is quite unpleasant. Are you growing very slowly? I still feel like oxygen is the big winner here. Oxygen pours out much faster than everything else, especially biomass. I still feel like animals might be the key. We just need to work on them more. But it's that gene splicing. Yeah, I've got genetic stuff, but I'm in need of larvae to get more of them, I believe. Not rare larvae, though, and maybe not penga. Let me try doing all of them and see what doesn't stick. Galaxy butterfly? Okay. Not rare, albin, or forente, so I'm just gonna destroy those. Goodbye. Goodbye. Pops out as well, another thing that I don't particularly need or want. So, other larvae things. Just get rid of rare. Oh. Oh god, it's delete all, not delete one. Okay. Now I can't remember what I wanted. Azure, Leonai, Galaxy, Impalio, Panga, Chevrone, Absa-Watsits. Oh god, why am I dying? I forgot to eat! That'd be a horrible way to lose a hardcore run, because you lose everything when you lose the whole save on a hardcore run when you die like that. Some kind of additional warning for starving would be nice. There must be people out there that have lost their entire run to that. Most people aren't as absent-minded. You say that, streaming has a way of bringing in absent-mindedness. Honey. I'm glad to see the honey flowing, that's for sure. Beans piling up. It's the squashes that don't see much use anymore. Right. Agents are go into here. Rare larva into the base larva place. I swear I saw a bug on the ground there, but no. And then genetic stuff. Can I shove it all in there and sort it? How does it sort? It sorts rather nicely. Can you tell color A from color B? Right, these parts are swapped around. But it is color A that I need more of. So it's the larva that I'm waiting on. So if I want to get animals going, I need to get a lot more larvae going. And if I want a lot more larvae going, I need a lot more little habitats going. See, they're giving me liane butterflies. Are you telling me I have no use for liane? No, I demand liane. Is this another case of I need to delete this and then reapply this? Yes, it is. Oh, that is so frustrating. Okay, okay. I need a place to put the worms that I don't want, I suppose. Even Caesar 3 has this sorted. When you say to a warehouse to not accept all, it will also not accept the goods that you haven't unlocked yet due to trade routes. Right. If I don't have a place for a butterfly, I'll put in my low demand annihilation pit. Just to stop them backing up. Even the poor little silkworms. Although, for all I know, silkworms get burned into color. No, they're just species. Although they're a different kind of species. So there's nothing wrong with me taking silkworms over here. And for all I know, having different kinds of animals is a boon. I wouldn't know, but that's why it's for all I know. Alright, get in here. Turn yourself into colors for me. To me, you guys go in. More animals, more fun. Yeah, we'll see the different kinds of animals. We'll make all the species that we have available. Mutagen, get out of my hands. Fertilizer, I have too much of you. What a nice problem to have. I guess I'll leave you in agents for now then. Just as overflow. Right, anything else? Yeah, there's silkworm. Silkworm, give me another species to play around with. And that's given me rather a lot of A. It's given me 11A. Do I have 11B? Do I have 11 species? Bees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then 11 species. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One more species. Well, it's the bee species, the only species we know to care about. Alright, and then in you go, out you go. And then, oh man, this is unpleasant to do. Yeah, I haven't found anything enjoyable about anything relating to gene extraction in this game. At every turn, there's something quite horrible with the input. Here, for example, I gotta click all that, then click this to get, and if I want to put the back in, I can't just hit throw in everything, because it throws this back in. So I have to go you, dire. It's easy to be a critic, right? Jake is getting the in real life geneticist experience. Oh yeah, it's not my ballpark. Alright, animals, are you all being fed? You've certainly emptied and cleaned the food. And yet you still claim that you're hungry. 2000% boost? I like the sound of that. Where is all the food though? Don't tell me the food supply is dried up. Alright, we've got species 3 here. So which one is the odd one out? I wonder. The little chihuahua one, perhaps? And in go you guys as well. We've got a 3, a 2, and a 1. So the little gecko-like thing, little chihuahua, and the... What are these? I'm pretty sure we have these on Earth, but I can't think what they'd be called. Not an animal guy. I mean, I like animals, I don't know much about them though. You're size 5, the bigger of the sizes. But yes, I worry a little bit about the food situation. I'm not making it fast enough. They eat what I eat, but surely it's best to give them animal feed. That means I need a lot of bees, a lot of honey, and what's the other thing they need? I think it's larvae. That could be the problem. Because they need common larvae, and I've already eaten all my common larvae. How do we get more common larvae? Is there a way to automate the production of common larvae? Yes, actually. Tier 3 mutagen, Tier 2 fertilizer, and plankton type B. That's expensive stuff, though. Tier 2 fertilizer on this? Tier 3 mutagen? That's bacteria, nitrogen, is sulfur. Ugh. I mean, I have to, I suppose, but I don't want to. I doubt you're struggling on honey or beans. You could just feed them the rations you were exporting. That doesn't give a multiplier on their animal growth thing, though, which is what I do want. At least the animal kilotons are growing nicely, faster than anything else on biomass. And you're trying to keep up with oxygen. Maybe when I get the better feed, we'll get somewhere with that. Right, activate brain. I need another automated thing for making the larva and one for making the mutagen, but I should be able to do both of those things. Osmium, and I think it's super alloy rod. Glad to see I've got plenty of it. Autocraft and autocraft. Can I still walk between them? Yes, I can. You are to make tier 3 mutagen. I have all the goods for tier 3 mutagen being made, so that's not a problem. And you're going to make common larva. That means you're going to be getting back to work. But I should have plenty of algae and eggplants and sulfur. And I should have plenty of algae, squashes, fertilizers, and methane things. So hopefully I can just stockpile plenty of animal food. The question is, how much does animal food satisfy their needs? That's iron, that's not one of the animals. So every... oh gosh, how many animals do I have? 5, 10, 15, 20. Let's say a full cohort of 25. 2.5 food needed per second. These things give 40 food. So one of these every 20 seconds or so should do me fine, and I don't see a reason why I couldn't do that. Sulfur might actually be the choke point in all of that. Can't believe I needed tier 2 fertilizer. Sulfur could really be a choke point in all of that. I wonder if algae will be a problem. I wonder if water will be a problem. because I also need quite a bit of bacteria samples, don't I? Well, funny that. Animals feel like the red chips, or maybe even the blue chips of the game, suddenly driving my need to automate a lot of things. And to make matters worse, the things I need to build probably need the requirements that the animals are currently drinking up. Right, well, one step at a time. Let's make sure we get all that algae coming in aplenty. The bots seem to be scrambling to keep up. That's good though, the bots should be working hard. Although now I feel a bit bad about having them go so far away to feed the animals. I did not think I'd need to go and keep giving them the food. And that noise is going to drive me scunnered, but oh well. Yeah, for quite a while we've had silicon taking over. I still need that silicon for bioplastic nuggets though. And the fact that we're not piling up on silicon tells me that this is still not enough silicon production. Well, at least we have it here, so I guess it's doing okay. Gets turned into these circuit boards as well, doesn't it? Let's make sure we actually have some of those. Junk. But yes, I suspect I'm going to need to up my production of a bunch of things, including that sulfur. Because the sulfur is not backing up. We had the blue filter. There must be osmium coming from the sky or something similar. Water's just dried up immediately. How about the sulfur? Not looking hot. Okay, seems like I do need to get extracting some more. What is that thing? I think that's the feeder. Go away. At least I have all the goods for doing more ore extraction. Should not be a problem. Let's do 2 more on sulfur. Seems relevant. Titanium, 93123. Feels bad having this stuff right in my front door, but hey ho. Damn these trees. There we go. Alright, get me sulfur. Join the log net. Get me sulfur. Join the log net. Now, for algae generation, I need those bio-nuggies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more of them should be fine. 5 loads of fertilizer, 5 loads of water. Oh god, yeah, water I'll need to get on as well. Maybe water is the higher priority. Okay, how do I make a water extractor again? Oh, the bio nuggets I just picked up. And also, how many of these? I'll make 5 of these. So, full load of aluminium, full load of magnesium. Magnesium does not see a lot of love these days. But cobalt absolutely doesn't. Iron as well, I suppose. How hard is it to take a bucket to the lake? It's just not on the quantity that we need, clearly. Water collector, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Why was that not good enough? Because I forgot to get my other row of bio nuggets. Bio nuggets, da. And 1 more. At least for now. All this to feed my pets. And we still don't have the tier 2 food. The tier 2 food could turn everything on its head. Tier 2 food to make my animals extra randy so they fill up that biomass. But the biomass is really getting there. Certainly outperforming heat and pressure. I'm okay with that. It might even be overtaking oxygen. No, but it's not far off it. Oh god, I forgot to add the water to the log net. Not quite a bus. I wish it were a bus. Isn't even that much water, is it? This is 1 additional water every 20 seconds. And we need 3 water for 1 mutagen. What water does one man need? Unless the food starts backing up, the water's going to remain a problem. But the food has backed up, so that's a good sign. Means I can get to work on the other things without worrying too much. Buy water. Okay, it'll all balance itself out. Means I can grab the other goods for making the algae generation. So, not the water collector. Algae generation is magnesium. Loads of super alloy. Super. And quite a lot of bio nuggets. Yeah, damn bio nuggets. I'm glad I set this up, but it's got demands on the water as well as everything else. Which means any water that I get here does not last long. Sorry, I need to snipe a bunch of it. Suddenly these useless things, they seem important. That they do. Which is good. I was saying just about everything sees use in this game, unlike Factorio. When's the last time you used a poison capsule? When I was routing out a way to do the 100% Death World run that I did, and succeeded at. Maybe I should do it again, just for fun. When I was figuring that out, I did consider if I could use poison capsules to clear bases. Maybe it's closer to put this algae over with the water. This is very close to the base. It doesn't need deep water, doesn't need anything in particular, just slam it down. And it doesn't need added to the log net, as best I can tell. Okay, we must expand production to meet the demands of our expanded population. I don't think this population is expanding, at least, not until I add to it. Alright, that should ensure that we continue to keep the mutagen flowing. Should. That gets me the water and the algae for making you, although I might still need more water. The bio nuggets do have the mushrooms, the silicon, and the water bottles. The mushrooms? Really? Unconvinced. I guess I didn't put down enough of those. I feel like all my cocoa and cookies are not the priority here. Those cookies are getting sent out, right? Of course, we had the problem that these guys for some reason would not accept the cookies. Can I add the cookies now? I can. Okay, good. Wait, now you have the cookies? Now you get cookies. And you get cookies. Also, given what we see now, I don't want you to... Hang on. Did I actually add the cookie? Yeah. You can't delete a single item. Why not? Do I even want to send more stuff into space is something that I should be asking myself. What am I gaining from this? I'm gaining credits that I don't really have a use for currently. Okay, there are nice things that I can get, but the scale at which I need seems very high. 4,000 odd. I can almost get the tier 2 storage locker. I could almost get a production multiplier fuse or an energy multiplier fuse, but I don't think any of this really rockets up my anything. Tier 2 locker, now that we actually have things automated, doesn't seem useful in any way. Because it's not about storing things anymore, it's about just keeping things moving to wherever they need to go, which is generally automated production. Case in point. Those animals getting everything they need from this. It's all about those common larvae. Never would have imagined common larvae of all things is the tricky thing to keep making. But you make the common larva. You're not backed up on common larva. You need that plankton type B. Is that going to be a problem? I don't actually have a lot of plankton gatherers. Maybe I'm going to find an issue with that, so let's make some more of them. Using these bio nuggets, of course. 3 super alloy, 9 silk. Silk. 3 super alloy. And I might want yet more water. Might want yet more bots now that I've got all this set up. And of course, ensure that you're part of the log net. I suppose it's not so much the log net as the bot net. You'll be able to revamp your whole storage system. Doesn't it sound like fun? Maybe when I eventually move my base on a later playthrough that is not on stream, I would consider that. The lack of bio nuggets is actually getting me down. Is it getting me down enough to build some more farms strictly for mushrooms for bio nuggets? It is, actually. Good thing we got all the bees that we need for that. 1, 2, 3... Let's make 4 of them. Really top up on the mushrooms. How's the water doing? Stockpiling. Excellent. Tier 1 and Tier 2 fertilizer. There's our super duper alloys. 2, 3, 4. And of course, our seeds. Where do I get my seeds? Upstairs for some reason. God, this used to be full of those low-tier food-generating things. How far we've come. And I have just enough seeds to make this a reality. Are the beans okay? The beans are plentifully okay. Good. I have no doubt that the honey is fine. Get those mushrooms going, and these mushrooms are there for the bioplastics. This might put even more about... No, don't do your... Oh, there we go. Fat-fingered a number that did something weird. Get out of that. Keeping secrets, eh? Not every game I play I do on stream. I've been playing quite a lot of Battle Brothers off-stream. There we go. Oxygen was once the king, and now it is still the king, but only barely, not even 1% in it. Add the shrooms to the bus? No, we don't need to. We do not need to add farms to the bus, or so we're told. And up it goes. Yeah, so this thing, you get the animal shelter, but then you don't get the animal feeder for a bit. Those poor animals. I don't know how much animal food is going to boost things. I'm hoping quite a lot. I did add those water life collectors to the log net, didn't I? Yes, I remember talking about it being a botnet. Go pet the animals, it does give something. I already pet the animals, but let's just see what it gives. Maybe I can pet them far too much and they start eating me. Yeah, Kino, I mean, I try to say at least 5 racial slurs every day to keep myself grounded. Can't be doing that if I'm always on stream. Alright, go on. Do a whole load of petting. They're doing a whole lot of not much for me. Oh, hang on. Genetic trait. They're giving me size and bioluminescence. Oh, I don't want that. Alright, interesting. Does that mean that I could, like, back and forth keep petting these things? No. They're all giving me something. Ah, that's what it means by gives traits. And they won't give traits if they're not fed. Aha. Incredible. We can use this to get more animals, potentially more better animals. Look at these numbers, they look big. Alright, let's go make more animals. How's the food situation? Bad. Why is the food situation bad? I make plenty of food. Don't I? Don't I? Uh-oh. What bothers me is I don't get to find out what you're short on. Is it the larva, the honey, or the beans? Well, it's not the beans, we just checked the beans. It might be the honey. No, it looks like it's the common larva. But I've been setting up everything I can to make larva. What's stopping the larva production? The tier 3 mutagens? Well, they're certainly not being produced. Otherwise, plankton B and tier 2 fertilizer. We've got tier 2 fertilizer, which is being produced. Although it is running into a few problems, possibly due to lack of algae, methane, or squashes. Not squashes. Methane? I suppose you do double down on the methane consumption. No, not methane. Algae? I've set up a lot of algae. How could we be short on algae? Wait, what the hell are you short on? Is something just out of range for it? I got loads of methane, loads of algae, loads of fertilizer. I got loads of everything. There's a fertilizer. It's the squash, isn't it? No, no, it's not squash. We can see squash is inside your circle there. Why don't you tell me your problems? Give it things manually, you'll find out what's missing. Doubt it would be algae, though. But it does occasionally make it, so what would be the problem? Maybe it is methane. Thinking about it, the methane is all the way over here, and it doesn't seem to be getting tapped. I bet it's only getting methane from the destruction device over there. Alright, that calls for a solution, a good solution at that. You are now the home of methane. You are no longer the home of methane. Can I control X that? Cool. Is that going to control V it? It does! Oh, clever. A lot of games do not do that for whatever reason. I don't actually support copy-pasting. Give me all your methane. Distribute the rest of that methane. Beat bots to the methane. Okay, now I can control V. Hey! Right, now I'm convinced that you will work without issue. Bang, straight off. Also, let's make ourselves some new animals. Rub in whatever. But not that. %, 1000%, 1000%. Ah, forgive me for hoping that I would have ended up with some better animals. But I've got color B and color A, I just have this specimen type. I've already filled up them all. That did not solve my issue of feeding my animals, though. We're still short on feed. What did I discover that the problem was? Because I managed to forget. Maybe there was no problem. Alright, go and have these weird ones that we made. Immediately pet them for genetic traits. Well, that takes a lot of the hassle out of getting... Well, takes some of the hassle out of getting lots more traits. Level 10 bioluminescence. Hungry creatures cannot get to a hatchery. Thanks for that, Nix. We would have been up a creek without that. At least the water doesn't appear to be a problem. Algae doesn't appear to be a problem. Things are just generally going along. Good. That's exactly what I was hoping for. We'll make a few more of these bad boys. Chonk. Chonk. I'm lacking a color A. Do I have a color A? Of course I've got a color A. You take me for. Ah! If you hit synthesize when the DNA thing is in there, it overwrites it, or removes it, or blocks it. Anyway, it wastes. That's a shame. I think I did that twice. Not that it matters, if it still only gives 1000% animal multiplier, it's not really worth our time. What might be worth our time is multiplying the animal multipliers with yet more rockets in the sky. How do we make those animal spreaders anyway? Because I think that's the big win to have currently. As long as everything else is working fine. Is anything not working fine? God, this is where some graphs and overviews of production would be handy. It's so hard to troubleshoot a base in this game. Well, it doesn't matter. Our goal right now is to make this number grow as fast as possible. Excited for Frostpunk 2? Excited is not the right word. Certainly anticipating it. But it's hard to be excited about a game that you've had such a long drawn-out campaign for. If it's on your mind all the time, it dulls, it wears away your senses. So you stop having excitement for it. Oh, genetic traits are needed, and those aren't difficult to get now. Shame I wasted a bunch of them. The main problem here is mutagen, tier 4, which is tier 3 and tier 1. Cautiously optimistic? It's maybe overselling it. Anyway, making those things I can just do out of my bees. We have lots of bees. Get in there, get in there. 6 are needed per rocket. That's a big ask, but it's an ask that we can do. I'll aim to launch 5 rockets, will I? Yeah. So many bee monsters. I wouldn't say I'm concerned. When I was playing the vertical slice of the game, shall we call it, I liked what I saw. I'm not sure it'll quite overtake my life the way that Frostpunk 1 did. But that's already a very tall order. Not many games do, although some do even better. How many did I say I'd do? I guess I'd do 5 of you. 5 rockets, 5 rods, 5 tier 4 mutagens. Those tier 4 mutagens could be an issue. I need another on-demand crafter. At least it's just tier 3 and tier 1. But those I don't really have on hand. And you make tier 2. Wait, is that tier 2 or tier 3? You make tier 3. And what's your problem with making more tier 3s? Nitrogen, bacteria, sulfur. Sulfur? Not sulfur. Nitrogen, perhaps? I don't think I have dedicated nitrogen production. I just scrape what I can off of these. I could buy that that's the problem. Didn't something give me tier 3 mutagen? There was something that when I tore it apart I was pretty good for getting mutagen. I think it was fish eggs. Other larvae, keep fish eggs here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just imagine this will give me all the tier 3 mutagen that I need. If not, it'll give me some level of mutagen, I'm sure. Where's my recycler? That's a plankton and fertilizer. That's not a mutagen. Who gives me mutagen? I think it might have been the bees. Guess I'll check that next. Keep those fish eggs away from me. There was a mutagen, Jake. There was. I don't see it. Maybe it got eaten up immediately. That would make sense. How does this go away to being? Huh. Stuff that gets gobbled up. That's funny. Are the bots gobbling this up, or is it the auto-crafters? I don't think the bots grab loose items like that. That's sulfur, not silicon. I don't want that plankton. Plankton doesn't go down into anything. Alright, well, there was mutagen. Let's burn some fish eggs. Oh yeah, there it was, and there it goes. Amusing. There we go, just produce more than they can possibly use. Yeah, and it is tier 3 mutagen. Anyway, you have got to go. You get out of here, and you get out there. That's a supply chest, so it doesn't really matter that I throw things into there. What matters more is getting some tier 3 mutagens. I'm pretty sure the bee larvae gave me some. Let's check that out. Gives me tier 1 mutagen, which I do also need. Isn't right doing all this manual work for things. So that's 3 of the tier 4 mutagens. So here's actually where I make the larva. Fascinating. That means that I want tier 4 mutagen to tear apart a rare larva. Even easier. And we have rare larva. Get out of here. Interesting. It's funny that it's so hard to make. That means that they're hard to make but easy to get. If that makes much sense. Why did uncommon larva pop out? Maybe I don't want to know. Take my rare larva, give me that tier 4 mutagen. That was not the tier 4 mutagen. Something here was surely. Yeah, there we go. Interesting that tearing them apart is so profitable. Anyway, I'm here to vastly increase the animal production, so don't stop me now. Give me my osmium rods. I feel like I'm way overproduced by now. Give me my rocket. You there. I need engines. Not so much circuit boards. Glad rocket engines don't need circuit boards. I'm also glad to have them on hand. Yeah, blend the bees, but don't breathe that. It might not be a flattering thing for this game, but I will say playing all this is whetting my appetite for playing Factorio Space Age. I still might prefer to just watch it being played. If there's anyone in the community that's going to be streaming Factorio Space Age on release, please let me know, because I do want to watch. And I'm quite specific about in this community. I've had people recommend other channels, and that's great, and other channels are fun, but I just get this sense of camaraderie and community when there are people within this wider circle that do the streams. Alright, here we go. Animals get spreading. Go, space fish, go! Now they want to return to the water. Amazing. That is a good kind of bug for a game. Because one, the player has to willingly incite it. And two, it's not harmful. We're still getting benefit from this, it's just something to look at and laugh. If this caused, say, damage to the base, or the multiplier did not actually get activated, then it would be bad, so it would be frustrating. Factorio devs just announced pinnable map cameras. But that's right, it's Friday, Factorio Facts Friday. Alright, step aside oxygen. Biomass is the new hotness now. It'll take in a bit for that to grow. Might be easier to look at it percentage-wise. 1, 2, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Okay, so it's about 1 second per 0.01. So 100 seconds we get 1%. 1,000 seconds we get 10. 8,000 seconds we'll have it done. 8,800. That's still quite a few minutes. Quite a few hours even. Can't be having that. What can we do to further boost up our biomassiveness? The answer is probably just tier 2 animal food, which is right around the corner. The answer is probably also make more animals. Also feed your poor starving animals. Is the problem actually honey? Hydration levels critical. Okay, well I can check that while I check my honey. Perhaps the answer is I need more of Dr. B. But I have a lot of honey. Well, I have a lot of beehives, and I have a lot of honey. Don't tell me I didn't actually set the honey to move over where I need it. That might actually be the problem. When I turned you into common larva, I turned off you getting the honey. And you probably no longer reach the honey, because the honey is upstairs and over here. And it's notably untouched-ish. Well, something's taking the honey. It's not just me. Point is, I'm going to move the honey closer to you and see how you like that. The fact that the honey wasn't moving from the hives might be a bit of a giveaway in that regard. Honey. No, not the honnet. The honey. Nope, it's super alloy. Right, come to me, sugar, honey, honey. Where the heck's the honey? There's the honey. And then hopefully it'll go bang! Loads of drones bringing me honey. And they're certainly going over to the honey zone. Good, good. Oh yeah, there we go. So if anybody is thinking that the throughput issue is lack of drones, that's why I disagree. Look at that, the drones are standing around looking for things to do, and that should allow you to make food on the what the hell is your problem? It's still those damn larvae, isn't it? Because you can certainly eat beans. I can eat beans. Okay, looks like we still have problems to solve with the larvae. Let's take it from the top. There's not a problem with you because I actually do produce a good amount of water now. And we have plenty of algae. Good and good. So the bio thing here, the bacteria sample is okay. The mutagen 3, nitrogen, and possibly sulfur, but probably nitrogen. Oh, but yes, sulfur. Damn, I made 2 more sulfur mines and it wasn't enough. I guess I need to mine out yet more sulfur. It ended up being the crux of the matter after all. Alright, more sulfur, more gas extraction. Let us do both. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need... not the... yeah, tier 3 ore extraction and gas extraction. Should be trivial to do. The only question is energy, and the answer is yes. So gas extraction first. Super alloy. Let's just do 3 of them. Keep things simple. So I need 6 super duper alloys. I need, that's circuits, right? 3 circuits. 6 xinium. We haven't used much of you in forever. It's not xinium, it's zeolite. Yes, 6 of you. And 3 iridium rods. Let's get gaseous. Gas extractor. Blunk, blunk, blunk. Please extract. And we could do oxygen if we were fools, but no. Get me nitrogen. Nitro. Hang on, what if? What if the issue isn't nitro, but access to nitro? No, it's definitely production. Alright, good to know. And you only need 1 of them, so I'm pretty sure the production will catch up pretty swiftly. Yeah, maybe it would catch up more swiftly if I made more. How about the methane? Do I need more methane? The methane seems okay, but it's hard to tell when everything else is clogged up. Alright, let's make even more of that. If nothing else, it does give me pressure and other things, so I don't mind overproducing. That's a nice thing. Overproduction rarely feels bad, because it still adds towards the terraforming index. What will probably feel bad is when I get to the end of the game, and find that terraforming index increasing is worthless. That might actually be a reason that I don't continue playing after I'm done with this. Because once you have terraformed the planet, what is there left to do? There isn't anything to unlock. Doesn't seem to be anything to really achieve. Of course, you could say the same thing about Factorio, quite easily. What do you achieve in Factorio when you play beyond launching the rocket? I'm not sure I have a good answer to that. There's always more to grow, right? Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't think about that. Might dampen my enthusiasm for Factorio. Once I get to the rocket, all desire to keep growing dies, says Andarius. Funny, I've never had that problem, but I've never thought about it. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's concerning me. Why would you keep playing Factorio after winning? I guess I'll go ham and build 3 more sulfur mines. It barely costs me anything. Space really is the main issue. It's quite a soul-searching question. Why do I keep playing Factorio? I keep playing RimWorld because RimWorld keeps giving you more challenges to deal with, more raids to deal with, more events, mostly more raids, but also the quest to get more fat loot. There's always a more perfect thing to get. Oh, what does Factorio offer? Troubling. I'm troubled now. Seeing the number on the X per minute screen go up actually really feels good in Factorio. Yeah, it feels better here. And this has a whole planet that's been terraforming. Probably because after a while the terraforming's ended. The sky's not going to get bluer. The grass isn't going to get more grassier. Unless I spread out my my grass sowers, which I'm not bothering with because that doesn't have much of a function at this point. The urge to build and be more efficient is ever drawing. Yeah, I guess. Maybe it wouldn't fit the game very well, but it'd be nice if there was some kind of biter menace to actually go and pick fights with, but that's not really what the game is about, is it? Troubling thoughts. Very troubling. Okay, so assuming that I solved your methane problem, nitrogen rather. So we've got the nitrogen, the bacteria samples, and the sulfur for you. That should mean I have everything to make you plentifully. Although, what about that plankton bee? Tier 2 fertilizer is not a problem. Plankton bee is also not a problem because I put down the extra fish gathering things, and excess gets burned. Nitro to the bus. I'm sure I added it to the bus, but am I wrong? Completely wrong. Thanks for noticing. That would have been embarrassing. There we go. Master Kobold saving the day. Saving my face. It seems like one of the most normie approaching gameplay loops, but getting fat loot in a game does feel good. It's one of the reasons that I can still play Battle Brothers beyond the crises and play Avorion just period. Getting better loot feels good. Taking out that bandit camp and finding a big old bonk device of legendary quality. And they're almost always better than weapons that you do have. It's good stuff. I'm wondering if I should be investing more in animals or more in oxygen, because oxygen is still very strong. And if I continue to invest in it, it would still be quite... it would still put up quite a fight against the animals. There's also the idea that I can scale my oxygen further, can't I, if I put down some more Shriox trees? Oxygen production is just barbarically high. I suppose the problem is I don't have more boosters for it, so it doesn't take the boosts anywhere near as well as animals do now. And I already put in a massive oxygen booster, so if anything I should be focusing on spreading more animals. But I am just about to get the next level of animal feed, which will be a straight up multiplicative boost to this as well. So yeah, animals have had nowhere near as much of time building up as oxygen has, but they are flattening. Look at that, plants and insects not even a consideration. Sounds like a large potential for gacha addiction. Yeah, I could probably get pretty nastily addicted to gacha, but I have a couple of things getting in the way with that. One of the biggest thing is that I am a Scot. I have the racial trait of being a niggard. That means that parting with my cash does not come easy, especially if it's for something as ethereal as a gacha pool. Which is funny, because I am a gambler. I love gambling. Oh, yeah. Give me a deck of cards. Give me an opponent with something to lose. I love it. But that's because I can get money out of the situation. Gacha, that doesn't really happen, does it? Right, tell me about this tier 2 animal food. Is it easier to make than this tier 1 stuff, which has been proving to be a problem? No, it is every bit as hard to make and harder, because I also need rare larvae. Okay, well then. First thing I'm going to need is a couple more auto-crafters. I've been playing gacha for years and I haven't spent a single dime. All you need is patience to deal with it. If it's got good systems, then sure. I don't know, I just haven't seen a gacha game that appeals. They all seem to be like little anime girl games. It's not really my bread and butter. It's not to say I don't enjoy my slice of life anime or manga now and then. More manga than anime, I'm not a big anime fan. But in game terms, seeing all those little ugu creatures does not hold the appeal. Right, let's see where we get on making our tier 2 animal food. You are certainly in range of the algae, because it's just right up there. The trouble we'll be getting... Let me think. What if I don't push you into the into this anymore? Then you'll get that. Hey, I'm surprised you even made some. How are you getting the rare larvae? You're probably eating into my limited amount of rare larvae right here, right? for sure, but now I need to make some rare larvae. How does one make a rare larva? With tier 4 mutagen, which is tier 3 mutagen, which is mutagen, and type C is easy enough to get, and so is tier 2 fertilizer, which are probably easier to do up here closer to where all my everything is. Ugh, what a mess. What was it? A tier 4 mutagen being made up here. For the larva. I think it can get access to plankton C down there. It may or may not. Actually, maybe I should be making the larva up here. Also, maybe I should not be dying. Maybe I should eat my beans. Alright, so you are going to stock up on the regular food that no longer goes into here, assuming that you can. You seem to be having problems. Is the problem honey? The problem is not honey, the problem is common larva, still. Making larva is tough. What has stopped the larva production? No mutagen. Is that because I'm out of methane? Might be that the nitrogen and the sulfur is not keeping up. The sulfur seems okay, although it still struggles for some reason. I can't keep up with the methane, huh? Methane and the... oh boy, I'm losing scope of it all. Still need a lot more gas coming out to keep my mutagen flowing then. More gas is needed. Alright, well the gas extractor is not difficult to make. Gosh, all this to feed some people. Couldn't I just feed them my beans? I could, of course, but that wouldn't give me the incredible high. Right, throw that into this fly, and let's go over here and make sure it gets to our animals. You made 6 nitrometers, but only added 3 to the bus. I thought I only made 3. Alright, don't demand that animal food anymore, just demand the good food. Does it say how much that gives a boost for my animals, though? Oh. Let's get those nitro pumps, shall we? People seem convinced that I missed them. Aha. So again, nitro. If they're empty, they're connected. That's an easy way to consider it. But yeah, now methane becomes the problem, so let's also double up on the methane, and let's make yet more sulfur extraction. Seems insane, but... 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Circuits, 1, 2, 3. Z-light. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Iridium rods. Feels so good to have a lot of these things automated, the rod production in particular, not needing to worry about that at all. And it doesn't need the scaling that these other things I'm building do. The manipulator, the gas extractor. Get out there and give me methane. Get out there and give me methane. Wait, what? Methane? Get out there and give me methane. Looking good. Looking cool, Joker. And let's extract yet more sulfur. It's a lot of sulfur to eat. Starting to wonder if it's good for their diet. Titanium. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Early on I said it was sulfur as a linchpin. I didn't realize how right I was. What's your favorite weapon in battle, brother? The mace. Both thematically and functionally, I love the mace. Shouldn't come as a big surprise though, right? It hits hard, it damages armor, it does reasonable damage through armor, but best of all, it knocks out an enemy and steals their turn. And okay, that's chance-based, but if you specialize in the mace, it is guaranteed to end their turn. It only doesn't work if you miss, and you shouldn't be missing. You should have a lot of melee attack on those guys, or if the enemy is immune to being bonked. Complication is the game does not tell you which enemies are immune to being bonked. I don't know which enemies are immune to being bonked, but I think berserkers are immune to it. Barbarian berserk. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Orc, the fancy orc guys are immune, but no, the enemy doesn't show, and that's annoying. Unstunnable enemies do get dazed by the two-handed maces. Ah, cool. It certainly does tell you when you're fighting them. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of two hands, though. I like to have shields. I like to keep my bros alive. Also, it looks good. In particular, those metal maces from down south, they're a bit heavier on the fatigue. But we'll see. Battle Brothers will be the next long play. It's not even going up to vote, and if I did, it would just be 5 different options to vote for Battle Brothers. And it will be starting next week. I'd be starting it tomorrow, but I'm actually taking a long weekend. Not that I have anything planned, I just want a bit of a long weekend to chill out. Right, so the sulfur flows in. Hopefully that solves these problems. The mutagen backing up is a good sign. And yet, you do not produce. Is it plankton or is it fertilizer? It's not fertilizer. It's type B plankton. Ew. Okay, the only way I can think of making type B plankton is to extract it out of water, but it gives mixed different kinds of it, doesn't it? I don't have a way of making plankton. No, because it's a base good. But that just means I need more plankton extractors. That's water life collector to you or me. The problem with that is that it needs bio nuggets. The counter to that is that I've been making bio nuggets. Yay! Let's just make a lot of these things, shall we? That might be too many. But it might not be. Let's do 8. Take these bio nuggets back. 15, 16 by 2 is 8. Give me silk, give me silk. And we need another 1, 2, 3... what? Am I counting that right? How much silk do I even need? I need 3 times 8, which is 24. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. This definitely doesn't add up. Whatever. Mental arithmetic. You know, who goes to university to solve that? Ooh. Right, please enter the lognet. I should probably also put a destruction device over here. That way the bots don't have to go so far to bring the undesirables back. Right, fortunately energy is such an easy solve. It's just grab a bunch of alloy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And grab a bunch of pulsar, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very, very easy. Maybe some good old State of Decay long play. Yeah, that is absolutely going to happen when we have State of Decay 3, because State of Decay 2 is done. It offers no challenge anymore. And any challenge that there has been, I have already done. Doing it again doesn't hold much appeal. I did load up State of Decay a couple weeks ago. Played around a bit, but I immediately, the first thing I did after settling the new base and doing that say hello to your neighbors thing was I went over to the nearest heart and I killed it. And it wasn't a challenge. And the loot that the heart drops is a lot more than you put into killing the heart. So I took that loot and I killed the next heart. And I knew that I could just keep that going. So then I lost all motivation to keep going. Okay, the water drying up tells me I need even more water. 3, 3, 3, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1, 1, 1, 1, so 3 more of you. And more water extractors are also needed. Need a new... there is a new State of Decay 2 difficulty mod. I'd be very surprised if it brought something new to the table, but I'd be pleasantly surprised. I haven't heard of it, so... Or rather, I haven't heard of a new one, so do let me know. Could be interesting. I just doubt it, though, because even with the difficulty ramped up, it's a lot of the same motions that you go through. Right, I want a burner device over here, get rid of all this stuff. Just pin that, I will forget otherwise. I shouldn't need too many more of you. And I shouldn't need any more gas. And hopefully I don't need any more extraction devices. Right, burn, 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 and explodey powder. Glad I banked some of that earlier. Keep on burning. There's already a burner device over here, but my thinking is, if I put one over here... there you are. Why does this not need a floor when the crafter does? I don't understand. Oh boy. What are you meant to take here? Everything? Well, the important thing is that you take the planktons. Can't think of anything else that you really need to have over here, but yeah, any plankton that is surplus to requirement, just burn here without having to travel too far. Yeah, if you're on the Discord, I have a dedicated channel for links for me, which is great, because if you just tell me something in chat, I guarantee I've forgotten it in 15 seconds. But the links for Jake acts as a little pinboard for me to check out things. If you're not on the Discord, and plenty of people are not, for various reasons, various good ones I might add, you can send me a whisper on Twitch. That I can also check out post-stream. Or maybe you think I don't deserve your time, in which case you can do nothing, and we'll all be happy. Right, what was I just doing? I was forgetting what I was doing. I was thinking I need even more water production, crazily. But thankfully we've got all the bio nuggets in the world. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Like 5 of them? Yeah, make 5 more water extractors. Holy hell. It's such a nice thing that this does not destroy your stuff. Do you imagine? Wake up from this and find all your stuff destroyed. I hate natural disasters in games. They are almost never fun. Or rather, there's a challenge to you, chat. Can you think of any game that you've played where natural disasters are enjoyable? That's to say, stuff that you've built in the game just gets randomly damaged or destroyed, and you cannot mitigate it. So a hurricane comes out of nowhere and levels your city in Banished. Earthquake right on top of your city in Caesar 3. Random fires and whatnot in whatever city builder game you want to think of. Are the biters natural disasters? They're natural, but they're not a disaster. Also, you mitigate biters by killing them. Hey there, Blobber. Nothing personal about all those nasty things I said about you. Right, what am I looking for here? Water extraction. I always forget when things are biomass and when they are not. This water is going to get really fishy. Gonna have fish lips at the end of all this. Speaking of which, fish lips. He's going to be doing a whole day-long marathon. I think it's next week. I'm definitely going to be tuning in for that. It's on my schedule to just sit back and watch that. Perhaps you can join too. I don't know why he's subjecting himself to it. Don't know why he subjects himself to many things, like playing every Metal Gear game there is, but sometimes man has a drive, and you can't get in the way of it. As long as they're true, all things are good. Okay. Sure. Right, I want to see how much, if any, we're boosting this animal production by this awesome food. This awesome food that they don't have whatsoever. Well, now I'm really not so sure. The food production is so difficult. This is kind of like making Christmas dinner in Rise of Industry. Suddenly the entire world has to congregate its industrial capacity towards making a Christmas dinner. Just doesn't seem right. Well, it's growing. No doubt it's growing. And it's eclipsing oxygen. You could also ask why someone would play every Nancy Drew game. Oh, they're fun! I mean, they're horrible and not fun at all, but it's all in good fun. You'd have to have done it yourself to understand. Right, what can we reasonably do to bring this animal stuff along? Or this terraforming? I'm sure it's all just animals all the way down. We could make more animals. Maybe feeding them isn't such a big deal, but I worry about this. It's taking so much to make the food. I'd love some feedback on what's not being produced here, but I'm certain it's the rare larva. And do I make that tier 4 mutagen for what it's worth? There's the thing, the tier 3 mutagen goes into you. Ah, but no, the tier 4 mutagen, which I make down here, should have where do I make the tier 4 mutagen? Sure, I put it somewhere. Did I not? Oh dear. Well, that's exactly what the problem is. Tier 4 mutagen, I need you. Although, what's your problem? Is it still the plankton type bees? It is still the plankton type bees. Well, I'm sure that problem will solve itself. Wait a second! No, don't wait. Do not wait a second. I thought I was burning excess larvae, but maybe I even am. I am! Oh, God, no. But you can't remove them. Ah. Get rid of that. Now I need to reset up what I burnt. What? Is this the thing? Why do you have to delete them all just to set up new ones? I can't even remember all the other things I had in here. Oxygen for sure, maybe excess thing. Don't worry about it. Alright. But that shouldn't be a problem because I had a higher priority storage for common larvae down here, right? Honey and common larvae. So don't worry about it. We have the common larvae. We have the goods for making more of this. The problem is making you, and the problem is tier 4 mutagen. So let's make tier 4 mutagen. Also, let's eat our beans. Ooh, give me a fright, that. I'm not sure to what degree it even matters where this thing goes. I'm just going to shove it down unceremoniously over here. And then you are to make the tier 4 mutagen. Can you do that? You only need tier 3 and tier 1, both of which we shouldn't have too much problem getting. I want to have a look at this thing. Animal multiplier 500% with 70 restored health. I don't understand the rate at which animals eat it, though. Yeah, that's a good comparison. Nancy Drew, it's like watching a bad movie with friends. I'd never sit down on my own and play Nancy Drew. God, no. But playing with you guys now, that's just good fun. Is that it for the food? See, the food comes in, the food immediately disappears. This is why I'd love some bars or something to actually see how the rates are going. What is the food consumption rate? Who is eating them? Where can I check these numbers? Maybe they themselves eat it and then they get the multiplier, but you're all saying 500, 500. Is anybody not saying 500 due to starving? How long does it all last? Well, you guys are 5,000%. Wait, yeah, 5,500. Ah, I see, I see. It goes down to 10% if they're not fed, so they do need to be fed. How they're grabbing that food, I don't know. What other games you wouldn't play on your own but are fine on stream? Ooh. Most punishment games in general? A lot of new games, when I play a game blindly, like this for example, I probably wouldn't play this on my own. Because I have a lot of games that I want to play. So why would I take a risk on something like this? I've got to buy the game, load it up. Maybe I need to make an account where you go, So it's one of the things I'm grateful about streaming. It, I wouldn't say forces me, but certainly heavily encourages me to try out new games that I wouldn't otherwise do. Because if I'm just going to sit down on my own and just play some games for a lark, I'll go back to my old favourites. Or I'll sit down and perfect a Caesar 3 city. Perfect is selling it a bit rich. I wonder if that boosted up our animal production anything reasonably. It's at a good number. It could always stand to be higher. The problem is just more food. Up the production of tinners, up the production of you. And I'm going to assume the problem is the rare larva. Which you should have no problem just taking from here, right? Or are they getting brought over to here? I don't think they're getting taken. They wouldn't be getting taken because you don't actually throw into the log net. Tier 4, Type C, and Tier 2. Fertilizer is fine. The Type C... Are you actually close enough to the Type C? Surely. Find out pretty quickly if I just throw some Type Cs in there. Wait, why did they get taken out? Oh, right. I put them into the wrong place. Yeah, it's not the Type Cs at all, and it's certainly not the fertilizer. That means your problem is with the Tier 4 mutagen. That shouldn't surprise me. Gosh, mutagen ending up being such a problem for us. Who would have thought? You're the mutagen guy. What's your problem? Is it Tier 3 or Tier 1? I think I need both. I need an addition of both. Tier 3 and Tier 1. But doesn't Tier 3 use Tier 1? Oh man, the scaling here is getting unpleasant. Also, everything's getting quite messy. So Tier 3, Tier 1, Tier 1. 1, 2, 3. Some making. Can I just get rid of this thing? I don't use it anymore. Ah, the whole place is a biolab. That's a shame. It's a gosh darn shame. Tier 1 mutagen. Tier 1 mutagen. Tier 3 mutagen. Is it tier 4? Yeah, I need tier 4 mutagen actually. And that's going to require a lot more bacteria, which is a lot more plankton, which is a lot more water. Then we just end up making a lot more water, and now we need even more. 1, 2, screw it. Let's make 5 more of them. Wonder how the algae, if the algae will hold up. Look at it just vanish. And now out my little guys go to get more algae and water. Starting to think that all of this mutagen stuff should have been made over at the water. I didn't think it would be such a big deal, but yeah. It would save me a lot of bots moving around if I made it at the water. I'm not going to change it now because we're so close to 5 TTI. He says so close, you know, that's how it's going. Good thing we melted the ice caps for all the water we needed. Oh, yeah. No, iron is not what I need. Magnesium is what I need, and it's not getting replaced, strangely enough. Hopefully that's not a problem. Bots just probably have better things to do with their lives. Evening out this base would be full-time work. And what worries me the most is that I'm probably going to do it once I'm done with this run. Relocate my base, make it a lot neater, optimize. Man's inbuilt need to optimize might shine through. Although I might not, thinking about all the hassle of adding things to my log nets a right royal pain. I feel like I could write a big old feedback page on this game for the devs, but that always feels like a wasted effort. Especially with game development going as slowly as it does these days. Right. I do strongly suspect that the algae won't keep up at all, and then I'll need to make yet more algae collectors. Although, that's a lot of algae. Probably because the water isn't there to chew through it. Even so, I'll make some algae collectors. 2 bio nuggets. It's complicated. Let's pin this thing. Let's make 5 more of them. It needs water, and I'm going to have to steal some water. Just holding my auto clicker down here to grab the water as soon as it comes in. It's interesting that Workers and Resources has the opposite then. New, but inspired to play off-stream. It's not that I'm playing it off-stream, it's that I'm learning it off-stream. Seems like a very awkward game to try and learn on-stream. There's so much to figure out. It's the kind of thing where I need to keep looking over at guides and ratios and things, and that is no fun to do on-stream. In general, I don't enjoy learning games on-stream. That's fine if they're quick and easy enough to pick up, but if it's a complicated game, let's say a brand new grand strategy game, you've got to learn it on stream. Oh, it's painful stuff. Painful, painful stuff. I don't want to watch that. I certainly don't want to do that. This game is hardly a whole lot to learn. Yeah, all the different voices trying to give advice, conflicting advice as well. Oh yeah, no thanks. Alright, assuming that gives me the water and the algae, that means I should be okay getting... It's a shame the bots only carry one thing at a time. I actually think the bots' throughput might be the issue now. Maybe I do need more bots. At least making bots doesn't chew into my need for other things. I can just make them. Although I need to remember how to make them. It's explosive powder, a circuit, and a rocket engine, right? I missed the super alloy. That is why we pin. How much explosive powder do I have left over? For 6 more bots. I guess I can handle that. Engines. That's fine. I have engines over here. Six alloys, 6 circuits. There we go, not a huge amount. What do I have? 43 drones? Well, Now we got 49. Doesn't work if the power out, then yeah, I never want power to run out. That's why I just demolished anything that tore down the power for the whole base immediately. And we are damn near out of power. Easy amount of animals coming in. New animals would be the big acceleration towards the end. Oh, I didn't know that, but I presumed that. And the food seems to be flowing because the amount of biomass I'm getting out of animals is growing considerably. But if it's not backing up, then I'm probably not in a position to be putting down yet more animals. Does that look like backing up to you? I'd have to check and see if there's stuff hanging around here. Although, if I want to get more out of them without having to actually produce more, rockets are the way forward. I already put up a bunch, but I could put up a bunch more. As long as you're free from the stupid wind turbines. I think we are. Okay, right, while I'm over here, give me your traits. Oh, hey, now we got a sizable thing here. Kind of ugly, but it's ours. We made this. We are the father of all creation. We are essentially God. We're like Ark from Terranigma. Okay, you are constantly making me think you're an animal. Get over here, and then get out of my fizzog. Come on, industrial level petting. Oh god, so many of them are hungry. Thinking about it, I would probably get more if I wasn't starving them. No, actually it works out the same, doesn't it? Either they eat or they don't eat. So it doesn't really make any odds. Having fewer well-fed animals is not going to be a better return on investment. I just need to get better at feeding them. But damn them for getting so hungry so fast. Eat my freaking food. Right, launching rockets. Launching rockets. Genetic stuff, genetic stuff. That's enough for 4 rockets at least. What else did it need? It needed a rod, I think, and one other thing, but I forget what. The rocket part itself, but... Tier 4 mutagen, of course. Tier 4 mutagen and the rod. Should have never trusted the addition of mutagen here. It's been nothing but a pain. I think mutagen is such an annoying thing because it doesn't do anything. It's just there to add complication to crafting patterns. And that makes it feel bad. I can't think of many things in Factorio which are just there to be there for recipes without doing anything. And those that are specifically called intermediate parts. And part of the frustration is lifted because intermediate parts take production boosters. Maybe there are production boosters for this? I don't know. You can disassemble larvae to get mutagens. Yeah, the problem is I now need those larvae for making the food. However, maybe the other larvae will give me them. I just need to see what goes into making those. Right. Well, I can get mutagen and tier 2 mutagen, but that's not good enough, is it? At least these things go down into rare larvae. But unfortunately, there's no way to automate that, so it's not going to be fun to do. What I'd probably be better off doing is just making my own... How's that water doing? The water is still struggling to keep up. Tier 4 mutagen is tier 3 plus tier 1. Tier 3, 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, I'm making 4 of them, I think. And tier 1. Got any tier 1s? That's a no, and that's a no. And you're out because you need the bacteria stuff, which needs water. And I'm still struggling on water like a madman. Though my bots, they go and they go. It's just not enough. So that is a good reason to disassemble some larvae. Stripping them out. It does not feel ethical, does it? I don't know why this has its own button. Why not just a click, boom, recycle? I would say it feels like different people have been involved in developing different parts of this, but what were we told? It's a team of 2 or however many people involved? I guess fertilizer out of my hand is just going to clog me up. Donk. And then these delicious common larvae will disassemble into the mutagens, as I recall. And, wait, what? Common larva becomes common larva. Really? I don't think that. Well, whatever. Here's some common larva. We seem to want them so badly. Yeah, there we go. I can see it's there, but the mutagen is just getting eaten up as quickly as can be. Have these common larvae. I think I saw some little fertilizer slipping down between the cracks. There's this stuff just dump in the dump locker. Someone's going to want or need it. But hey, we ended up getting the mutagen. It's handy. We'll be launching rockets yet. Four rods, 4 rockets, and we're good to go. Eat your beans. Chug your waters. Oh, I need so much more water, it's mad. Yeah, definitely should have had production over by the water. Too late to want to move it now, though, because that TI continues to grow and grow. Ho 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 ho! That's a lot. That's a kiloton every 2 seconds. Faster than that, even. And it's about to get even faster. Give me my engines. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give me my rods. Don't spare the rod. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are there any boosters you could use on water extraction? I could probably boost it using the booster, but my booster is currently boosting, and I'll have one of them, it's currently boosting Super Alloy, which I suppose isn't needed anymore, but I don't fancy going over just to take it out. Also, it would only affect a limited number of them. How was I short on one? Go, my glorious tri-rocket, go. I think I took in 15 instead of 18. Terrible chat. Still need 2 more. You are 2 more. Still need another one. Is that how the rockets are supposed to go? No, I'll show you how the rockets are supposed to go. I'm just doing that because I am having a laugh with it. You are meant to make 1 and launch 1. And then we send these fish into space, because for some reason fish in space cause our animals to reproduce more or get bulkier. Perhaps it's aspiration. It's like, look, you could be that fish in that rocket going up into space if you only apply yourself and get chunkier. That is certainly picking up the pace right there. And Yeah, I think the rockets are the way to go now. Over a megaton of animals out there. The main problem are those damn mutagens. One idea is to do oxygen rockets instead. But I think that wouldn't scale quite as well. And it still needs mutagen. Also needs tree bark, bacteria sample. Yeah, why has everything got to hit me on that? Pressure multiplier. Heat multiplier. Maybe I've been skimping on the heat multiplier. That's one of the easier ones to put up. Super alloy, cobalt, rocket engines. And I did build those giant heaters over there. Let me check how heat is actually doing, all things considered. How well would heat take multipliers? Not very well. That's not a splash in the ocean compared to my current oxygen. One idea could be build more heaters, but I did work better with the multipliers, which I don't have now. That's where trading would come in handy. If I were more rigorously trading, I think I'd have the money to get those heat multipliers, but as it stands, I can't afford any multipliers. Close to it, but no. Can we get a second opinion on the science for that one? You're all so lazy. Alright, I do think it's rockets are the way forward here. Get the traits, get the mutagen, however painful the mutagen is to get. Launch the rockets. Get to 5 TTI, and then we can enjoy the ending, I assume. And for all I know, we reach 5 TI and the game goes, well, good job completing the tutorial. Now we need you to spread all of this stuff all across the planet. This was merely one part of the planet. Take the teleporter, find other planet parts. Well, a lot of them are giving me traits, telling me that they are relatively well fed. I guess that's part of the problem. It's been... the food comes and instantly gets devoured by the hungry animals. As time goes on, they will stop being so hungry because they're all so incredibly well fed. A great temptation just to bring back bleeding larvae just because it's a lot of effort to make them and it's very easy to find them, but finding them doesn't scale. It's a painful problem to have in this game. Really looking forward to watching a speedrun of this, honestly. So I got 5, 10, 15, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Perfect for launching a number of satellites. 4 satellites even. 4 sixes, 24. Adds up in my head. But I do need that mutagen. 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. Mutagen tier 1. Give it to me. Your problem is water? Yeah, your problem is always water. Sad problem to have. No, it got stolen. I meant to wait and see if one of these get it and then nick it from within. Well done, Terraforming Tutorial Moon. You're now ready for the real planet. Yeah, it was all just a test. They trained me wrong on purpose, as a joke. Why does this stuff get eaten up so quickly? Yeah, because tier 3 uses the bacteria samples. Give me those. I need 2 more of those, if you don't mind. What? Okay. No, you're stealing it from here. That's not allowed. It'd be faster just stealing the water for this. Apparently, speedruns for this only got to blue... No way, there's gotta be a speedrun for beating the whole thing. I really want to see how people tackle that. Game's been out for long enough, I think. Actually, no, this very recently reached 1.0. Oh, phew, thought I was out of algae there. Such a heavy recipe, 3 and 3. But that's not good enough because I still need to make U, which needs methane and sulfur. But I keep all of those things to hand, right? Sulfur and the methane's probably downstairs. Yeah. Several hours ago in this run, somebody looked at my base and said, wow, that is going to be hell to automate, and they were not wrong. The design of this, especially with my large amount of lockers just tucked away in one corner, has proven to be my undoing in a lot of ways here. Right, get 4 rockets, 4 rods, and then we yet more boost the animals. And if I end up backing up on food, which might be a pipe dream, but it could happen, then I might be able to make more animals. Osmium rod. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gosh, I kind of miss it when it was more industrial, getting things out of the ground and less feeding my pets. Did that go up again? Or did it go up less? Hard to tell because this long number is a very strange way of calculating it. Oh, but that's over in biomass. Here we go. Hang on. 826 million. Okay, so it's going at roughly 10 times the speed of the oxygen. Is that right? I don't know, it's hard to tell. There are too many numbers, they're all blending together in front of me. Just let me eat some beans and get launching my rocket. One, two, three, 4. Give me the beans. I love beans, diggy doo. And all this sand is surely filtrating the water nicely. Speedrun of this game is just a rush to Blue Sky Steps 175 the O Ti. So has nobody out there done a bigger one? I'll have to check afterwards. Surely. If not, that means I could submit this and be the best, right? Yeah! No! Double no! Don't worry, fish, you're doing fine. This is all part of the plan. I can get a good look at the fish this way, though. They look so happy. So very happy. Yeah, nice to have me on GDQ. Welcome to my 30-hour run of this game that can probably be done in 5 hours by someone who knows their stuff. Right, now with that launched, how's it looking? Didn't actually grow. Well, I know the multiplier is up, it was probably a food issue. But yes, plus 28,000%, probably helping a whole lot with that. I've seen a glitched good ending run in less than 10 minutes. I could see how that would be possible. I heard that there are certain things you need to find to unlock the good ending. And we certainly know how we can glitch through the world. So one need only does that, so 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. So let's even go so far as to say it's 0.03% per second, 10 seconds, 1 minute. Oh, that should be done in a few minutes. That's quite the extrapolation. Yeah, this number keeps going up and down, and it's almost certainly to do with the feed. Wait, where's my feed automation? Everything's so boxy and looks the same. There we go. Struggling as ever and as good as ever. Maybe I should just give them this food. Having them starve is really bad. And this food is a pain in the bum to be making. But it's, although it looks backed up, I don't think it's anywhere near as backed up as it might seem. It's those damn rare larvas. How can they be so rare? Only I could upgrade upgrade the base, upgrade the uncommon ones to become rare. Liux, Imel, Chevron, Penga. They're all rare. Can't remember which ones I just said. Azure maybe. Lepsterius? Leoni? I don't know. I just do not know. What about the silkworms? I think those are just uncommon, right? Yeah. Torn out of your little shells, we guys. Incredible technology. A whole bunch of common larvae out of that. Blonk. Not that it's too bad. I might actually just export this to feed the animals. What was the percentage boost on this thing anyway? If these give 200%, what was this again? Oh, right. We don't know what it takes to make the extraction platform. For all I know, I actually need to do a lot of space trading to afford that, especially if it needs the energy boosters. Oh boy, that would be painful. 500%. Better than starving. You know, if they are starving, why don't I just give them my food? It's no big deal if they eat my beans. I got plenty of beans. See if I can turbocharge their hunger needs with beans. Because I do think if they starve, that... Well, I don't know if it lowers their production. Maybe I can find a starving animal and check. 8, 8, 27, 14, 27... How dare I feed? Okay, a big blue thing here. Animal multiplier, 500%, 0. Take all my beans. Wow, they instantly ate all those beans. And now they're at 1000%, so they're certainly doing better. Doubled the production at least. It's just the animal food is certainly better. I'm confident I could beat the time in a couple of hours trying. Huh? The standard 170 KTI runs involve getting the golden chests for golden seeds into vegetables. Yeah, I'm not so interested in just the blue sky run though. I want to see the 100% run. It's like seeing a Factorio run. It's been really hard to find good Factorio 100% Death World runs to watch. That's why I have encouraged people around here to do it. But I think only Alpha and... Oh, forgive me for forgetting the other person. Wasn't you, was it, Sudazima? You've got metal when it comes to games. Moxie, if you will. It was, yeah, there we go. Because you went bots? Or am I imagining that? I'm trying to remember it, but my memory is shot. What is this? 37 million or... That's 371 million grams per second. Such a complicated number to track. Yes, bots and many, many modules. Well, I'm a known module lover. What I get from tearing up uncommon larvae? I certainly have a lot of those. Can I even tear apart an uncommon larva? Might give me just the extra boost I need. Aww, boo. Thing is, I don't have a lot of use for uncommon larvae here. Not sure if I have any use that comes to mind. What do they make again? Silkworms? I wonder if it is water. Of all things, water continuing to let me down. It's actually not a big deal to go and automate the production of the biosamples over here. I already have lots of water and algae being made. Why don't I just make it here? Seems like it would cut down a lot of bot work. Although I don't know if these things are overflowing as it is. They are not, so it's actually not a distribution issue. It's just that you need so much more water, it's maddening. Although, what if these things aren't actually giving me algae? I don't see any algae. Although it could be that it's all just been plucked already. The game let me build them there, so I'm going to assume they are making me algae. It's the water, though. I can't believe how much water you need. You'd think there'd be a next step up of water production. I enjoy Factorio Death World immensely. Yeah, it's the way to play. None of this peaceful nonsense. Ooh, my UPS! Fine, delete the biters after you've done the run. But do the run. In my opinion, they could have at least made that the gain is the same unit shown as you have now, not kilotons or whatever we have there in... yeah, correct. What am I even meant to garner from this long, long number? Are there beacon-like things to the water? There is one, and you know what? I'm going to go and take it. Better get rid of some of this stuff in my inventory first, though. Maybe not the mutagens. I might want that. Let's go and get our multiplier, shall we? It's over in the super alloy mine. And since we're backed up on super alloy, you're no longer all that necessary here. Bless that production multiplier, though. I don't know where I got it from, but heavens, it was nice. And it will give a 25% boost to this production. I don't know if that caps out in some way. I assume that it does. Wait a minute. Does it even affect these things? Generation time for machines that generate items. Okay, yeah, it does. It does, but... But... 80 seconds. Yeah, what do they normally take? 100 seconds. Okay, there we go. Wait a second. Wait 20 seconds. Production time divider 0.25. From 100 seconds to 80 seconds. What's 25% of 100? It should be pretty easy. The clue's in the name. There is no cap. You could have a 4-second production cycle. Does that mean it's multiplicative? Because so far most bonuses have been additive. So you'd think if you had 4 of these, you'd bring production time division by 100. Or 1, rather. Yeah, calling it divider is wrong. How very strange. Who are these people that made this? Anyway, at least it should speed up water production by a bit. Although adding more of them would probably help out more. Yeah, my best guess is that water is the linchpin, but look at that, water's filling up. None of these things are operating. Is that because of algae? No. That must mean you're a fool then. Yeah, you are. I've got all the mutagen a man could need. Unthinkable. How could mutagen not be the problem? That must mean it's plankton that's the problem. Yeah, we are wiped out of type B and C plankton. And near enough wiped out of food. And that means I need a whole lot more plankton getters. Dang. How were those operational for me? Do I even want them in this stage? Look at my terraformation index. I don't think it would make a dent. The only thing I should really consider doing is firing off more rockets. And I will do that because we have the technology to do that. Technology is called stealing all these mutagens. And if I pet my animals, they should give me yet more of the traits that I need. You're burning A and B plankton with high priority. That's low priority. Oh, good lord, you're right. I was meant to put that on low priority and I put it on high. You're right, I've been burning all of the plankton. There hasn't been the food production. Well, isn't that embarrassing? Well spotted, Ave. I don't think I would have ever checked that. Our planet's first genocide. Not sure it's the first, certainly won't be the last. Right, never mind that. Haven't locked anything in quite some time. Come on, come on, I got pets for all the animals out here. As long as they're not hungry animals. The cooldown on them giving me genetic traits are. I also wonder what growth means on them. What do we think growth is? Quite like that luminescence, looks good. 5, 10, 15, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. It's another 4 rockets right there. Who knows what was before Jake started streaming? Maybe we started exterminating the planet. And maybe that's the crime that we committed that sent us back here to terraform it. Do remember that we are a criminal. It's a good thing we haven't had a voice, though. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we keep our rockets right over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get that ladder up. Get up them apples. Right, while you all struggle, this one in the center will rise mightily. It almost did as well. One of these days we'll have a fish in actual space. No voice is a good thing? I disagree. We need to mod in Male Shepherd voice from the Long Dark. I'd actually like to rip out the voice lines from the Long Dark, but I don't know how you can get access to those files. I mean, you could just record the game and have him say all those lines, but maybe there are deleted files that we don't know of. Has anybody had any luck extracting raw data from the game? I actually wanted the raw voice lines out of the Long Dark and out of State of Decay, but I lack the ability to do so. Well, maybe ability is the wrong word. Maybe patience and know-how. Never been so cold in my life. Yeah. Oh, I can hear it. Good to see this stuff actually working now. I'm sure I would have eventually noticed that something wasn't right. Well, maybe I'm not that sure. Add a tier 4 mutagen. Alright, have it back. To speed up an extractor to 4 seconds, you need 13 tier 2 optimizers. That's a lot of money. That sounds like it has severely reduced effectiveness after a few. So it must be multiplicative then. Sounds fitting. It's minus 273 Celsius outside. Is it really? What temperature is it? It's 282 microkelvins out there. I could not possibly tell you what that is in an actual readable temperature. About minus 272 then. Alright, we're getting somewhere. Good luck getting anything out of State of Decay 2, yeah, I know. Well, they were able to get voice lines for the character creator. If you recall, in the character creator in State of Decay 2, when you select your character, you can select their voice, and then it plays a preview of the voice. They must have ripped those voices out of the game. But how? How do they have this technology? Sudazima points out that the long dart is in Unity, and there are tools to extract sound, I think. Can we change I think to I know? Well, this sounds like something I should do. I should not lambast others with my homework. I'm not sure if there's anything more meaningfully to be done. This is going to get up to 100% real soon, and then we've got to make the final part. The question is, what do we need for the final part? And the answer is, I don't know. Still making those cookies. Why did I ever stop launching rockets for cookies? Look at all these cookies I could have been sending off. It's been backing up. Why did I delete them? I think there was something I had to very suddenly stop adding into these, and the only way to stop was to delete everything. But I can give you my cookies. Here, cookies. Auto-send enabled, auto-send enabled. Come here, cookies. Oh god, I could go for a cookie. I want to find that old cookie recipe I had that just made the best cookies I've ever had. And then make some of those again. Would be nice to at least see what tier 2 storage is like. But yes, the production multiplier comes in at a staggering, eye-watering 5,000 cost. It's a lot of cookies to send off into space. Let's just round and say it's 1,000 cookies. And you can send 25 cookies a go. Brightening. 20 rockets to afford 1 production booster. And there's a 10-minute cooldown on each rocket launch. So even if you had 20 platforms, it's still 10 minutes per booster, which actually isn't too bad. You're not going to need those things produced by the second. You can do the portal stuff and hope that you find some. Problem with the portal stuff is you need the booster to build the portal. That energy multiplier fuse is needed. However, maybe, just maybe, we could do that anyway. Since we're just waiting for that terraformation index to grow, I actually want to see where the portal takes us. So how about we go here and we say, stop making these, please. Start making fusion energy cells. Also throw those into the supply botnet. And then, let's make sure that these take them. Should be one of the easier things to actually produce, given that it's just industrial rather than any of this mutagen carry-on. Where is it? I don't want to send explosives into space yet. Here's a fusion energy cell. Here's another fusion energy cell. Here are yet more fusion energy cells. There you go. See, that's how they're meant to launch. The cookies don't seem to be being delivered to the rockets. Yeah. We've had issues with cookie distribution before. And that is probably why. Let's get rid of that and say the only thing you supply are cookies. Bots? You gonna get my cookies? Yes, yes they are. Something weird with the cookies. We saw that earlier, the cookies weren't showing up on the demand screen. But there we go, now we're finally getting somewhere with cookies. The downside, I suppose, is that we've had all this growth time that we've not been using. Come on, take the cocoa. Well, they're not going to, not until they have a bunch of them available. Send explosive into space. Just imagine the shocked faces of all the space fish. What a way to go. Did they change the recipe for the portal generator in the explosives patch? I didn't have any problem making it long before amphibians in my run. The portal generator requires 2 energy multiplier fuses. I found one, I think. The other one I need to pay for, unless I find another one. The fusion cell, yeah, we can make that. Everything else we can make rather trivially, but that energy multiplier fuse requires dosh. Just had a thought. I know. Big surprise. And we can get out of here. We have reached complete terraforming. A little anticlimactic, but hey, surely the ending is to come. But I want to check something first. I need one of my boosters, since we're not doing terribly much over here, aside from having giant death drills eradicate the world. I want to go and pick up one of these, probably the pressure booster. It has a trade value. Now, do I actually get that value from trading it? That might seem like a stupid question, but it is my question. It could be that you can only buy that. I don't know if I will get it from sending it over. Maybe before I send it, I should check what the recipe is for this. I knew it! I knew it would ask for my energy multiplier fuse. How did I know? I just felt it. I felt it in my bones. It was going to ask for something complicated. Here you go. Current inventory value. Yeah, so you can trade that away. Interesting. I don't think I should, but I would like to see what's on the energy multiplier thing. At least a little bit. On the portal thing, I mean. On you go. It'll take 10 minutes for that to come back, and then it'll take another 10 minutes to order the thing. I'm not sure I even have that time. Let's build the extraction platform and see what's in store for us. Wait a second. It's not the production multiplier that they want, it's the energy multiplier. That's a different story altogether. I need that energy. Yeah, I'd be losing a lot of my energy production, which means I need to make a lot of energy production. Easily done, though. We have the technology. I just don't want to spend a lot of money. Pulsar Quartz. Where's all my Pulsar Quartz? No! No, 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 no. Stop. Stop. Easy until it's not, huh? Dang. Well. I think you made the exact number that you need. Never mind. Not so sure now. More energy is demanded. Let's not break down the pulsar quartz, though. That would be daft. Get out of here, get out of here. Now, more pulsar quartz. Fortunately, you make them, and I don't think you have any trouble making them. You appear to have trouble making them. Is it a methane shortage? Yeah, we gobble up methane now, don't we? But for all I know, it's some other stuff that's not keeping up, because now my bots have to go out and get goods again. I should have never made those. Those nuclear thingamajiggers. However, if they're still here... Well, no, they're not. They've been launched. Oh, well. Making problems for myself, nothing new. Solving my own problems, also nothing new. Time for messages, it's time for me to get off this planet. Oh, well, you have my attention now. Large explosive device. Where'd that come from? Oh, holy crivens, where'd all these messages come from? This planet has been chosen carefully. Underground cave is a blessing for us. We were struck by a resemblance. We're almost the same. Celestial bodies, identical. Evolution, independent. It's like meeting a cousin you never knew you had. They called us brothers when they landed. Spaceships, dozens. Our worries grew. Differences were hidden deep inside. We were identical. Minds had been shaped. Fate or... okay. Bit warmer. I'm extremely cold. I ran out of food. Yeah, too bad. The device is working. Tests are conclusive. The ones calling themselves humans ever approach this planet will drain their ships of energy. The Wardens sound like our enemies. Alright, so the Wardens don't like us very much. After months of hard work, I finally managed to find my way into Sentinel. Unlocking process. Unlock the space trading rocket on your system. Terraformers are not able to use this, but it should help you. Chances of survival are greatly improved when it's reactivated. Yeah, I've been missing this message for a long time. Only we could see each other. Hey, look at the year thing. It's actually a new year. 3059. Congratulations! Our sensors indicate you have successfully terraformed your assigned planet. However, our monitoring indicates that your planet has an anomaly that prevents us from colonizing it. You must destroy the anomaly before using the departure platform, so our ships can extract you. Please receive the recipe for an explosive device to do your task. This is not an automated message. Yes! Time to blow up this planet's wee anomaly. Now, how do I make this explosive device? Sounds complicated. Oh, it's not here. Is it done on the easy crafter? I deleted my easy crafter. How about you, then? No. Build it like this. Ah, fusion energy cell. Ah, and I just went and broke all mine. Okay. I need one more fusion energy cell, please. Great. Now let me keep it and don't make more. Oi! Traitorous bot. I thought you would have been bringing it over here. But I don't see it here. Where'd it go? Where else would I be keeping fusion energy cells? Oh, into this one. I don't know how I didn't even notice you. Maybe you're just covering each other. Yeah, I did not see that other rocket, that blindingly large other rocket. Anyway, I still need more energy. And that looks pretty good. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 more of them. Thanks for the dosh. And now, and now, and now. Think, Jake. Use that thing on your head and think. Super alloys. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get the energy and extract the energy juicer upper thinger. Which might backfire. I don't know. I'm taking out 50% of 8 worth of energy, and I'm putting down 4. So, by all rights, this should be fine. Where's the booster? Here you are. Give me that. Yay, no problems. I haven't eaten a cookie. I want to eat one and just see how much it boosts my speed. It might be by a terrifying amount. Does this feel faster to you? Feels faster to me. No indication of how long this lasts, but it's quite nice. Right. Energy cell. I need a rocket. I need a lot of rods. uranium rod, iridium rod, not the osmium rod, super alloy rod, and some colorful stones. Looks like blazer, solar, and pulsar. We're getting off this rock. Yeah, Subnautica, cry your eyes out. It's that easy. Hey, this is one of those fancy containers. High interference, please destroy the anomaly. Oh, I will get right on that. Triple iridium, fusion energy. Oh, so I need another fusion energy cell. Shouldn't be a bother, though. This time, do not supply. But do make me one, please. Don't make me more. No need for more. Right, rod time. 1, 2, 3. Is that a circuit board? Looks like it. Uranium rod and explosive powder. I'm pretty sure I burned all my explosive powder, so please make me 3 more. Whilst I go and eat some beans. Oh, well, I'm pretty full, but let's eat some more beans and drink some more water anyway. And I was right, I had used up all my explosive pots. It's Slay the Spire that's got me saying explosive pot. Yeah, I could go for some Slay the Spire. What time is it? Getting some ideas now. It'd be cool if we got a time-lapse of the map. I don't want a time-lapse of this map. This map is so ugly. Then again, it would be nice to see the change on it. It's still painful to look at, though. Right, let's go. Oh, that cookie is short-lived. It's already half gone. At least it gets me down here faster. Didn't even break my legs. Actually, I'm feeling the significant speed increase. Nice to see it turn from Arizona to someplace livable. What are you trying to say about Arizona? Nothing good, I imagine. I've never been. I would certainly like to go. Closest I've been was California. What a miss that was. I don't think you could pay me enough money to set foot in San Francisco ever again. It is my idea of hell on earth. Alright, this is no doubt the anomaly. Prepare to die. Maybe I should kill myself as well. For humanity! Good thing we have so many clones. What rock is shaking? Is it going to stop? Maybe we've just got the jitters from doing that? I'm even jittering in the air? Well, actually that shows that it's the planet jittering, not me. I've made the planet angry. Maybe I should definitely be getting off this rock. Leave the planet. Place your fate in the hands of Sentinel Corp. I don't see why not. They've offered me a get-out-of-jail-free card from being a criminal. And it's not like we've been doubting being a criminal this whole time. Ah, my good friends in Sentinel Corp. Maybe I can work my way up after showing the promise that I've done here. Also, I want to get off Angry Planet. It's so mad. Alright. Good fight, good night, planet. When I arrived, you were just a dusty ball of sand and dirt. Well, not even dirt. And now you're a lush green paradise with some anorexic animals. Hope this doesn't affect the trajectory of getting out of here. I think the planet's still shaking. paid anything for our time. It's just that we're no longer a fugitive. Hey, congratulations. Nice wee shot of what I built here. Kind of. We will now re-examine your sentence based on various deviations from the rules that could be attributed to you. I did not contact anybody else. I did not lay ownership. Oh! I did sell things that were the planets. You'll remain in detention while your case is examined, Sentinel Corps. Oh, well, thank you, Sentinel. At least I don't have to be on that hellhole anymore. I'm aware of other endings. Am I going to get them? Am I buggery? Thank you, Miju Games. Miju? Are they Finnish? With a name like that. Oh, it's nice enough not to clear your save. It stays around there. That is good, actually, because I do... Wait, what if the planet's still angry? Oh, my legs! Okay, the planet does not appear to be angry anymore. That's probably good. Closing thoughts? I liked the game. I didn't love the game. A lot of quality of life needed. It definitely betrayed its early access origins, you can feel that. Inventory system was a pain. Automation came far too late. I think it should have leaned in a bit more to what it did well, and that was the terraforming of the planet and seeing the gradual change here. Because we saw the gradual change and then it just stopped. There was nothing really more to happen to the planet. Then it just became this automation grind, which felt all the grindier because the bots were accessible so late. Don't like the inventory system whatsoever, especially early game. I think the need for food and thirst should have gone away eventually because it does get trivialized. And maybe I was playing it wrong, but goddamn, all the mutagen stuff building up. Anything to do with DNA splicing or mutagens was no fun. Yeah, I don't want to blame mutagens. I probably could have automated that a lot better, but the DNA splicing was horribly unenjoyable. But, as a whole, really enjoyed the game. Not really feeling the hunger to come back to it anytime soon, but I might come back eventually and rebuild a much more streamlined base with better automation. Have my bots not have to go halfway across the map for things that need many of. But yes, I liked it. I'd even go so far as to recommend it, but it certainly has its caveats. There will be no vote for the next long play, however. The next long play will be Battle Brothers. And if I didn't have the staggering amount of self-control that I have right now, it would be happening pretty much right now. I want to get into it. But I have some plans. I want to set up custom start. It'll be a Peasant Militia start with 12... How many? I don't think you start with 12 in Peasant Militia. No, 12 sounds about right. With some ragtag members of our chat, of course. They can design their brothers and put them in. On top of that, I want to run bingo on it. I'll have bingo sheets of various things that can happen in Battle Brothers, and if you score the bingo, I don't know, you'll probably get a copy of the game, or if you already have it, a copy to give to someone that you know, love, or care about. Or sell on a key site if you're that underhanded. In any case, that is my stuff to think about it. I will be back... Well, I'm taking a long weekend, so I wouldn't be back until Wednesday, but I have a bit of an inkling for some spire slaying, so I might be back in about an hour or so to go and take on the Ascension 20 Heart. We shall see, but either way, until I am back, it is a cheers and cheerio. This game does look good, doesn't it?